How long have you been involved with marijuana?
Well, I got involved with the cannabis reform movement about in the end of 1988 and really started becoming active in 89. That's when I formed the Business Alliance for Commerce and Hemp and started just taking it on as a more of a life calling at that point. Actually, one of the things about this, Art, what got me involved with it is that I was involved with the search for alternative energy sources. And so I had long thought that there must be a way that we could produce energy without having to rely upon foreign oil and use our farms to do that, but I could never identify a farm crop that would be able to produce the amount of biomass that would be sufficient to meet America's energy needs. And it was in 1989 that I found out about hemp producing about 10 tons per acre, which converts to a very substantial amount of biomass fuel. And then, of course, I found out that hemp was illegal because marijuana was illegal, and the two were lumped together. And that's really what started me down this path. I didn't come into it from the idea of doing something about marijuana. I actually came into it from another point of view of trying to improve the environment.
When did marijuana, I want to know the history of marijuana legally. When did we decide that marijuana was a dangerous drug?
Well, the earliest laws that dealt with it really came up at the beginning of this century. About, I think in 1913, California, or it could have been 1916, I don't remember the exact date, but from a federal level, it was in 1937 that the Marijuana Tax Act was passed in Congress. And there were two things that were very heavily stressed during the hearings. One is that that law would not stop farmers from growing hemp, and the other was that it would not prevent doctors from prescribing medical marijuana. And, in retrospect, it appeared quite clear that it was, in fact, engineered to outlaw the industrial uses of the hemp plant, and that the medical patients were just considered expendable, and that the way that they were doing it was by tying it to the jazz phenomenon was the main thing that they were going after. It was a way of closing down jazz clubs.
Are you serious? That's why they passed a law against it?
Basically, there was another factor there, too.
Wait a minute. Does that... they had speakeasies, right, during Prohibition.
Right, and as a result of that, the Prohibition on alcohol, there was a big increase in jazz clubs, like down Central Street in in Los Angeles, and in New York, the Harlem Renaissance was based around jazz clubs where you couldn't get alcohol, but there were people smoking marijuana.
So, in other words, in the middle of Prohibition, it was an extension, in a way, of Prohibition then.
Right, and that's that other thing that I was mentioning, is that the other factor that really determined this was that there was a plan to take $200,000 out of the law enforcement budget, which had been previously used against alcohol. And when that cut came along, what actually happened was there was a meeting between people in the Treasury Department, the DuPont Company, and some timber companies and the Bureau of Narcotics, and they decided to, because it suited everyone's purposes, to put the cannabis plants in under controlled drugs, but they couldn't really succeed with that because the farmers called hemp, the hemp was a standard farm crop. And in the medical community, cannabis was being used in something like there had been 30 several products, the medicines on the market that had cannabis in them. And so they had to come up with a way of getting it for everybody in that quick advantage. And so they came up with the word marijuana, which almost no one had ever heard of that. Even the people who smoked it called it reefer. They didn't call it marijuana.
Marijuana. All right, well, whatever the name is it a narcotic?
The problem that we hit there is the way they changed the definitions. Technically, it is not. A narcotic is supposed to be a drug that causes narcosis, meaning that it knocks you out.
Right.
And marijuana doesn't do that. The real narcotics are the opiates. But what they did is they made a legal definition of narcotics that if it's in Schedule 1 or 2, that it's considered narcotic. And so then they just arbitrarily stuck marijuana in the narcotics category. But from a scientific viewpoint, no, it is not.
It is not. A narcotic, as in a pain pill, for example.
Well, narcotics are not just pain pills. Narcosis means that you're in a death-like sleep. So for it to be scientifically a narcotic, that means that it's supposed to knock you out completely, so you can't be woken up. And that marijuana doesn't do that.
Well,
Morphine will do that.
Morphine might do it, yes, but there are an awful lot of in-between things, the Percodan class.
Right.
Those are narcotics, aren't they?
Well, the problem, again, is that the definition of the word narcotic has been grossly changed by the lawmakers in this country. So there isn't really, the scientific definition isn't applied the way it used to be.
All right. So that's how it... I guess was there more to it yet? In other words, why it was made illegal? We've got paper. I know hemp can be used for paper.
Right, and that's why the news media, particularly the Hearst newspaper chains, started promoting all these stories about the dangers of marijuana because they had the timber resources and the paper-making resources that hemp was challenging.
Is that a problem today?
In a converse way.
For them. In other words, if hemp was legal today, would they have a big money problem?
I don't really think so. I think it's going the other way, in fact. International paper is looking into hemp. There's going to be an international conference in Vancouver, British Columbia, an international paper, the people who make masonite, amongst other things, is going to be there because there's a global fiber shortage right now. And so hemp is really part of the solution. What it did was it allowed the logging industry really basically to have windfall profits because there was no alternative fiber available on the market for 50, 60 years there that was able to produce the kind of quantities that timber could. And so really it was the logging companies that made that profit. But of course, again, the newspaper chain that Hearst ran owned that logging company and had the forestry, I don't know about the word rights, but they had the permits from the federal government to do a lot of logging on national forest land and so forth. So they basically used that to profiteer. And now we're in the other situation. There's a fiber shortage, and farmers can't grow hemp to meet that need. So they're in the other situation. The price of pulp for paper went up 40% in 1994.
Wow.
And it's continued to rise since then.
How many fewer trees, if hemp was in full production for whatever use we wanted to use it for, including paper, how much of the forest, how many trees would be saved?
Well, let's see. I think that an acre of hemp roughly equates to about 14 trees.
14 trees.
Right, but now you do that on an annual basis. Say trees take, the fastest growing trees that we have now take 8 years to grow.
Right.
And for real sustainable forestry, it's estimated at 20 years to grow it. And nature, of course, trees grow for hundreds of years. So, if you do that on an annualized basis, that you see that each acre of hemp is really, over a period of time, going to save acres and acres of forest land. Basically, the federal government in 1916 did a study at that very point, and they found that each acre of hemp on a sustainable, continuous basis produces as much fiber as 4.1 acres of forest land.
Holy mackerel. Somebody sent me an article a few years ago, and it was from the Wall Street Journal, and it estimated that if hemp was in full production, marijuana sold and taxed, the income to the federal government would be in the range of about $500 billion a year. That's $500 billion. That's a lot of money.
Now, you're talking about the industrial hemp side of that.
Yes.
Marijuana side, yes.
Yes.
That's, I think that sounds a little high to me. I anticipate that you would get about that much of gross profits out of it for the United States alone. Now, if you're globalizing it, then you could be correct. But I would anticipate you'd get about $500 million a year off of just developing hemp as more or less what I don't think it's going to quite hit $1 trillion industry in this country for at least 20 years.
Can you legalize hemp for uses like paper and the rest of it without addressing the marijuana question?
Interestingly enough, that's exactly what the European community has done. In Europe, farmers get about $425 US per acre as a subsidy to grow hemp. And France is a very good example. They have very rigid anti-marijuana laws, but they are also one of the largest hemp producers in Europe. And for a long time, they had almost a virtual monopoly over hemp. And some people think that that's one of the reasons that they have such strong anti-marijuana laws, is that it gave them this undue advantage in the fiber market by controlling the supply of hemp.
Well, this is going to seem like a silly question to you, but one of the arguments made by perhaps the ill-informed, is that if you allow hemp to be grown for other purposes, people will be smoking shirts and paper and all this sort of thing. Wouldn't it happen?
Well, it's pretty unlikely. Actually, if anything, I think that what might more likely happen is that might have some people who would be selling phony marijuana, hemp that looks like marijuana, but it doesn't get you high. So you probably have a lot of people who would try marijuana and think it didn't get me high, and in reality they would have been sold some bad stuff, some industrial hemp. So, even if they would start smoking their shirts in their newspapers and stuff, they wouldn't get high from it. So, eventually they would get tired of it, I think.
Oh, very quickly.
Yeah, I would think so. In fact, there's an interesting situation in Canada where a drug enforcement expert has said that he has detected cannabinoids in hemp shirts, and so therefore he wants them considered a dangerous narcotic. And that brings us back to the thing about what is a narcotic? A shirt, how does a shirt be a narcotic? I mean, they're just extending these definitions beyond the scope of reason into the absurd.
So then what kind of progress are we actually making toward, I haven't even started on the issue of marijuana yet, but with regard to hemp for commercial use, is there progress being made?
Well, there was a federal report to Congress done in 1992 by the Library of Congress, and they said that the main barrier to hemp is the fact that the federal government is going to oppose it. And sure enough, since then, there've been a number of bills introduced, and the DEA has always come out against it. However, I would say that we've made quite a bit of progress, and I would just put it this way. In 1991, the first modern industrial hemp bill was put before the New York legislature. It never got out of committee. In 1992, they attempted again, and it didn't get out of committee. But then in 1995, we had a bill in Colorado that went forward, and it went to a conservative committee, and it lost by only one vote. Then last year, we had 4 states introduce hemp bills. Of the 4, the one in Colorado made it through all but one vote of making it clear out. The Vermont approved a research project to see about restoring hemp to that state. Hawaii approved a project. Now, they don't allow for cultivation, but they approved the project. And Missouri didn't get all the way through the committees. It made it through several committees, but didn't make it all the way through the legislature. So in the period since 91, we've gone from not being able to get more than one vote in a committee to 2 states adopting research policies and 2 states that probably will. We're anticipating about 10 states to have legislation about hemp this year coming up. There's also some native people who are looking at doing it on sovereign tribal land. And in Europe, there's quite a large amount of improvement. Germany has started growing hemp again. Holland has increased its hemp output. France and Spain have both increased theirs. Italy is beginning to grow hemp again. And also there's a lot of international support for it. And nationally, the National Farm Federation, I believe, I may not be saying the name of it right, Federation of National Farm Bureau, I believe it's called, has endorsed it. The Kentucky Farm Bureau has endorsed hemp. Colorado Farm Bureau has endorsed hemp. And the Kentucky tobacco growers are apparently now supporting hemp, although I haven't gotten the official document on that. I've only gotten secondhand reports.
There's an awful lot of it growing there now, isn't there?
Yeah, and in fact, that's one of the logical things is that the tobacco industry gives us a model of how we could really put some good controls over in the positive and the negative. There have been mistakes made in the way that tobacco has been regulated that we can learn from. But there's also some very positive things that have happened there in order to keep anyone from getting too much of a monopoly over tobacco. For example, in Kentucky particularly, farmers are allocated a certain amount, like 1 acre or 2 acres each, that they're allowed to grow. And that way it supports the small farmer, gives them a profitable crop without making them into tobacco barons and converting their whole farms into tobacco. We can maybe do something similar to that with marijuana if we get to that point. As far as hemp is concerned, though, you're going to want to grow, a lot of it.
All right, Chris, hang tight. We'll be right back to you. This is a big subject, and...
somewhere in time. Tonight's program originally aired on January 23rd, 1997.
Exactly what it is. Chris Conrad is my guest. He knows about hemp and marijuana. And if you want to know the truth, stick around.
Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997.
All right, back now to Chris Conrad in San Francisco, East Bay of San Francisco. And Chris, aside from paper, clothing, you mentioned fuel, and I know you've got a book called Hemp Lifeline to the Future. Right. How can we use hemp for fuel?
Well, there's a lot of new processes. Let me speak in my book. I just double-checked on that figure you asked about saving trees, and I misspoke myself. 1 ton of hemp saves about 12 mature trees. So you get about 5 tons of stalk per acre. That's about 60 trees, and then over 4 years, that means you're saving the equivalent of about 240 trees for each acre of hemp that you dedicate to cultivation like that.
Based on our current production, what does that mean really per year, tree-wise? Any idea?
In terms of how many trees there are per acre of forest, I'm sorry, you got me on that one.
It would be a bunch.
Yeah, but it adds up. I mean, if each acre comes to 240 trees, you can see that it's going to add up rather quickly.
Rather quickly.
Now, back to the fuel question, though. One of the things that I don't think is very likely is that I don't think we're really going to get too much of dedicated mass acreage of hemp that's produced just for fuel. And the reason for that, Art, is because the fiber is so valuable that it would be a waste. I think what we're going to do is that you'll take the fiber out of the crop, and then you'll still have a lot of, it's called wood actually, but it's the pithy part of the plant, and that it would be what they would convert into fuel. With this variety of technologies that are available now, we're able to use plant matter and convert it into virtually any form of fuel, meaning in addition to methanol, which people think of normally,
right.
There's a process called pyrolysis that you could use that would, you could use the hemp wood to produce pellets. Then they could also be used to create charcoal in place of coal, except without the sulfur, so it's a cleaner...
Well, you're saying it would be economically less feasible than continuing with either oil or other alternative methods. It would be that valuable.
It would be more valuable than what we would have going now. One of the main issues here is that we wouldn't have to go to war in the Persian Gulf or whatever to protect the hemp fields growing in America, you know, and you wouldn't have a target for military attacks because what would be the point of bombing a field of hemp? So essentially you would save a lot of money that's currently used to clean up oil spills, that's used to repair damage to the environment, that's used for exploration for fuels, that's used for transporting all these fuels, and a lot of this stuff is basically being subsidized by the taxpayers without really knowing it. But if you had the other situation where hemp is being grown here in this country, we could set up pyrolytic conversion stations that would make liquid fuel, solid fuel. They could use that to burn to produce electricity, so you have your electrical fuel. You have all the energy that you would really need, basically, that can be produced here in this country, particularly if you add to that the about 30% energy waste that we have right now in our current systems, and cogeneration on top of that giving us another 5% or so. You've got plenty of energy that would be possible to have. It's just having the national willpower to go ahead and do that. And I think that the people of America would be more interested in it, but we've got this problem of powerful interests that are working behind the scenes in the government, and that really became clear when the voters passed the medical initiative here in Arizona. I know it's a different topic, but I think that, you know, that's the kind of problem we're really up against, is these hidden interests. It's hard to tell who they are, but they're blocking the American farmer from making this money and forcing us to send it over to the Saudi Arabian sheiks.
Well, I know that a lot of people are going to sit out there and they're going to say, boy, this sounds good, you know, paper, clothing, maybe even fuel, all these uses, but this guy, Conrad, all he wants to do is smoke pot. Come on, let's get to it. He wants to smoke pot. These uses are just sort of a side bar way of getting to be able to smoke pot. How do you answer that?
Well, you're not going to be able to smoke this industrial hemp, so it really is an argument that doesn't hold up very well at all.
Well, then why is it holding up legally?
That's a really good question. It really has to do with the series of legal fictions. If you look at the Constitution, you don't see anything in there that gives the federal government the right to prohibit farmers from growing crops like hemp. And in fact, the signers of the Constitution were primarily hemp farmers. George Washington, Thomas Jefferson.
You're listening to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997.
Hear me now. We've got Chris Conrad, and he's here talking about hemp and marijuana. He is founder and global operations director of the Business Alliance for Commerce in Hemp, or BOC, director of the Family Council on Drug Awareness, and a board member of the Hemp Industries Association. He has testified to lawmakers. He's talked to courts. He's been involved in this movement for a very long time. So if you want to know the truth about hemp and marijuana, not the myth, not the bill of goods you've been sold so many years, but the truth, stick around. And by the way, if you have questions, we will be getting the lines open. As a matter of fact, I'm going to open an anti-marijuana line. I may even open two of them, and we'll take on the issue head on. We'll do that as the program progresses. Stay right where you are. Marijuana, interesting topic. Hemp, fascinating topic.
Now we take you back to the night of January 23rd, 1997, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
Chris, the U.S. Constitution was written on hemp paper?
Well, yes, indeed. The original draft was. The version that's now on display is on parchment, which is made out of animal hide. But the versions that were circulated and originally signed were on paper made of hemp, as was about 97% of the paper, I believe it was, at that time.
In those days, when hemp was being produced, commercially used, how much was being smoked? Do you know?
That's an interesting point, because there was a misunderstanding that was going on. There was what was, in the United States, not very much, basically. There's a chance that some slaves were using some of the cannabis because it was very popular as an African cultural tradition.
Mm-hmm.
But the Europeans thought that you could only get the effects off of cannabis that was grown in India. So they would make the resin into charas or hashish and then bring that over. And so it was really relatively rare that people had access to that. But at the meantime, this is also subject to quite a bit of debate. There are some people who really believe that our founding fathers were smoking a lot of cannabis. I haven't seen any documentation that really supports that, nor anything that really disproves it. But my indication is that probably amongst the slaves, there was a lot more being smoked than there was amongst the slave owners.
When then in America did the smoking of cannabis become popular?
Well, there was a discovery by a British surgeon who went to India in the 1840s, who came over, and when he did his work in India, he found all these medical benefits of cannabis, so he reported it to the British medical associations and societies, and that was later on worked its way into America. So around the 1850s or so, we had cannabis coming into this country, but when it really became popularized was after 1876. 1936, because at the Centennial Exposition, they had a Turkish booth, I believe it was Turkish, where they had hashish smoking was one of the things that people went in. You know, if you've been to a World Fair, you know what it's like. So they had one of these, and you went into the Turkish booth, and you got to lay on pillows and smoke hashish out of giant water pipes, which was quite a popular phenomenon. And from there on, it became rather popularized, again, with the idea that it only came from India. But meantime, we definitely had the jazz scene and the Mexican-Americans that were smoking the herb. And so around the turn of the century, that was beginning to be popularized, and then it became very popular once alcohol was prohibited.
All right, and recall for me the year it became no longer legal.
1937.
1937.
Effective January the 1st, 1937.
So in other words, basically from 1876 through 1937, cannabis was legal.
Yes, yeah, definitely.
But those were the good old days.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there weren't a lot of random murders. The crime rate was much lower per capita. Things were not awful. Brains were not totally fried. I mean, that's a lot of years, 1876, 1937.
Right, and in fact, when they had the hearings for the Marijuana Tax Act, one of the things that was quite conspicuous is that no one from the Department of Health came forward to say that marijuana was a risk. Nobody from the Department of Agriculture came forward and said that they were having a problem with cannabis being stolen from fields, and no one came from the Children's Department, and in fact the American Medical Association, which testified against making cannabis illegal, pointed out all these facts, that the only people who were against it were a couple of newspaper headlines, and the Department of Narcotics, the Bureau of Narcotics, were the only people who were in favor of that law when it was introduced. And one other point that really is worth mentioning here is that at the time, one of the big reasons why Harry Anslinger was saying we need to make it illegal, he said, it's becoming a big problem. 60,000 Americans smoke marijuana. Well, now that it's been illegal for 60 years, they're saying 60 to 75 million Americans smoke marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
So making it illegal had just the opposite effect.
All right, here's the facts. Art, please ask your guest if the DuPont company was responsible for the laws against marijuana in the 30s. I've heard that after DuPont discovered synthetic nylon, he went to the U.S. government to keep marijuana from being illegal. I'm not clear as to why one man could prohibit the use of marijuana so he alone could prosper from his invention and prohibit the many benefits of marijuana. True?
I would say the DuPont company was really one of the prime movers on this whole thing. Because, in fact, the groundwork for making hemp illegal, one of the things the Federal Bureau of Narcotics did was they went through and convinced companies that they could use nylon, which was patented the same year that hemp was made illegal, in place of hemp. And they also convinced these companies that they could use synthetics instead of hemp pulp for making plastics. In fact, one of the big things that happened in the 1930s was the development of these organic plastics, and hemp was the primary source of the raw material, and several companies were formed and that testified against this bill when it was offered to Congress, in fact. And the group that benefited the most probably was DuPont, ultimately.
Here's a question for you to ponder. I've pondered it. Forget marijuana for a second. If there was a substance, let's say, invented today that produced an acute state of euphoria with zero downside, no after effects, no lung problems, nothing to be discussed at all in terms of a downside, simply produced a euphoric state, do you believe that in today's atmosphere it would be made illegal?
We have laws right now that cover things that have never been invented yet. They have the designer drug law, and so the way things are currently set up, any drug that is an alkaloid or a relation to an existing illegal drug is automatically illegal.
Automatically illegal.
Yeah.
So in other words, the idea is they want no artificial euphoric states, period.
Well, yeah, but in another sense, we have this scheduling process where drugs are scheduled according to their relative dangers.
Right.
The only problem is that the federal government never has to prove any of the dangers. So, like Schedule 1 drugs, where marijuana is listed, which prevents doctors from prescribing it federally,
Yes.
is there's supposed to be 3 tests for that. It's supposed to be subject to abuse. It's supposed to be have known medical utility and not be accepted by the medical community. In the case of cannabis, what does abuse mean? I mean, they haven't really demonstrated there's any major abuse issue there, except that they say if it's illegal and you use it, that's abuse. Well, you know, that's the catch-22 definition.
All right, let's actually talk about the up and down side of marijuana. If I were to ask you to list the up and down sides of the use of marijuana, forget the medicinal value, just the use of it, what are the up and down sides?
Well, that's certainly a personal kind of a question to each individual, and we're...
Give me general answers.
Well, in general, I would say that one of the real upsides has to do with that it creates a sense of a community amongst people who use it, and it reduces a lot of the stress and tension which can often lead to violent behavior. For example, in the 19th century, it was recommended to reduce spousal abuse. Abusive husbands they told their wives to give them hashish instead of alcohol.
No kidding.
Yeah, no kidding. Excuse me. On the downside of it, I would think that maybe the biggest downside of we're not getting arrested is the big downside, of course.
No, that one aside. Are there real downsides? What about damage to the lungs, for example? It is per puff more or harsher, is it not, than tobacco?
In one section of your lung it is, but in other parts of your lung it's not. And in fact, it actually helps people with asthma because it expands the
capillaries?
No, I'm saving our word here all of a sudden. It's the little bronchia, there we go, that absorb oxygen right into the lung.
Right, so in other words, you have more oxygen in the blood.
So it's got a benefit to the lung, and it does have a downside as far as affecting the large part of the lung, and that's where they come up with these figures claiming that marijuana is more harmful than tobacco. But if you look at it objectively, you see that there's never been one single cancer which has demonstrably been linked to the use of marijuana. And believe me, if there had been one, we'd certainly have heard a lot about it by now. So, you know, when you've got, you know, hundreds of thousands of people dying from tobacco and nobody dying from cannabis, it's, you know, you could say, well, maybe it's a little tougher on some parts of the lung, but overall it doesn't seem to be having as much of an effect. I think that as far as the negative that I encounter perhaps amongst people has to do with perhaps maybe a little on the forgetfulness side, or that some people, I would say that they become overly reliant upon it to maintain their mood sometimes. And that could be good or bad. I mean, some people, you know, I know people who are depressive, for example. Again, now this is the medical situation, where it's important for them to be able to keep their mood at a stable point. Manic depressives particularly, it mellows out their depressive periods, and it, at the same time when they get hyperactive, it keeps them in more of a middle ground there.
What about paranoid states? There are people who smoke marijuana and claim it induces a paranoia.
It does for some people. Yeah, there's no question about that. In fact, one of the things about the THC pills that are available by prescription under the name of Marinol or Dronabinol,
right,
is that they don't have any CBD. CBD is an anxiolytic drug, meaning it reduces anxiety. And so natural marijuana is less likely to cause anxiety and paranoia than the THC pill alone. And the more high THC people get, the more likely they are to have those kinds of effects. It's hard to gauge in a certain way, Art, though, because how much of that paranoia has to do with, you know, secret police and, you know, if you get a problem, you're afraid to call the police because they might find your marijuana and so forth. So there's some other psychological factors that make it a little difficult to gauge. But I do know that I've seen myself people who have gotten to a situation where they start being really paranoid about things around them. Actually, though, what's more common is when people eat a lot of it because they can't gauge it as well. if you're smoking it, it takes 15 seconds to feel the effect from when you inhale it till you feel the effect. And so if you take it up to where you're enjoying it, then you can tell, and when you start getting paranoid, you can tell that too. If you eat it, it takes up to an hour to feel the effect.
So in other words, you might eat too much, an hour will go by, and boy, you're really blasted.
Exactly. At that point, you might even be able to eat enough to where you start having hallucinations and so forth. It's very rare. I mean, I'm not trying to make anybody nervous about that as a premise, but it is to say I've seen a lot of people that, particularly they go to Holland, they go to the coffee shops, they smoke some grass, and then they see these bonbons. They say,
Bonbons? Bonbons? You mean you can get it in bonbons?
You can get them bonbons and cookies and all sorts of things like that. But somebody who's already high, then they buy one of those bonbons, and then it tastes good, so they buy another one.
I see.
Now they've got a lot, and the next thing they know, they're sitting there, and they can't get up. You know, it's not going to hurt them, but they're just going to be sitting there for a while.
Well, there are people that even without the THC content get put into altered states by bonbons.
Right.
All right. I do want to get the audience involved here shortly.
One thing we haven't touched on at all, though, is the hemp seed nutrition aspect, and I think this is...
Well, wait. I want to touch on Arizona, California, just passed this measure. The whole world seems like it's tumbling in. The federal government immediately said, I think Barry McCaffrey said, the voters were asleep at the switch in California and Arizona when they voted for these initiatives. And it seems to me that's one of the worst statements I've ever heard from a public official. Asleep at the switch. In other words, they did not know what they were doing. How do you react to that?
I would say medical marijuana got 4,800,000 votes. Barry McCaffrey got 0 votes. I think it's an insult to the voters, essentially. What happened here was that the opponents of this initiative came in with horrendous lies about the intention and about the effect of this initiative, Proposition 215. And I would say, including Barry McCaffrey himself, he came out here, he said that if this initiative is passed, that it effectively legalizes marijuana in California. That wasn't true when he said it. It wasn't, he knew it wasn't true. At least I have to think it, unless he didn't read the law at all, that he knew it wasn't true, and yet he came out here and lied to the voters, and the voters saw through it, and they made a good judgment, which was to pass this initiative. And the opposition raised all sorts of specters, and one of the things that's of the greatest concern to me, Art, is that when I hear Barry McCaffrey or the Partnership for Drug-Free America or the DEA or any of these guys, Shalala and Janet Reno, they're saying that this is a message to young people, that they're worried about what kind of a message is this to young people.
Yes.
Well, one thing is that what's their message? That no matter what the voters do, the government's going to keep doing what it wants to? That's not a very good message.
The reason that I've always been in favor of decriminalization or legalization of marijuana is following. It's because of the message to the youngsters. And what scares me to death is we're telling them marijuana is terrible. It's right in there with crack cocaine and heroin and all the rest of them. And they say it is a stepping stone. Well, you're damn right it is. The way they've got it right now, it certainly is. Because the children try marijuana and they say, oh, gee, they lied to me. It isn't this horrible thing. I'm not suddenly dependent. They lied. And then so somebody lays out a line of cocaine for them, and lie one leads to the cocaine up the nose because they're going to figure they're being lied to all along. So, yeah, it is a stepping stone. By not telling the truth, we are allowing them to move on. Do you agree with that?
Well, I think that you're very close to hitting it right on the head with that one, Art. And this whole thing of creating self-fulfilling prophecies for young people,
yes.
It's like if you tell a young person, if you smoke marijuana, you're going to get lazy, and then they smoke marijuana, well, what are they going to think? Oh, I'm just going to lay here now, So you give them these bad images. You tell them if you smoke marijuana, you're going to go onto hard drugs. Then that's what they think they should do. You really have to give them more positive images of what's possible. And one of the most dangerous false and mixed messages messages I've heard that came from Barry McCaffrey was that he said that on national television, he said that medical marijuana, he's against it because if it's medicalized, that will give young people the message that marijuana is good for you. And then he said, because it's not true because it's a Schedule I drug. Then he says, on the other hand, cocaine and methamphetamine are Schedule II drugs because they have medical use. Now, what kind of message is he putting out? I think we need to hold these guys accountable for this thing.
How strong really is the case, Chris, for medicinal use of marijuana? For what conditions, and what does it really do?
Depends how broadly you want to use it. And one of the things that was the case in California, at least, and I haven't read all the language in Arizona, but the law in California said it's for people with serious conditions.
Yes.
Now, we've got 5,000 years of medical books saying that marijuana is good for different conditions. That even includes, by the way, runny nose in India and in China and other places, because it you know, you may have heard people say cotton mouth, it dries out their mouth.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Well, it dries up your whole sinus system. So if someone has a runny nose, a few puffs of marijuana inhaled through the nose, it dries it right up. Now, that isn't really a serious condition, but it's a medical use for it. On the other hand, when we're talking about people with AIDS, cancer, that are using it as an adjunct for another treatment where it can keep them from starving to death.
All right, I do want to talk about that. Hold on. Just hold it right there, Chris. Chris Conrad is my guest. And when he comes back in a moment, we're going to talk about the very serious uses of marijuana. AIDS patients, cancer, that sort of thing, glaucoma. We will talk about that, and we'll try to pin down whether it really is so.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight, featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997. Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997.
It is, and my guest is Chris Conrad. We're talking about marijuana. Pot. Mary Jane. Not to go through all the names there really are for this thing. If you want to know the truth, stick around. If you want to hear the arguments, stick around. As I said, I'm going to reserve one line away for people who are anti-marijuana, who take the position that it causes people to be crazed, commit murderous rapes, bank robberies, or you just generally oppose it for one reason or another. That way we'll get both sides.
Tonight, featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997.
All right, here we go again with Chris Conrad. Chris, how many deaths every year are associated, do you know offhand, with alcohol?
With alcohol, I believe it's about 100,000. Let me get this number for you. That would be 150,000.
150,000.
But that doesn't include highway deaths and.
That doesn't even include drunk driving.
No, that has
cirrhosis of the liver.
Physiological problems.
Okay, all right. What about cigarettes?
350 to 450,000.
What about marijuana?
0.
Excuse me?
Zero. There's not any recorded deaths from consuming marijuana. And now I'm waiting. Someone's going to call in and say, well, what about that train wreck? You know?
Yeah, what about that train wreck?
Well, that train wreck was actually caused by two electrical malfunctions that occurred. One was a switch, and the other one was a signal, both of which malfunctioned prior to that. Now, in addition to the fact that there were people who had smoked marijuana, and there was someone who was alcohol intoxicated and so forth, there were a lot of other problems on there. But one of the interesting things about this whole issue is that once the fact that two people had smoked marijuana was uncovered, it's like they stopped the investigation into all these other problems that had occurred. And so I think that someone needs to be held accountable for that too, that instead of following through and, you know, whether those guys had been high on marijuana or not, the light would have still been out on the signal, the switch still would have been jammed. And so, you know, it's been more like a cover-up on part of the government. In order to be an anti-marijuana campaign, they ignored the real problems.
How many people died in that train wreck?
16.
60. So
16,
16, I'm sorry. So even if we were to attribute all of those deaths to marijuana, it would still be 150,000 for alcohol, 400,000 for cigarettes, and 16 for marijuana.
Right.
Kind of puts it in perspective.
Yeah, it does.
All right, now, the medical benefits. I really do want to know about that. The reason they passed the initiatives, really, as I understood it, were for people with terminal problems, cancer, not necessarily terminal, but for treatment of,
serious is the word that we use.
Serious, oh, that was the word, serious.
Correct.
All right, AIDS. What does it really do?
The effects of cannabis should be broken into three categories. The first is the physical effects, and then there's the neurological effects, and then there's the effects of smoking. Now, the negative effects we talked about on the lungs, that's strictly from smoking. If you eat it, you don't get any of those. So looking at the way the cannabis itself functions, you've got the physical and the neurological. On the physical point of view, it dries and drains the system. It flushes the human anatomy is one example. What that means is, in addition to what we talked about, drying out your sinuses, drying out your mouth, it also it dries out your eyes. Glaucoma is a leading cause of blindness that is caused by a buildup of too much liquid in your eyes, too much pressure.
Really?
And so what happens, they have medicines that there's little ducts that are supposed to be draining your eye, and they're not functioning properly in glaucoma. So we use medicines to try to open those ducts. We use surgery to try to open those ducts. Some of them work, some of them don't work. There's all sorts of side effects. You can go blind from the surgery. Marijuana does something completely different. It reduces the moisture in your eye, and so that's how it lowers the pressure. That's one example of a physical effect. Now, on the other hand, you've got the neurological effects, and that's for people who have, I would have to put the appetite stimulation in the neurological category now because we haven't found a physical trigger rate yet.
Is that the actual benefit for AIDS patients who are thinning away?
That and the other thing is it's very good for pain control and for depression. And when you're diagnosed with a terminal illness, people tend to get depressed, so it's good for that. But as far as the overall physical thing, you're right. When people contract AIDS or cancer, and particularly when they start undergoing chemotherapy or radiation therapy, they lose their appetite, they become nauseous, as a result they lose weight, and then the body doesn't have the physical resources to combat the illness anymore. And so what cannabis does is it stimulates the appetite, it controls the vomiting, controls the nausea, allows people to eat again, and even to enjoy eating again, which is quite an important thing for a lot of people at this condition, and that allows them to put on the weight that they then can use for their body to combat the illness.
All right, a lot of doctors will say, baloney, this is all baloney, that you can take pills, synthesized marijuana does exactly the same thing. True or false?
False. The pill that they're talking about is the THC pill. It will get you high like marijuana does, and it will also help to control the nausea like marijuana does. It does not stimulate the appetite. And the other problem is that if you take a pill and then you throw up, that pill is not going to help you anymore. if you smoke marijuana, even if you do throw up, it's still in your bloodstream. It's a much more efficient way of getting the benefits of cannabis. Smoking it is more efficient than eating it. I mentioned before that because of the time and the dosage questions, but in addition to that, in the case of someone who's having a lot of vomiting, you don't throw up once you smoke it.
You know, I'll bet you, had the ballot question been, do you think people dying of cancer or AIDS should be able to get any damn drug they want? The answer would have still been yes. What do you think?
Well, I think that the Arizona bill shows that you're completely right about that, Art, because that bill didn't just limit itself to marijuana. It was all Schedule I drugs. So there's, that's much broader than what happened in California. The Arizona bill was structured around the idea that our law enforcement is supposed to be directed at violent crime.
Right.
And the doctors and patients are not violent criminals. So there were two parts of it. The first part had to deal with allowing patients and doctors to use Schedule I drugs, which includes marijuana. The second part had to do with freeing nonviolent drug offenders in order to allow police to concentrate their resources on violent criminals. As I mentioned already, a third of all state prisoners are in there for minor drug offenses, and 2/3 of all federal prisoners are in there for minor drug offenses. Locking those people up isn't making the streets any safer. We need to get the violent criminals off the street. And that was one of the that's why Barry Goldwater and all these other conservatives came forward in support of Proposition 200. So I think you're completely right. I think that the public understands that someday one of us is going to possibly have a terminal condition, and we're not going to want our doctor to say, well, the best thing for you is marijuana, but I can't tell you that, so here's the $100 worth of pills that you can take that may or may not work, but they'll give you strange side effects.
All right, other people will say this was just a foot in the door toward the eventual legalization of marijuana, period. Would you agree with that?
I would say that...
If you're being bluntly honest...
Well, bluntly honest, I would hope that it is. Realistically, there's no reason to think it would have to be like that at all. Morphine is a Schedule I drug. Schedule II drug. It can be prescribed, but it's not legal. So, there's no reason to think that that is the case. I personally have never seen the material that convinced me that making marijuana illegal has helped anything, or that going to prison is better for a person than smoking marijuana, and particularly the argument that's been put forward that somehow this is to protect families that we have marijuana illegal. Well, if you take the breadwinner of the family and you lock them away, you take the family car, you take the family house, you take all the bank accounts, you put the kids in foster care, how does that benefit the family again? Somebody's going to have to, one of the anti-marijuana people is going to have to explain to me why that helps, because I don't see it.
Is that typical of what occurs when somebody's caught with a substantial amount of marijuana?
The scariest thing of all, Art, is it's completely arbitrary. It depends on what the prosecutor decides to charge you with. For example, if you get caught with 2 ounces of marijuana in California, 1 ounce is just a ticketable offense. If you have 2 ounces, they can say it's for your personal use, then it's a misdemeanor. If you have 2 ounces, they say intent to sell, then you can lose everything. If they say you're part of a conspiracy, then you can be charged with the guy who drove the boat from Colombia up here. You might get charged with 14 tons of marijuana for your 2 ounces. And in that case, then they can really destroy your life.
So that allows it to be political.
Correct. And in fact, there's a lot of evidence that's emerged that during the Nixon administration particularly, that the reason that that he had a presidential commission look at the subject, and they came out in favor of legalizing marijuana for adults. But Nixon didn't follow up on that, and there's actually more and more evidence that's come up in the past few years that part of that was because this was a way of arresting the peace protesters against the war in Vietnam.
Yes.
And in one particular case in May of, I believe it was 1971, they rounded up 8,000 demonstrators in Washington, D.C., and held them throughout the weekend of a national protest over marijuana, and basically that was just to get them out of the protest. But
let me tell you a little story. Maybe you can tell me what happened. I was working for KENI in Anchorage, Alaska, many, many years ago, and I was the guy who ripped a bulletin off the wire up there that said the Alaskan Supreme Court had just decriminalized marijuana. 2 ounces or less is what I'm recalling. I'm not sure of the details. And you could actually grow it in Alaska. And this lasted for a period of time. And I can't remember how long because I left. But for a period of time in Alaska, it was virtually legal to grow and to smoke.
Right, that was in 1976, Alaska versus Rabin. It's commonly known as the Rabin decision. What they said there was that because the Alaska state constitution includes the right to privacy,
right,
that the government doesn't have any business looking into your house to see if you have marijuana or not, or if you're smoking marijuana in your home, that was protected under the right to privacy. That remained the case until 1990, I believe it was. Could have been 92, but I think it's 1990. There was a referendum in the state which I believe was 54% in favor of that recriminalized it. However, 2 years later went back to the court process, and the court said, guess what, the Constitution is still the same. You still have the right to privacy, and so it's unenforceable. So what the police have done in lieu of that, rather than agreeing with obeying the Constitution, they've come up with, they call it knock and talk, which is where they go to someone's house, they knock on the door, they try to invite them in, and then they look around.
Right. Would it be all right if we come in? And a lot of people have no idea they have the right to say, well, actually, no.
Exactly, and in fact, there's a legal section. The division is at your threshold. Once you step outside your house, then you're in public. There's a case of a person who had a beer in his hand. The police came to his door. He was in his house, and they said, will you step outside? He stepped outside. They arrested him for having a beer in public.
Public intoxication.
Right. Now, if he had stayed in the house, then he wouldn't have been able to be arrested for that, and also he could have kept the police from entering the house.
All right, what's going on now in California? Since the passage of this initiative, the federal government huffed and puffed and then seemed to back away a little bit. Sorry about the huffing and puffing, but they did, right? So what is the current status? What's going on?
Well, what's going on is that there's a group of physicians who have sued the federal government. One of the things that you'll notice, Art, is that the feds made a lot of noise, but they didn't go to court to challenge this, so they had no legal standing.
Right.
And so instead they decided to use threats and intimidation. Well, there's a group of doctors and patients who have sued the federal government now, arguing that this violates the doctor's First Amendment right to free speech, to the extent that the federal government can say you can't prescribe marijuana because we have federal regulations of what prescriptions are, but they can't tell you and me when we're talking to each other what we're allowed to say to each other. And so the California law is written to accept a recommendation rather than a prescription because we were aware of this very point. And so when the feds came in and they said, we'll go after doctors who make this recommendation, then that created the opportunity for a suit on freedom of speech, a civil liberty suit on the part of the medical community.
So where is this going to go in the courts? In other words, at some point, somebody's going to get arrested for marijuana. And they're going to say, I'm smoking this on recommendation of Dr. So-and-so. And then it's going to head to the courts, right?
Right.
Where do you think it's going to go, and how's it going to end up?
Well, it's going to depend upon that doctor's recommendation. If the doctor comes in and says that they did recommend it, then it will be up to the jury. And I think the juries are going to be pretty broad-minded, to tell you the truth. I don't think that they're going to see this as having to be last resort or near-death situation, because people don't really see that much of a danger caused by marijuana, and I think rightfully that is the case. So I think it's going to be expanded when those cases arrive. What's the real problem we have right now is that it does require a specific doctor's recommendation. Since the drug czar has made his threats, and the Attorney General has made her threats, doctors are afraid to give that recommendation. So what you're really going to have is a patient who has AIDS or cancer or glaucoma, for example, growing their own marijuana. Their doctor won't recommend it, but they know it will help them, so they're going to grow it anyway. And then when it goes into court, then the question is going to be, you don't have a doctor's recommendation. Now, will the jury be allowed to hear the testimony about that glaucoma, or are they not going to? That's made the Massachusetts situation interesting. The legislature there is proposing a state certification of certain conditions. Like if you had glaucoma, you could get certified with the state of Massachusetts that you have glaucoma, and then just because you have a condition that marijuana is known to benefit, then you would be exempt from the marijuana laws. However, that hasn't been passed or anything. This is in the discussion stage. What's going on here in California, back to this, is that we have new legislation that's been introduced to the state legislature that tightens up some of the loose areas, the language of the initiative.
Right.
For example, the phrase, it says a physician's recommendation. Well, during the campaign, our opponents were saying, well, physician, that could be a chiropractor, that could be a veterinarian. Of course, that's absurd. You're not going to get a veterinarian to prescribe marijuana for your condition. So it was really a silly argument. However, we have a definition of what a physician is in the state commercial code. And so there's now the legislation that's going in before the state legislature was going to specify that it's in compliance with the commercial code of the definition of a physician and surgeon in the state of California. So there's a little cleanup that's going on. A lot of it's going to be happening in the courts, though. The most exciting positive sign, I think, is the decision to allow the Cannabis Buyers Club in San Francisco to reopen.
Mm-hmm.
Because...
any idea how the street cops are being instructed right now?
I don't know statewide. Actually, I do know the state police. One of the things that the Attorney General has said is that when they apprehend people with marijuana, that they have to make inquiries about medical conditions, and that they also, when they are monitoring buyers clubs, which are locally sanctioned sources or outlets of marijuana for patients, that one of the things they're supposed to keep track of is if there's people under the age of 18 who are going in and getting cannabis, that they should may consider taking action against those clubs rather than ones where they're 18 and above clientele. And there's also getting to be more and more clubs that are getting local recognition in order to identify the patients. But that's not going to totally work because the law doesn't say you have to belong to a buyers club.
All right, yeah, I wanted to ask, if you're standing behind the counter in one of these buyers clubs and somebody comes in obviously of legal age, what do they have to produce to be able to buy? Anything at all?
The way that the clubs that I've been visiting and talking to the people that are working is that they require you to come in with a doctor's diagnosis and preferably a written recommendation. If they won't give you a written recommendation, that then the person behind who is issuing the photo ID card will then look up the doctor's name in the registry of doctors. You can't just go in and give your friend's name and say, hey, when they call, tell me you're a doctor. No. They look you up in a registry of doctors, or they look up the physician there, and then they call the physician, and then the physician, if they give an oral recommendation over the telephone to the buyers club, then the patient will be issued a photo identification. That's becoming more or less standard at the moment, it looks like.
But it could be done on diagnosis only. They could come in, prove they're HIV positive, or they're presently being treated with chemotherapy or glaucoma, or how many different things, and get issued an ID based on that, short of a physician recommendation, because you're not going to get those.
Actually, this is really the big problem, is that because the law requires a physician's recommendation, there are thousands of patients who were, before the election, were getting marijuana from these clubs simply because they had a condition like AIDS, most commonly in San Francisco, I guess, and AIDS and cancer are the two biggest groups that are using this medicine right now. But since the election, because of that specific requirement for a physician's recommendation, the clubs are having to turn away a lot more people than they actually were before. It was an unfortunate aspect of the language that it actually had, it wasn't intended to have a converse effect, but when the federal government threatened to all these doctors, a lot of doctors have in fact rescinded their recommendations. And worst of all, Art, is the doctors who are dealing with the really people in the worst condition. Like if you're a doctor who has patients that you have to prescribe morphine to, now, and then you tell them, well,
they're afraid, Chris, they're afraid of that. Listen, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. We'll be right back, and we will open the lines.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997. Presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired on January 23rd, 1997.
We are talking about marijuana with Chris Conrad. Hemp, marijuana. Chris Conrad is founder and global operations director of the Business Alliance for Commerce in Hemp, or BACH, BACH, director of the Family Council on Drug Awareness, and a board member of the Hemp Industries Association. He is the designing curator of the International Hash Marijuana Hemp Museum located in Amsterdam, Holland. And we're going to find out how much you have to do with Prop 215 in a moment. I haven't actually asked that yet. And then we're going to go to the telephone. So if you have questions, and I know you do, because the lines have been in gridlock for some time now, warm up your auto dialer and come on in.
May 23rd, 1997, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
We are going to proceed to phone calls in just a second. Back now to Chris Conrad. Chris?
Yes.
I have one other question for you, and then we're going to go to the phones, if that's all right with you.
My pleasure.
I asked you about Alaska, and you said that the change in the law there was based on privacy rights in the Alaskan Constitution, correct?
That's correct.
Does the Alaskan Constitution have privacy rights that exceed those that we perceive to be inherent in the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution?
Yes, because they have explicit, as you mentioned, we're more or less dealing with an implicit situation where it's quite clear to a lot of us that our founders of this nation had the intention that privacy be respected at a very high level, but they didn't really say it outright. They just put certain restrictions on what the government can do, whereas in in Alaska, they specifically said privacy is a right, and so they have much stronger protection there.
Okay. All right, to the phones. On our anti-marijuana line, you're on the air with Chris Conrad. Hi.
Hello.
Where are you?
I'm in Santa Monica,
All right.
in California.
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Fine.
Good. I caught you as I was driving home tonight. I had a girlfriend that passed away, unfortunately, May 1st, a cancer patient in John Wayne Cancer Institute.
Right.
And, she had the pot pills, I guess, Chris. Is that what you was called them? The pot pills?
Well, THC pills, marijuana.
THC. So it's a pill that's out there, isn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. And is that something that the doctors can prescribe?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Well, it didn't work for her. And I presume it didn't work for most people.
Well, you're not making an anti-marijuana case. You're making a pro-marijuana case.
No, I'm not making a pro-marijuana.
Well, you really are, isn't he, Chris? Because that
Actually,
is your
yes,
argument.
because this is one of our points, is that pill only contains 1 out of 60 medically active compounds, whereas the herb itself contains 60. So, the federal government has picked out 1 compound and said this is medicine and the rest are not. But reality shows that there's research that's been done in Czechoslovakia and the European countries showing that another compound, cannabidiol, or CBD, actually is more helpful for some of these conditions, such as pain.
Yeah, but Chris, you know what, though?
Tell me.
Whether or not you're smoking pot or taking the pill, it really doesn't help if you've got cancer or you have AIDS.
How do you know that, sir? I mean, what are you basing that on?
Well, I'm basing it on a true life story.
No, you're basing it on your girlfriend, sir, who didn't smoke. You said she didn't smoke. She took the pills.
Well, she did take the pills, and they didn't work, and then she smoked, and that didn't work either. The only thing that worked was morphine.
All right, now...
Was she using it for pain or for her appetite or for rest? What exactly was she trying to achieve?
She's trying to achieve, I guess, peace of mind before she really got bad, but only the morphine really worked when it really got bad.
Mm-hmm.
And so what I'm trying to say is, it's kind of like a placebo, isn't it? Whether or not it's a pill or even smoking the pot, that's not correcting the problem. It's not even going to hit the symptoms, is it?
All right, that's a fair question. The placebo effect. How much good medical documentation is there for the benefits, or is it a gray area, Chris?
Well, there's a couple of things I need to preface this with. One is that it's not a cure. It's a treatment for symptoms normally. It doesn't, even glaucoma, it doesn't cure it. It just gives a temporarily relief from the symptoms of it. And the same is true for cancer and for everything. It's a temporary thing. Now, the other thing is that not all medicines work for everybody, no matter what.
That's right.
And so the fact that one patient, it works for one patient and not for another, that's fairly normal for any medicine. Now, as far as the placebo effect is concerned, that's something that there's some validity to that that marijuana may have some placebo effects, but at the same time, there's a lot of documentation. There's at least 60 human studies that have been done. There were over 100 medical reports filed in the 19th century. There have been 12,000 studies, they say, done on marijuana in this century, mostly looking for harmful effects and, in fact, finding quite a few beneficial ones. One of the more recent ones that was approved by the government, and mind you that the government has been blocking a lot of this research, in 1988, the Vinci-Guerra report, which was published in the New York Medical Review, you find that they worked with patients and that they found that smoking marijuana was more effective than Marinol. And they did that with tests where they used placebo marijuana and regular marijuana. Placebo marijuana is where they take the cannabinoids, or at least the THC, out of it. So it still has the same effect of smoking, it still has the same effect of taste, the same smell, etc., so that the patient would, if it's a placebo, they can't tell the difference, and they still found that there were beneficial effects in that case. So I would say that your girlfriend, it sounds like she was just one of the unfortunate ones that it didn't happen to work for, and it doesn't work for everybody. Another issue here, though, is that certain kinds of marijuana work better for certain kinds of conditions. And, I said there's these 60 different medicines, they're all in there. The ratio of those medicines to each other is called a cannabinoid profile. That's critical to whether the cannabis works for your problems or not. For example, if you're trying to use it because you can't sleep or because you're in pain, you probably want something with more cannabidiol or CBD in it. If you're using it because you're depressed or because of your glaucoma, you probably want something with more THC. The way the law is set up now, we don't know what's in any of them.
All right, let's address physical and psychological dependence. Is there physical dependence on marijuana?
It does not fit the classical definition of addiction because there are no withdrawal symptoms. You don't need to increase your dosage to continue to use it and so forth. So it doesn't fit in the classical symptoms of addiction. And in fact, it's not physically addictive. What we run into is what they call the psychological addiction. And that's so nebulous, it's really hard to say. I know there are some people who use too much of it and it's somewhat detrimental in their lives. It's relatively, if they're drinking more alcohol or something, it's not that bad, but it is still too much. And so, I can't give it any kind of a carte blanche.
All right, so psychological addiction, perhaps to the degree that a guy's at work all day, he's had a stressful day, comes home, has a martini.
Right. So where you might do it every day just as a part of your normal life, which in fact is when they talk about the psychological addiction, they say that if you do it every day, that means you're psychologically addicted. Well, I brush my teeth every day, so what is that exactly saying? It's a kind of a nebulous thing, but for individuals, if they find it's interfering with their life, then definitely they should cut back. What I really find, Art, though, is that there are people who, if their life is out of control, it's very convenient to use marijuana as an excuse or as a scapegoat.
Sure.
Like, my kid was doing good in school and then he started smoking marijuana and started having problems. Well, can't tell your kid was having problems and then maybe they start smoking marijuana or maybe there's no relationship at all. But it's not really fair to, particularly for your own self, to say, well, marijuana messed up my life. The people have to take responsibility for their own lives.
In an ideal world, Chris, would you have marijuana laws similar to alcohol laws? In other words, not dispensed to underage?
My personal view is that we should have about an 18-year age of consent on it. And part of that, actually, Art, is that I think whatever age you set, there's going to be a little trickle down. There's some people who are not going to be quite that age who are going to look like it.
Of course.
People who sneak into shows. So I think we have to keep it old enough that even the trickle down is still going to be, post-puberty. Okay. I'm really against adolescents and people going through puberty as using cannabis. I don't think that they're psychologically prepared for it.
May I ask this, Chris? What about this? People who smoke marijuana say, all right, music is better. Food is better. Sex is better. And on and on and on. In other words, experiences are enhanced. Is there any actual evidence, documentable evidence, to prove that really is true? Or is it all a mirage?
Well, now we're into the question about the psychological effects of cannabis.
Yeah.
What I would say is that there have not been any clinical studies that I know that have dealt with the mechanisms. However, we have medical literature going back to the Vedas of Hinduism. There are some of those that talk about the wonders of cannabis for increasing men's virility and women's sexuality and so forth. So it's been known for a long time that it has these effects. But as far as actual clinical studies that really show any of how that works or to demonstrate it, I haven't seen those yet. Now, there was a study where they found that young men who had smoked marijuana had a temporary reduction in their sperm count. And that was played up to a big extent, almost to the extent of making it sound like people might become sterile from smoking marijuana, which was not at all close to being true. But one of the things that same study showed with the decline was that people who continued to smoke marijuana or who did not, within 60 days, their sperm count was back to normal, and that their ability to be sexually stimulated was the same whether they were high or not. One of the things that falls into that category has to do with the enhanced blood flow that comes from smoking of cannabis, and a lot of our sexual stimulation is actually caused by that blood flow. So that there is a physiologically demonstrable reason as to why people might become more sexually excited. However, when they've done the studies with animals, they find that they have the same physiological response, but yet the sexuality is not increased. So there's obviously some kind of a psychological, sensual, intercommunicative aspect of cannabis that seems to be inherent to people and doesn't apply across the board to other animals.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Chris Conrad. Hi, where are you, please?
I'm in Missoula, Montana.
Yes, sir.
And, Chris, real informative. I mean, it's real good to hear that there's so much information on the positive side. I wanted to ask, how, in your findings of, what it does and everything, I'm sure that you've been out there in the streets a little bit. Probably a smoker yourself. I'm a 13-year smoker of marijuana for both social and medical reasons. And did you ever find any connection maybe between the drugs coming into the country and maybe the police force, a little cahoots there money-wise?
Well, if you want to get into that, you should probably read The Politics of Heroin in Southeast Asia to find out how the military was involved in transporting heroin to this country. And I think it's really ironic that you have somebody like Oliver North, who has been actually under indictment in Costa Rica. Wait, is it Costa Rica?
Nicaragua?
No, maybe it is Costa Rica. I have to look at my map here. But anyway, he's under indictment in Central America because of his involvement with smuggling tons of cocaine. Yes, it is Costa Rica. The Senate of Costa Rica had hearings, and they found that him and a number of other people involved in the Iran-Contra affair actually were involved with cocaine smuggling into the United States, and he hasn't been brought up on any charges, and yet some guy on the street who's like giving marijuana to sick people is subject to going to prison for years and years.
Well, I don't think, though, that it's restricted to one political side of the spectrum, because look at all the questions surrounding Nina.
Right. No, I absolutely agree with you, Art. Fortunately, this is not part of an issue here. Both parties are up to their necks in the special interest in this dirty dealing that's been going around, and there's plenty of blame to go around. Just as I think there's plenty of credit to go around for heroic people who are willing to risk their own liberty in order to help out sick and dying people, like the medical buyers clubs around the country.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Chris Conrad. Where are you, please?
I'm in New Orleans.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Chris?
All right.
I'm glad there's somebody out there like you.
Well, I hope you pick up a copy of my books, Hemp for Health and Hemp Lifeline of the Future, and spread them around.
Is there any place around New Orleans locally that is trying to legalize marijuana?
it's a good, that's a really good point. Chris, you're talking to literally every state in the union, not just Louisiana, but all of them. And a lot of them are looking at California and Arizona, and they're asking, I'm sure, what can we do in our state? What can they do?
Well, as far as I know, New Hampshire is the only state that's actually got legalization, or actually, legalization is a tricky word. We're talking about age of consent, okay? Well, so please understand, I'm not talking about adolescents again. That's the only state that I know of that's moving ahead with decriminalization for adults of marijuana. At the same time, we've got about 10 or 11 states that have decriminalization, which includes California, meaning that it's a ticket offense, it's not a prison offense. There are, like I said, 4 states that introduced hemp legislation last year. We're expecting about 10 to do it this year. The medical marijuana issue seems to be breaking out all over. As we said, Massachusetts, it's going to be debated in Virginia because they have a medical marijuana bill that some politicians are trying to rescind, similarly with Ohio.
All right, so what do you advise this fellow in Louisiana?
Well, what I would advise is that you need to be starting to going through your state legislature yourself and talking to the legislatures, finding out who it is that would be interested and from what angle. We haven't found a wild card, if you don't mind my using your word, Art, a wild card that everybody agrees with. In certain parts of the country, the agricultural issue, the pesticides issue, stuff like that makes hemp very compelling. Other parts of the country, medical marijuana is. It took me by surprise personally that in Arizona, the big question was violent crime versus nonviolent crime. Nonviolent offenses, should I say.
Well, that's one big issue. What about the farming issue? We're being heard through a lot of the farm country. If hemp was legal to grow, how much of a benefit for farmers would there be?
It would be staggering. In fact, during World War II, the federal government had about 1 million acres of hemp grown by farmers. It produced and distributed a film called Hemp for Victory that was shown all over the country to farmers to encourage them to grow hemp. It even had a program where 4-H club members were encouraged to grow 1 or 2 acres of hemp as a project, which was then shifted and sent over to the mostly military applications. There was about 50 mills that were set up around the country. The federal government prepared and gave people loans for equipment to process the hemp. The mills that were run, in addition to producing jobs and textiles and so forth at the local community level, they also were able to power themselves up with the leftover bits of wood, or as they call it, the inner part of the hemp stalk away from the fiber, in order to run it and then sell energy back to the utility companies. And hemp doesn't require pesticides or herbicides or very much of or nearly as much, I'd say, of chemical fertilizers.
Why not?
Because it's such a hardy, rugged plant. Part of it has to do with this resin that it produces, which has the cannabinoids in it. Whether it's THC or low THC, apparently insects don't like it that much. And it also filters out ultraviolet.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Chris Conrad. Hi.
Hello, Art. Hello, Mr. Conrad.
Hello.
I have one question and a comment.
All right, where are you, sir?
This is Ralph from Browning, Montana.
All right.
My first question was about, like, say if weed was legalized and, say, sold like Marlboro cigarettes, would the government regulate the THC like they're doing with the nicotine in them?
Well, that's a good question. There's all this big argument about nicotine levels being manipulated by tobacco companies. What about THC levels in a legal environment?
Actually, that's a very good question. During the 1970s, there was a lot of speculation that the federal government would authorize certain lower THC kinds of cannabis to be available and keep higher THC forms off the market. And, of course, they didn't do that at all. They kept with the blanket approach. A lot of the modern thinking that we're hearing, though, is that the higher THC is probably better because you don't want people to smoke so much. It's actually the smoke is where the inherent risk of cannabis is.
So in other words, if they get high by taking 1 puff or 2 puffs, they're not doing very much damage to their lungs, but they're achieving the blissful results of marijuana.
Right. And then you get to like industrial hemp, which at 0.3% THC, you might have to smoke a kilo of. And, you know, to get high, first off, you couldn't even physically do that. But second off, even if you did, just think of all that particulate matter you're getting into your lungs.
An entire shirt or a pair of pants or something.
Right, exactly.
All right, on our anti-marijuana line, you're on the air with Chris Conrad. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Kelly from Chico, California.
You oppose the use of marijuana, Kelly?
I do. I'm an alcohol and drug counselor. One of the things that I think has been failed to be mentioned is the physiological effects.
All right, look, we'll cover that. Can you afford to hold on? I'm sorry, we're at a break here at the bottom of the hour.
Go ahead.
All right, good. We'll bring you both back right after the bottom of the hour. Chris Conrad is my guest. We're discussing hemp, marijuana, Mary Jane. We'll have to come up with all the names. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell's Somewhere in Time. Tonight, featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997. Somewhere in Time. Tonight, featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997.
It certainly is, and I'm Art Bell. My guest is Chris Conrad. We are having a discussion about marijuana.
Tonight, featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997.
Back to it we go. Chris Conrad and my caller on line one. Caller, go ahead.
Yeah, Art. The point that I wanted to speak to is what marijuana smoking does to the brain.
All right.
The norepinephrine, the serotonin, and the dopamine that we're just starting to fine-tune and find out about. There's a good 150 more of those brainamines and neurotransmitters that we have no idea what they even do, but we know that they're strongly connected to mood. When you smoke marijuana, have you ever seen what that looks like through an MRI imaging machine? It looks like the 4th of July.
All right, that's a fair question. The effect on the brain, Chris, how much do we know and how much don't we know?
Well, there's always room for more research on these kind of things. One of the things we know is that it doesn't affect those dopamine receptors and so forth. Some of the things he was talking about it has some effect on, but primarily you've got these specialized receptors in the brain that are clustered in certain areas, such as the area dealing with motion, and there's some in some memory areas and so forth. And it seems to be, and movement. Movement is an important one. So when people smoke marijuana, for example, it's good for problems like epilepsy or convulsive problems and things like that, and multiple sclerosis, where people are having a problem with spasticity or ataxia. For example, spasticity is an involuntary movement of a muscle, and ataxia is where you can't move even when you want to. And cannabis seems to allow the neurological transmission of data to be more effective. Now, there was one study that was done by Dr. Robert Heath in Florida that alleged to find damage caused by marijuana. However, the research that was done in such a bad way. There was contamination, there was bias, there was damage that was attributable to known causes that he tried to blame on the marijuana. That's been fairly well discredited. There hasn't been any data that really shows any serious harm whatsoever from it. Now, if you're talking about not liking the mood that it puts people in, I really can't, go anywhere with that. It's up to you whether you like your mood or not. So,
Well, Chris, you mentioned memory and motor activity. There's much more to hallucinogenic. So we know that it affects the auditory part of the brain, the upper right and left lobes, the back part, the visual perception in the back of the brain. Of course, it affects the memory. But I think the problem that we're starting to run into is an exhaustion of these brain amines and these neurotransmitters after a long extended period of use. Our brain no longer is able to effectively reproduce the neurotransmitters of serotonin and norepinephrine. And we find that we have a reduction in that, and that's directly altered to our mood. And I think that's probably where amotivational syndrome eventually sets in. Now, I've spent a lot of time smoking an awful lot of weed and hung out a lot with the Grateful Dead. And I think after 5 or 10 years, you may not experience the amotivational syndrome right up front, but after a while, and these natural chemicals start exhausting themselves, that you just basically become fried. Have you ever met anybody that smoked a lot of marijuana after many years, and they just seem to have that amotivational fried syndrome?
The fried syndrome. I suppose you can abuse anything, Chris.
well, there's an assumption being made here that no one who smokes marijuana is amotivated, which I don't buy. Personally, I think watching television probably amotivates people more than anything else. Having the drug czar take away people's election results makes people not want to vote. So, there are some things that are motivationally problematic that don't have anything to do with marijuana. A lot of what you're talking about there, yeah, it affects people's sound receptors, and people think music sounds better sometimes. You're talking about the Grateful Dead. People that I know seem to like it better when they're stoned than when they're straight. I can't really criticize them for that. That's just the way they feel. Or people who smoke marijuana and then food tastes better to them. Maybe you don't like that, but I don't really see how is sending anybody to prison helping any of that. How is the laws against marijuana helping any of that?
All right, we'll let that hang in the air. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Chris Conrad. Hi.
Yes, hi.
Where are you, sir?
Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay.
My question to Chris was that, this is such an interesting and amazing plant. What are the uses that it could be a substitute for paper, rather than the deforestation and the landfill use with wood being, we're cutting up trees. And also I've heard something like it could be used for fuel. I guess my question to you then is all this being held back industrial hemp because of maybe, messing up the economy with all the different industries out there?
Actually, basically anything that's made out of timber, fossil fuels, or cotton can be made just as efficiently, often of a higher quality, and usually with less environmental harm by using hemp, plus producing more raw material per acre. So there's a lot of good solid reasons of why it should be available. As best as I can tell, the main thing holding it back is the DEA's power over classification, because they don't make the distinction between industrial hemp and marijuana that gets people high. They have this arbitrary, absolute control over those scheduling, and they have a process they're supposed to go through, as I mentioned earlier, to define what goes into what category, but they don't follow their own process. It's like we signed a treaty, the Single Convention Treaty on Narcotic Drugs in 1968. That treaty states that the United States will provide and maintain the availability of marijuana for medical purposes. The United States has never obeyed that treaty.
All of these medical arguments aside, is it simply time that the United States had a grown-up national dialogue on whether or not to legalize marijuana?
I would say that is the fundamental thing that has been lacking, and it was deliberately contrived by the Reagan administration to cut off the discussion of it. And actually a lot of research data was deliberately destroyed by the government during that time period, and so we're continuing to suffer from that. The point of the whole thing is that this country is a democracy that's supposed to be based upon the equal sharing of ideas, wherein informed voters are able to make decisions. That's one of the things that's been very hard to have in this country. When we finally did have it, the voters decided that medical marijuana at least should be available, and then we have the federal government come in and say, well, they were hoodwinked. Well, that's baloney. They weren't hoodwinked.
Yeah, sleep at the switch. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Chris Conrad. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Michelle from Orlando.
Orlando, Florida. All right.
Oh, yeah. And I would like to inform your guests that I am a glaucoma casualty, and I believe that if I had been given at least an experimental basis marijuana, I probably wouldn't be blind today, because I had, a lot of complications with my eyes and, 2 eye operations, and, I just believe that it could all be prevented. I mean, I know that you can't really cure glaucoma, but you can sure reduce its effects on the optic nerve if you've got something that will remove the fluid from the eye. And these drugs that they give us, the eye drops, you have to take more and more and more of those to get the same effect. And yet I'm hearing that with marijuana that isn't the case.
Is that true, Chris, with regards, say, reducing the liquid in the eye, which is a problem, I guess, with glaucoma? Is there increased dosage required to achieve the same effect, or is it level?
No, it's the same amount. Cannabis acts as a diuretic. It causes people to urinate, and so it draws moisture from throughout the body, the mouth, the eyes, the mucous membranes, and it doesn't require more and more. It's kind of an unexplained process as to how it causes this to happen, but it's definitely true what you're saying. Interestingly enough, in Florida, there's, I believe, 2 glaucoma patients out of the 8 people who get legal medical marijuana provided free from the United States federal government. 2 of them in Florida have a medical use for glaucoma. One of them is Elvie Musica, who's a good friend of mine. Another case is Robert Randall, who he was in Washington, D.C. when it happened, and in his case, it's been documented very clearly that he was expected to go blind within 6 months in the 1970s. I believe in 1976 he got arrested for growing his own marijuana because he found the halo effect that indicates the high pressure in the eyes. When he smoked marijuana, that went away, and so he started growing his own, and he got arrested for it. They anticipated he'd be blind in 6 months, but because he's been on this program of using it regularly, 20 years later, he still has his eyesight. Elvie Musica thinks her eyesight is even better. But most importantly to me, from what your story is, where I feel it the most myself, is you're saying you didn't even get a chance to find out if it worked or not.
Yeah.
My dad died of cancer. He was like under morphine. He wanted to try marijuana to see if it would help some of the insomnia, the irritation, the discomfort, the pain, the loss of appetite, etc. And he couldn't ever use it. And that to me is almost like the worst of all. Maybe it'll work, maybe it won't work, but at least people should get a chance to find out.
Is that what motivates you?
It has something to do with it, there's no doubt. In fact, you were talking about my involvement with the Proposition 215 campaign here in California.
Yes.
Well, as I said, I got involved with this movement primarily out of an environmental interest, an economic interest in restoring industrial hemp. During the course of this, of course, I learned a lot of things that I hadn't known before about the medical utility and about the social aspects and even the religious uses of cannabis, which is a whole other show in itself practically. But nonetheless, to be in that situation of having my father there, dying, wanting to try the marijuana, his doctor wouldn't even acknowledge it at all. He was afraid to do it because he didn't want to get in trouble and didn't want, he thought if they caught him smoking marijuana at the hospital, would they take away his insurance? So watching him have to deal with that is very hard on me.
Look, I know the DEA is a kind of a terrorist organization for doctors in the sense that they monitor even the normal drugs. I saw the story of a doctor not very long ago who was prescribing drugs for people who were dying, and basically he was doing what we were talking about earlier. If they wanted something, they would take it away. If they wanted something, they would take it away. And so he started growing his own marijuana. And he started He gave it to them. Big deal. The people are dying. They know what their level of tolerance is and what they need to prevent pain. So he gave it to them. DEA came in. Goodbye license. Not an unusual story.
Yeah, just like Dr. Boone in Virginia.
Yeah, that's right.
Right, and again, this is a case where the doctors a lot of doctors are afraid to prescribe heavy medications because they don't want their license to be scrutinized and perhaps pulled. So then you find a few doctors like this guy, whose name I don't remember, by the way, who are willing to take the chance, and they get targeted by the federal government. So now my understanding is there's something like 200 to 400 patients that he has that no longer have access to pain medications.
That's correct. Several of them have committed suicide. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Chris Conrad. Hi.
Hi, Art. Hi, Chris.
Hi.
Art, I am so glad you're having this show. Back in '89, I heard Chris Conrad on the radio station that I now produce radio shows for, and I heard this information, and it just totally changed my life. And my partner and I produced hundreds of hours of programming about hemp. And one of the subjects that hasn't got mentioned yet, though Chris wanted to talk about it, was the hemp seed. Now, I happen to know the researcher, Dr. Roberta Hamilton, who's a biochemist from UCLA, who was doing a research project to find the most nutritious food on the planet, and it just turned out to be the hemp seed. And this is a woman that's a grandmother in her 70s, and she has been speaking out a lot about the nutritional value because it is the perfect balance. And when we're talking about diseases with immune system deficiencies, like AIDS, like cancer, the chemotherapy kills their immune systems, eating this seed or taking the oil can rebuild our immune systems. I call it preventative medicine.
Are you aware of that, Chris?
Oh, yeah, and I was trying to work it in a couple of times myself here as this is she who remembers.
Yes, this is she who remembers.
I thought I recognized your voice. And in fact, the hemp seed contains the essential fatty acids that help with the immunological system in this ratio that's the closest to our human anatomy of any other seed out there. So it's in a proportion that works the best for people. And it also has something in it called edestin that helps the digestion process. Plus it lubricates the bowels, improves bowel movements, etc. So you can't even make this stuff up, you know? It's like the more we have researched it, the more amazing it becomes. In fact, jumping away from the hemp seed for a moment, Mercedes-Benz, the company that owns that, is now planning on using hemp fiber for their cars because they found it's better than fiberglass. You know, I mean, the things that we're coming up with about hemp are things that at one point I would have written off as being jokes, but now as time goes by, the scientific data comes in, and it's more and more impressive.
All right, if I'm a scientist and I want to study, I want to get a grant, and I want to study hemp somehow or another, and I want to come up with I'm sort of predetermining that I'm going to get a negative result, something the government can depend on to continue this war on drugs, war on marijuana. Am I likely to get funded?
If you promise to get negative results, very likely, yes.
And if I just want to do independent research, they're going to be afraid of the result, they're not going to fund me.
That's about right. There's Abrams, Dr. Abrams here in California has been to put 3 years in a row. He's put proposals before the National Institute on Drug Abuse and the Food and Drug Administration. He's gotten his protocols approved, but the government won't release the marijuana. He needs like 1 ounce of marijuana to do the study. Street price is $500. He spent over $15,000 doing the paperwork to get the permission for $500 worth of marijuana, and the Fed still won't release it to him.
Oh, brother.
Another interesting twist here, though, is that a lot of researchers, they'll change the thrust of their research in order to make it sound negative, in order to get continuous funding.
Sure.
And what I'm thinking about specifically is there's a study that was done on migraine headaches and marijuana. Well, throughout history, we know that marijuana has been used for migraine headaches to treat it. Well, they did a study where they found that marijuana smoking was keeping people from having migraine headaches. Then when they took away the marijuana, the migraine headaches came back.
So they said it gave people migraine headaches.
Exactly. They said that the withdrawal symptom of marijuana is that it causes migraine headaches.
I see. Anti-marijuana line. You're on the air with Chris Conrad. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in central Nebraska.
All right.
My name is Monty, and I'm a police officer. I've been for 27 years.
All right, go ahead.
Couple of questions for gentleman is
Chris Conrad.
Chris Conrad. Okay, Chris, couple of questions for you here.
Sure, Monty.
You say that the DEA has classified marijuana as a narcotic. Now,
As a Schedule 1 narcotic.
a Schedule 1 narcotic, okay. In all the seminars and training sessions and everything that I've gone to in Nebraska, I realize we're somewhat isolated from the rest of the country, but I've never read or heard it classified as narcotic. It's considered a controlled substance. And I agree with you, a narcotic is a substance that does induce narcosis, and it's never been presented to me in that manner.
Well, that's reassuring to me. One of the reasons that they classified it as a narcotic was because there was the Federal Bureau of Narcotics that was in charge of it. When they did the reclassifications in 1970 or 71, I believe it actually happened, that they approved it, they changed it to a whole class of hallucinogens, and that's why they put it in Schedule 1.
Officer, if you go to a domestic dispute, you go to somebody's house, you get inside, you see a joint laying on a coffee table or something, what do?
I do what I have to. I issue a citation. If there's less than an ounce in the house in Nebraska, we issue simply a citation to appear in court.
Oh, I didn't know that.
The same way with paraphernalia, which is a citation to appear in court. I wanted to get a little further into this background on him.
Yeah, please do.
You stated that the people who signed the Constitution, the Constitution and so forth, stated that hemp should be considered to be necessary for security of this country.
Thomas Jefferson said.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, essentially at that time that was true because hemp was used in the making of ropes, and it was needed for the rigging of ships and just carrying cargoes, both on land and sea.
Mm-hmm.
That's about all they had at that time, except for jute and flax, and the marijuana plant, seeing as at times can be seen growing as high as 15 feet, would have the longest fiber, therefore it was the most efficient. That's correct. That's not necessarily true at this time. I mean, it's no longer that big a need for a natural.
Officer, and Chris, we're at the top of the hour. Officer, do you want to hang in there?
Well, I would, but I'm supposed to be out patrolling. I did have a few comments.
All right, well, you have made them, so when we get back from the news, Chris, you can hang on?
Yeah, I certainly.
May I make one more comment, please?
Not enough time unless you want to hang on.
I guess I'll just hang on.
All right, hanging you are then, as we all are. I'm Art Bell.
Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997.
My guest is Chris Conrad. We are discussing marijuana. It is a full national radio discussion on marijuana. Rational, I hope. And we've got an officer on the line in Nebraska. And so back to Chris Conrad and the officer in Nebraska. Officer, sorry to hold you over. No choice. I work by the clock.
Okay, I understand that.
Go ahead.
Another point I'd like to make is, as you know, the teen use of marijuana in this country has reached almost an explosive state. That means we've got a lot more teen drivers that are smoking marijuana. But these kids aren't going to be smoking that marijuana at home. They're going to be out on the road or somebody's house or something like that.
on the way back. Do you feel that a person who's driving under the influence of marijuana is not an impaired driver and therefore a danger to the public?
This is, well, should I address your first series of questions first, or should I address this?
However you like.
Okay, well, let me just start with this one because it's on the table. First off, I do not endorse adolescent or teenage use of marijuana, so please don't misconstrue anything.
I've heard you say this before.
Okay, fine.
That.
Now, if you look at the statistics about what's going on, first off, marijuana hasn't been legalized, and yet teenage use has gone up. So therefore, keeping it illegal has not kept the use down. Second off, teenage marijuana use is at a very high level right now. What else has happened? The teenage
methamphetamine has gone up, and our diseases have gone up, and everything else, yes.
But the relevant issue here is that teenage fatalities have gone down. Teenage involvement in violent crimes has gone down. Teenage arrests for drug offenses has gone up. Teenage student SAT scores have gone up. So there's no evidence whatsoever that teenagers smoking marijuana, which I don't favor, has caused any social problem other than the fact that politicians are using it as an excuse to continue this prohibition against cannabis, which they didn't ever justify in the first place. And if you can answer a question for me, officer, if you have the choice that there's a truck driver coming towards you on the freeway, they're either drunk or they're high on marijuana. Sober is not an option, but they're coming towards you and you're going towards them. Which would you prefer to have a driver on, alcohol or on cannabis?
Quite frankly, I prefer not to have either one, because we all know that depth perception, time perception, and everything like that with marijuana use is somewhat distorted.
It's still a fair question, officer. If sobriety is not an option.
Well, I don't see how you can. I mean, if I can't choose somebody who might be sober, right?
Right.
I guess I'd have to say I honestly don't know on that particular point.
Okay, well, the Department of Transportation says that marijuana is much safer for drivers. And again, this is not my advocating that people drive, but I just think that, the dangers of alcohol, which is legal, and it's illegal for teenagers, and the relative dangers of marijuana in society, they don't even really begin to compare. And so, back to your first set of questions here having to do with how important is hemp now compared to what it used to be. I think this is an example where the private sector has more of a right, I think, to make that determination than groups of government bureaucrats. And I'm sure you're a good police officer, and I'm not criticizing anyone's intentions on this, but have we stopped cutting down trees because we don't need wood and building supplies and paper anymore?
No, we haven't.
Have we stopped growing cotton? It uses 17 pesticides?
No.
We still need fiber for that. We're not energy self-sufficient as far as I know.
I have a question, law enforcement point of view, while we've got them on the line.
Sure.
I think, Chris, you would agree we don't want people out driving cars stoned, right?
Sure.
All right, so if this officer stops somebody and he thinks they're under the influence of marijuana, does he have a way to find out?
I can request a urine sample on that. It's very expensive, but it can be done.
But now that wouldn't tell you if they were high or not, because urine contains cannabinoids for...
Actually, I think you'll find that the statutes in most states would simply go with the presence of the cannabinoids or the tetrahydrocannabinol within the bloodstream or the urine.
Now, see, that's a really wasteful way of going about it, because that means it's someone who's been exposed to cannabis or, there's some other substances that can trigger a false positive there. It wouldn't have any way of knowing at all if the person was high on marijuana or not. In fact, that's why what I really favor, I think that we need to have impairment testing or driving simulators in the vehicle with the officer in order to see if a person is capable of driving the vehicle. I think that should be the real concern, rather than whether they have cannabinoids in their urine.
The chances are there was probably something wrong there the officer wouldn't have stopped him to begin with.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point.
Right, there's a good chance on that.
Something else I'd like to mention. You're talking about studies and so forth on the effects of marijuana on the human body. I'm speaking second-handedly here. when I say what I'm about to. My wife's grandfather, who was, to me, was a very great man, was a medical doctor. And he told me that in the 30s, I'm not sure the exact year, but I'm sure probably somewhere around that 1937 year that you were talking, the American Medical Association sent notices out to his doctors advising them to quit using what they was at that time was called cannabis indicus. It was a heavy green liquid used to enhance painkillers. And the reason that they put out with that time was that in some cases it had been found to cause softening of the brain tissue, and they didn't feel that the risks were worth the benefits.
Well, I never saw that report or whatever that you're describing, so I'm again just as secondhand as you are. I find that very doubtful. What they did do was about 1941, they withdrew marijuana from the National Pharmacopoeia listing of drugs, but that really had to do with the fact that between 1937 and 1941, hundreds of doctors literally were harassed and arrested by the federal government for narcotics violations by allowing people to use marijuana. So it was, as far as I know, it was very much a self-defense method of keeping the doctors from losing their license. I would be interested to see that, though. I mean, you know, I can't write these things off, but I haven't seen any data whatsoever to indicate that cannabis has any tissue effect on the brain, even approaching what you're describing. So if maybe, is there any way, Art, where if he can get some documentation on that, he can get it to you and you forward it to me?
Well, I have a little difficulty there. My wife's grandfather is since deceased, so I don't know where he's got his information.
All right, officer, thank you. I'll tell you what we'll do. I have not given you, I've got some commercials to do because I wanted to get him back on the air. So let me do those. When we come back, if you have a phone number, Chris, an address, a book you want to plug, get it together. We'll do that when you come back before I forget about it. So stay right there. We will be right back.
Now we take you back to the night of January 23rd, 1997, on Art Bell, Somewhere in Time.
All right, back now to my guest, Chris Conrad. Chris, a gazillion people here want to talk to you. So let us proceed. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Chris Conrad, who is about to tell us in a moment about his book. Hello there.
Art?
Hi.
Hi, how you doing?
Fine.
Why don't we look at the big picture, Art, about, you know, the smoking pot isn't even nothing to really even do with it. What about all the other uses it has?
Well, we've been talking about that.
You know, I mean, if they legalized it, just the hemp part, the commercial use of it, it would mess up the whole economy. You know, Dow Jones, all that.
Well, all right, that's a good question, Chris. What about that? The impact on our economy. Forget the marijuana part of it, but just the industrial use part of it. What would that do to our economy and to existing corporations?
Well, what it would primarily do is introduce a new domestically produced resource that would be able to supplement or replace other resources that are limited or running out, such as we mentioned the forests and fossil fuels that are imported, that we would be able to increase our self-sufficiency.
Yeah, you're giving me the positive side. What I'm asking is the negative impact on present or current industries.
Well, the only negative that comes to mind is that we lack a lot of the infrastructure that is required to process it between the farm and the level of use. For example, we have paper mills in this country that we need to give them pulp. If we give them hemp stalks from a farm, that's not going to work. So we've got a missing link in the process that's going to require investment to bring that up to level. But in a short term, that means that we're going to have an economic expense that's going to take time to recap. But in the long term, I think even that turns out to be a benefit because we develop new technology and we will create a more sound economic infrastructure for the country. I think where you're going to really get the hits are drug testing is going to take some hits on this because, it's just not doing anything for society.
What's your attitude about this they've got a brand new drug test, by the way. Mail it off, test your children, have them pee in a little cup, seal it up, send it off to the government-approved lab, and they will write back and tell you what your children are doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard about that. Actually, what I've heard is that people are using that to test whether they can a deep urine test at work. You know, I mean, you can test the urine at home and see whether whatever process you're using, like lemon juice or whatever various things people are using to try to get the THC out of their system, see how effective it is. I think that's going to backfire really fast. But as far as there's going to be a benefit to the commodities market. It's going to increase the amount of overall agriculture. It's going to increase the number of jobs, industrial hemp that is. It's going to increase investment in research and development. It's going to create jobs on a local level, creating the infrastructure. There's shipping that's going to be involved. It's pretty much overall positive. Most of what we're talking about replacing here as a resource, like I say, it's things that we're running out of, like timber or things that we can't even grow very much of. Cotton is so harmful to the environment that it was very limited of how much we can grow in this country. And fossil fuels, of course, we import most of that. So as far as, you know, maybe some of these multinationals might have to concentrate more on developing a domestic operation in order to take advantage of the growth of the American economy, but the average citizen is going to definitely gain.
All right. Would you do it all at once, or would you do it incrementally? In other words, to lessen the economic downside or impact on corporations, would you incrementally allow production to begin to gear up slowly, not all at once, not just say marijuana hemp products are all suddenly, as of this moment, legal?
What's going to happen in that regard, I think, is that we're going to have to be careful from the point of view of the farmer, that the farmer could, if we just said, okay, throw it wide open, every farmer in America grow as much hemp as you want, we're not going to have the processing equipment or facilities in sight, and they're going to wind up with a lot of hemp that they don't have a use for immediately.
So it would have to be incrementally then?
Right, because as the infrastructure grows, then at that point the amount of production grows. I think there's a real danger, as you clearly and correctly pointed out, that if one part of the production process gets too far ahead, it's going to throw the whole thing out of balance.
Mm-hmm. If somebody wants to get hold of you for information, or get your book, what is the title of your book?
Well, my book that is currently available is called Hemp, Lifeline to the Future.
Mm-hmm.
And that's available in various bookstores like Tower Records and Books, and any bookstore can order it. It's listed with the ISBN.
Right.
In March, I'm having a new book that's going to be released. It's called Hemp for Health. That's going to be available in health food stores and bookstores, things like that too. So those are the two books. For people who are interested in general information or who would like to make a donation to support some of the efforts of the Business Alliance for Commerce in Hemp,
yes,
our address is P.O. Box 71093, and that's Los Angeles, California, and the zip is 90071.
All right. Any phone numbers?
Yes, we have a phone number which is the area code 310-288-4152.
And when is that manned?
It's a service, so it's just a machine. And we pick it up periodically, and depending upon the volume of calls, we get back to people as soon as we can.
All right, that's Post Office Box 71093, Los Angeles, California 90071. The telephone number is 310-288-4152. Is it 52?
Correct.
4152.
And if people need more information about we'll send information about the book titles and availability also.
All right.
One other thing, though, there's stores that specialize in hemp products, and the Hemp Industries Association has over 100 businesses in the United States and elsewhere, but primarily in the U.S., that produce and provide hemp products, and many of them also carry these books. And so if people if you find a hemp store in your area, you can always check there too. Or anybody who's working with the Hemp Industries Association will have an opportunity to get my books to them.
Are you doing this full time now, or do you have another job?
Well, I do this pretty much full time between the research, the consulting, and some of the other things that are tied in with it. Primarily the consulting at this point, although I've been very busy researching for my new book, Hemp for Health, for the past year or so.
How do you find media reaction generally? You don't hear a lot of big national discussions like this that we're having this morning about marijuana. Does the media shy away?
That's an interesting point because, in general, it's a fine line that we're walking through here. For example, I had some networks that I was talking to at a certain point about the industrial hemp issue, and they said, "So what's the controversy? There's no drug in it, what's the controversy?" I went, "Well, it's illegal." They said, "Yeah, but, what's the controversy, so, and also with the medical marijuana issue, I had people, where we talk about doing a program, and someone will say, "Well, that's a no-brainer. Of course medical marijuana should be legal." But then it's like, well, it's not happening, except for when the people move these agendas forward themselves. One of the things that's really been hilarious to me, though, is I did a program, for example, that was broadcast in North Dakota, and before the show, the host was telling me, "Oh, these guys are going to tear you apart. There's this very conservative country up here. We really hate marijuana and all this stuff." And then, when we did the program, as it turned out, we had police officers saying that they felt that the marijuana laws were a waste of their time and resources.
Sure.
We had farmers asking technical questions about it. It turned out almost nobody was against it.
Well, I sense that there's been a shift. There's been a shift in attitude in the U.S., and that's how you got the votes in Arizona and California, and other states are going to follow. East of the Rockies, you're on there with Chris Conrad. Hi.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Bell.
Good morning. Where are you?
I'm in La Crosse, Wisconsin.
Okay.
And I have a question that centers on the on-site testing. And I was wondering if anybody's been developing anything similar to a breathalyzer for the law enforcement officials out there. Because obviously, if they do legalize marijuana, I think the first thing they need to do before they even do that is to come up with an on-site test. Because I personally don't want stone people on the road with me.
Right.
Even though I agree that this should be legalized, I don't want them on the road with me. I don't want them working beside me. Another thing is, too, with the on-site testing, the company that I work for now, if I get hurt at work, the first thing I have to do is take a urine test. And I think that's kind of unfair because if I sit around on a Saturday afternoon and contemplate my existence in the universe, and I get hurt on the following Wednesday,
you're going to test positive, and they're going to throw it out because you tested positive. I hear you. We'll answer that one when we come back from the break. Sit tight, Chris. Chris Conrad is my guest, and you're listening to a discussion nationally about marijuana. We'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight, featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997.
Good morning, everybody.
Tonight, featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from January 23rd, 1997.
All right, Chris Conrad is my guest, and Chris, let us address this. Sitting home, on the couch, watching football, enjoying music, munching down on munchies, whatever you do when you're smoking pot, that's one thing. In a car, under the control or controlling an automobile, which could kill, that's something else again. And even though we might argue there's more control under marijuana than there is alcohol, that's still not a good argument. And we don't want people on the street smoking pot while they drive or under the influence of. So on-site testing, how do you address that? And his question about fired Thursday for Saturday's smoking.
Well, as far as the on-site testing issue is concerned, I would say that there's two aspects of that. One is that urine testing is obviously not functional, but it is possible to do a blood test that would test whether a person is under the influence of cannabis. Now, whether they're under the influence doesn't necessarily mean that they're impaired, though. So I really think that the idea of using impairment testing and driver simulators is a much more effective way of telling whether a person is capable of driving or not. It's just as likely the person who's driving badly could be too tired, they could be too stressed. There's a lot of prescription drugs and non-prescription.
All right, so the answer is impairment testing, and that's logical. What about fired Thursday for Saturday's smoke? In other words, an accident occurs, the guy slips, he falls, whatever. He's got to take a urine test. It comes up positive. Then he gets fired.
I think shows the inherent problem with urine tests is they don't tell us anything. They don't tell us that people are capable. They don't tell us that people are intoxicated. They don't really tell us anything except that some company just made $60 to $100 testing someone's urine, and if it comes up positive, then they make $60 to $100 to test it again. And it's grossly unfair. And in the situations we're having here with California and Arizona, where people are going to be able to use it medically, I think that there's going to be some civil cases that are going to arise out of that. I'm surprised that there aren't more lawsuits involving false positives. I get phone calls from people who say, oh, I never smoked marijuana, but I came up with a false positive. What do I do? You know, I would think sue would be the thing that would come to my mind, but I don't really know what the legal basis to do something like that would be. It seems to me like accusing someone falsely, depriving them of their livelihood without having any more evidence than a false positive on a urine test would be something that someone should be held accountable for that.
All right, here we go again. On our first-time caller line, actually the anti-pot line, you're on the air with Chris Conrad. Hi.
Okay, this is CJ Art. You got a great program. I've been listening for about a year, but I want to ask you, Chris. You got some good facts, you got some good figures, and it sounds like you know what you're talking about, but I want to ask you this. How long have you been smoking this stuff?
Well, let me see. For quite a while. I've been judging contests over in Holland, for example, for the past 5 years, so...
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, then you know that like back in the 60s when I was smoking this stuff, that... when you was paying $10 for an ounce of it, which now you can pay as high as $400. The difference is the THC, the tetrahydrochloride. Now the thing is, if this goes on the market for medicinal purposes, after listening over the years here, I think it's something that would be good. This would be used properly. But as far as your biblical verse there, that is true, but it's not talking about the abuse that I'm trying to get you to understand. That what's going to happen here is you're going to have all these people out there that are going to be stoned, because that's basically what you do when you're on marijuana. You get stoned. And when you got this guy going out there, man, where it was just break, man, I know it's in this car when I got in. You know, I mean, the thing is, that's what's going to happen out there. I hear you where you're coming from, but what I'm talking about is the abuse. It's just like you got the guys in the bars selling the alcohol. The cops are out there ready to pick you up. Have another bar across the street or the same place that's selling that marijuana. Everybody comes out of that thing stoned. I got news for you. You want to get out of the way of those stoned people, because that's what happens. It makes you hungry, horny, and stupid.
No, hungry, horny, and stupid. Chris, one point worth discussing is legalize it, you'll have a nation full of stoned people.
It doesn't seem like just... I don't know. I think that the people who are afraid of this think that as soon as someone smokes it, they're automatically going to fall in love with it and give up everything else in life to smoke marijuana. That just simply does not happen. There's only a relatively small percentage of people who smoke it and enjoy it or smoke it regularly. Holland is an excellent example of a place where you can go to a coffee shop, as they're called, buy cannabis. You can consume it on the premises. You can take it with you. They have actually a lower use of marijuana, particularly amongst the youth, than America does, where it's illegal. So keeping it illegal, if anything, I kind of agree with the previous caller who said that we have a forbidden fruit sort of a syndrome there. You know, if you make it so that it's more mysterious and desirable and secretive, then that's going to bring out a certain kind of a personality who's going to be interested in it. That may not be the personality that is most suited to it. And in fact, I think it can make it more complex, because if someone wants to be a rebel and then they get involved with it, you know, they might be more likely to get into more things of a negative nature than someone who gets interested in it because they find that it makes their appreciation of art and music higher, for example. I think I'm a little reluctant to go along with quite a few of the things he's saying there. I would just point point back to Matthew 15:11. It's not that which goes into the mouth that defiles a man, it's that which cometh out of the mouth that defiles a man. That's what Jesus said. And basically what he's saying is that you don't worry about people who are getting high or eating things that you don't think they should be eating. What you should do is watch what you say about other people. And so when you make these broad judgmental statements like that, I think that that's where we run into more of a problem.
All right, you said you go to Holland and judge contests. What kind of contests do you judge?
Well, they're called cannabis cups. They're usually growers cups or seed lines. There's two different categories because the genetics of the cannabis are important for its effect, but also the grower, the cultivation process is similarly important. And so it's normally gauged into two categories. And then you, from there, you judge it by virtue of how much THC, you don't measure that chemically, but just how the effect is, how much you enjoy the effect, the smell, the taste.
Is it like wine tasting contests?
Well, it's similar, except that in wine tasting, I believe you spit it out and you don't get the effect of the alcohol, whereas in cannabis cups, you would normally, part of what you're checking is how do I like the effect of this marijuana.
I suppose.
And so for myself, I usually prefer a nice sativa that will have a very kind of an ethereal, positive, energizing effect over an indica that will have more of a relaxing and sleepy effect. But somebody else may have a different taste altogether. So it's not exact science.
I suppose then if you have to spit out a seed, that's points off, huh?
Right, yeah.
Wildcard Line, you're on here with Chris Conrad, huh?
Yeah, Chris, it's really nice hearing somebody telling more of the truth and honesty within the marijuana culture.
Well, thank God for allowing me this opportunity.
Yeah, I actually, in 1970, I graduated from high school and I smoked my first joint. And for 26 years, I smoked pretty much daily. And it was always amazing to me that I would run out and somebody somewhere would come up with some more and I'd end up having another joint that day. And the only time within that 26 years that I hadn't been stoned, which I'm not stoned now, was when I would leave the country and I'd never carry or smoke anything and I'd be out of the country for a month and I never felt any ill effects or anything of the sort. And then recently I was unemployed, so I just quit. You know, one day decided, well, I bet I have to quit because I'm going to go look for another job. And I quit, and I haven't smoked for 3 months now and have no problems relative to that, other than I've always had a back problem. And I had back surgery 13 years ago, and that's actually why I'm up right now, because my back was hurting me, so I had to get up to take something for that, or I'd already be back asleep if I had a joint to smoke. And the only thing I've really noticed after quitting for 3 months, which is the longest I've ever quit in the 26 years, is my dreams are actually better. I remember my dreams now, where before, when I was always getting stoned before I went to sleep, I wouldn't remember my dreams. And that's the only real difference.
Well, that really is interesting, Chris. Have you heard other people comment that their dreams are affected one way or the other with the use of...
Absolutely. And in fact, what makes that really fascinating is that your rapid eye movement is actually measured more rapid eye activity, indicating that you're dreaming more, but your recollection of the dream is less. And that's something that has not been explained satisfactorily to me yet.
Right, that's very much the way I felt. And with my back problem and stuff, I was, in the early years before my operation, I was given a lot of medication. I was on Valium and codeine all the time. And I found I took less of that because the marijuana helped intensify what I was taking, so I wasn't using as much pharmaceuticals.
Interesting.
That's true. The synergistic effect has been noted repeatedly. Just one other thing here. Did you find that when you smoke marijuana for your back pain, I don't know whether you're thinking you smoked it so you can sleep better or whether you're smoking it for the pain, but if you were using it for the pain, did you find that the pain actually went away or did it just seem less of a bother to you?
He's not here, he's already gone, but I can pick up on that, and I want to ask you this, Chris. You know, people keep saying they use it for pain. Marijuana intensifies most things, I am told, right? In other words, whatever, sex, music, whatever emotion or feeling or input you're getting, it intensifies your concentration on it. So,
very often, yes.
with respect then to pain, why would it not cause you to focus more on the pain that you're having. It's not really a narcotic in the sense that it stops pain. So in what way would it prevent pain? I would think quite the opposite. It would cause you to concentrate on it or feel it more sharply.
That's why it doesn't work for everybody. Because for some people, it does have exactly the effect you're describing, Art, of bringing people's attention to something like that. But for most people, what it's been demonstrated to do is two things. The first is it has an analgesic effect. It's not an anesthetic. It doesn't kill the pain,
right,
which is why I was bringing this up to the caller before. It simply reduces the pain. But the other thing that it seems to do, it goes with irritations and with pains and with a lot of things, is that it doesn't bother you as much. Whether it's the traffic, you're driving and people are really get on your nerves. I know people who smoke marijuana because it makes them feel less upset about the traffic. And similarly, when people are if they're in pain and they smoke marijuana, sometimes it's just like the pain doesn't really bother them as much. They're still aware of it, but it's not the same kind of a problem. And then on the other hand, in the cases of migraine headache and some congenital diseases that are very painful, it seems like it actually does take it away. Arthritis is another example where it seems to just take it away and help people to walk. And that the neurological aspect of that hasn't been adequately explained. To a large extent because the government has blocked the research.
If traffic congestion causes one to want to smoke pot, then there must be an awful lot of stone drivers in L.A.
Actually, there's an interesting study that was done. The Baltimore Trauma Study did a report that was released in 1988 that was put in the archives of surgery, and it was overall traumas, injuries. And one of the things that they point out in here was that in the vehicular accidents that they found that 16.5% had used marijuana, I believe it was. But then when they checked how many were driving, they found that only 1.7% were driving. One of the things about cannabis appears to be that it doesn't make you want to drive. It makes you would rather do something else than drive a car. And so marijuana smokers, they tend to feel, now this is the Department of Transportation study that was completed in Holland in 1991 and hasn't been released in the United States except for by importation of the report itself. But what they found was that the people who smoked marijuana tended to feel like they were impaired before they actually were impaired, and so they took steps such as driving more slowly and being more attentive because they felt like they were impaired and they didn't want to take a chance. Whereas they compared that to alcohol drinkers, they found that the alcohol drinkers felt less impaired and they felt more like they could handle it, they can take a risk, I can handle it.
What about actual tests? I remember when I was in high school, they had a machine and they would test your reaction time going from the gas pedal to the brake in an emergency situation. There was a little meter there that would actually test. When you compare somebody in a test of that nature, between inebriation 1.0 levels, whatever it is, and somebody stoned, what results do you get? Any idea?
Well, they found two areas. Overall, the person who had cannabis in their system did better, particularly people who were familiar with the experience. People who had smoked it for the first time were more disoriented. People who were regular smokers were less so. What the areas they found that it affected were two areas. One is tracking, which has to do with following a light, that for some reason the cannabis smoker has a little, not a really significant, but a very minor slowdown in their tracking. They also were a little less steady at, not compared to straight, not to alcohol, excuse me. Right. Alcohol works on everything. They weren't as straight driving down the road. They wove a little bit. They didn't go out of the lane, but they did within the lane. They tend to weave a little bit more. And the other one was that they didn't look at the speedometer as much. However, they were also driving slower. So even though they weren't looking at the speedometer, they were not speeding. They thought they were driving better than they were usually.
I see. All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Chris Conrad. Hi.
You're on West of the Rockies. This is Sandy in Kennewick, Washington.
How you doing, Sandy?
Oh, not too bad. How are you, Art?
All right.
Hey, I want to compliment you on the job you're doing. I think that the information that you get out to the public is invaluable, and you're going to open a lot of doors and change a lot of stuff. Really, I want to ask Chris if he's aware of any studies on the psychotropic effects of marijuana, say, compared to Prozac or Anafranil for anxiety, depression, etc.
I'm aware of some of that. I don't think I'm versed enough to just sit here and rattle off too much about it. One of the things that I definitely do know is that there's a patient that I talked to in Iowa who was under 18 different kinds of medications, and by smoking marijuana, he got down to marijuana plus 3. And so it's actually able to replace a lot of them, particularly things like Valium and so forth. There's more data at the moment showing its ability to replace barbiturates and analgesics and things like Valium that are mood alterers.
Yeah, well, I certainly agree with you on that. Another question I have is, like, if I go up to Canada, I can buy certain medications that have codeine in them, and then I can bring them back to the state of Washington, and these are perfectly legal drugs.
Ditto from Mexico.
And if I were to go down to California, because I do suffer from back pain, if I had a recommendation from a doctor there, and I were to pick up the medication there, you might maybe try to address to the listening audience what ramifications that might have should you get picked up in another state with your medicine.
Well, they can be very serious because you could be crossing a state line with cannabis is a federal offense, and that's one thing that the Constitution does give the federal government jurisdiction over is interstate commerce. That's between states. So once you cross the state line, then you're facing a possible federal jurisdiction situation. Oregon doesn't recognize the same law as California. I think when you get into Washington, that's the state is starting that there was just an important Supreme Court decision that came down there, I believe, in the past couple of days, recognizing the medical rights of patients in Washington. However, you don't have the same legislative protections as we have in California now. But basically, if you're charged with transporting or anything like that, again, my point earlier in the program, it's up to the prosecutor. Whatever they charge you with creates a whole other dynamic. If they charge you with possession, if they charge you with transportation, if they charge you with trafficking, if they charge you with conspiracy, each one of those has they have a lot of discretion, and once they pick out a charge to levy against you, you have to deal with the hand that you're dealt at that point.
All right, look, we're coming to the end of the program. What final statement would you like to make to everybody across the country about what you're doing with marijuana? What should happen next?
I believe that what we want to achieve here is to create a consistent and integrated process by which we restore industrial hemp for the most broad development that we possibly can, that medical marijuana becomes available with the doctor's prescription, and that we allow for an age of consent whereby persons above the age of 18 are not prosecuted for their own personal choice to use cannabis, presuming that they're using it in a responsible manner. That's going to require action on the state level, on the federal level, and on the local level. The local level is where you're going to have the most impact. This is how we've done it in California, is by educating local communities to the medical importance of cannabis, working with the local communities to allow buyers clubs to open to provide cannabis to patients, and by making it so that people could see that we're talking about human beings here. It's not a demonized drug. It's a human being who needs something to make their life better. They were able to elevate the consciousness of the people to where they really understand this issue in a way that all the lies and deception that were put forth to them were not enough to stop the people from doing the right thing. There's a bill in Congress, Barney Frank has put a medical marijuana bill that needs support. But basically, we need people to become involved in all levels of getting the information out, of doing the lobbying.
Okay, well, look, we've done a little bit of that, and we are utterly out of time. Chris Conrad, thank you very much. We'll do it again sometime, my friend. You've been great.
My pleasure. Thank you for the opportunity, Art.
Take care, Chris. From the high desert, good night.
In the great American Southwest. I bid you good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world's time zones, covered ever so well by this the largest of all overnight programs, emanating at this moment from a little town called Pahrump, Nevada. How's that for a name? I'm Art Bell, and of course, this is Coast to Coast AM weekend version. And Ramona and myself spent the day exactly like the cat in the picture on my webcam. That, by the way, is Shadow. And you will see here draped over the couch. That's where we were, draped over the couch, watching playoff football. Even though my teams have done abysmally this year, I have, I guess I've gotten caught up in the playoffs, and I wanted to see if the Devils of Kansas City got their butts ridden, and well, they did, but just barely, and then I don't know what happened. I'm a Green Bay fan, loosely a Green Bay fan. And I tell you, the devil made Brett Favre throw that pass. The devil had to have done it. There was no one down there. He just, at an incredibly critical moment in the last couple of minutes of the game, just did a Brett Favre. Just let it loose, and that was it. So the Eagles continue. But at least the evil Kansas City didn't prevail. So there was something to the day. So we spent it, lounge lizarded on the couch, just like that very cat that I took a picture of this afternoon, who lounged with us. So what's going on in the world? We're going to do open lines here in a moment. Under fire, in a campaign debate, Howard Dean conceded grudgingly Sunday night that he never named a black or Latino to his cabinet during the nearly 12 years he had as governor of Vermont. I guess he was served up that zinger by Al Sharpton. Impatience with Iraq's occupying forces, they are impatient over there, boiled over Sunday as unemployed Iraqis pelted British troops with thank yous and love. No, actually stones. And a top Shiite Muslim cleric demanded the country's next parliament be elected, a position at odds with American plans. Now, I didn't get an opportunity to see 60 Minutes, but I am assured by Fast Blast that there was it's bigger than Watergate type story, right? Ex-Secretary of the Treasury Paul O'Neill came out with a book, The Price of Loyalty, right? How the administration was planning war with Iraq before 9/11. Well, I wouldn't be shocked by that, really. I think I halfway believe it myself. I think there were probably plans to finish off what Dad started. And they went on to say they divided up all the oil booty to be had beforehand. I don't know about that, but yes, I think it's possible that we very well knew what we were going to do, whatever. I mean, America does not traditionally do that, but then what if there had not been 9/11? We would not have had, would we have then? Wouldn't there have been a much bigger hue and cry when we invaded Iraq had there not been 9/11? Much, much bigger. Without immediate provocation. Their words of weapons of mass destruction pending over our industrial heads aside, there really wasn't very much justification to do what we did. But, that's history, and as I've said before, now we are there, and we have to figure out how to finish it off, kind of like Brett Favre there in the last couple of minutes. You've got to manage to close the deal, right? And that's what we've got to do with Iraq now. Without getting too many more Americans and other allies killed, we've got to figure a way to close the deal. More in a moment. Incidentally, a lot of people already think I am the mad scientist. I'm the mad ham radio operator. I'm going to double the size of my already very large antenna. It's presently a 1,000-foot loop, what's called a 1,000-foot loop, with two actual loops. and then mesh underneath on the ground, soaring into the air. Well, I acquired another piece of property that was critical to the continuation of my madness. And so that connects, you see, to yet another piece of property that I happen to have. And so the loop will then soon grow and extend to 5 acres of madness. It'd be really big. And, you know, people just shake their heads at me. Mars. I'm just shaking my head about Mars. Rocks. But it is, of course, a very, very interesting mission. And the soil that the rover hit as it bounced down is apparently really interesting and weird stuff. The rover's coming off its little stand to examine that whole lot more. One of the things they have found on Mars so far would appear to be the evidence of water on the red planet. Of course, that would lead one to the, I don't know if it's an inevitable conclusion, but certainly probability that, you know, you've got water and air, you've got life, probably. But something happened to the life on Mars, something jolting, something catastrophic, something biblical. Ooh, did I say that? And then, as I mentioned to the audience last night, I wish to mention to you again, we get this story from the journal Nature, you know, the well-respected journal Nature. Climate change extinction, a threat to 25% of animals. What the scientists are saying, and they are the scientists that are saying this, are they in our lifetimes? Well, maybe not mine, but many of you, the planet will lose fully 1/4 of all of the plant and animal species that are here right now. You give that a little bit of thought. 25% of everything gone because of climate change. That's the latest in Nature. You're definitely going to, you're really going to want to take a hard look at that, think really hard about it. Well, this is an interesting case. Apparently, at a Burger King drive-in, some teenage pranksters learned how to hack into the wireless frequency. You know, they have a little gal who comes on and asks you what you would like, right? Whatever. Well, the teenagers are hacking into it. Policeman Jerry Sherlink said the pranksters told one customer who had just placed an order, you don't need a couple of Whoppers, you're too fat. Pull ahead. The offenders are reportedly tapping into the wireless frequency at the restaurant in Troy, Michigan. Police believe the culprits are watching and broadcasting from close range, probably so they can see the reaction of the astounded customer, right? You think what about me? That's the sort of thing that perhaps when I was much younger, well, I may have considered. Hey, the father of the euro, that's the money in Europe, right? The euro now thinks that there should be a new global currency. So that's right, the US dollar would be kaput. And we'd probably have to use some of that funny colored European money. Not good. But he'd like to do it. Robert Mundell, a Nobel Prize-winning economist, often credited with paving the way to the European single currency, has now called for a global currency. And I wonder how you all feel about that. Having to give up your dollars for some shiny little colored hunk of paper that would be a world currency, spendable. Oh, it would make trade so easy, wouldn't it? Everybody have the same money, imagine. I can go that way. The new world is coming, whether we like it or not, and the answer is mostly not. It is occurring. Now, unfortunately, and hopefully, with regard to the way I feel about it, not in my lifetime, but I see an irreversible trend, don't you? One world this, one world that. The world shrinks with more communication. Satellites ring the planet. Everybody talks to everybody in the immediate. Billions of dollars trade in the air overnight in the ether as the satellites buzz around us. So it is morphing into a one world kind of place. And eventually, I suppose, all borders will disappear and can see it coming. Definitely don't like it because I'm as red-blooded American as anybody else, and the idea of erasing the borders and all that we are, especially in the world, doesn't appeal to me one bit. A New Mexico funeral home owner received the surprise of his career, I'll bet he did, when a man pronounced dead at a hospital and then taken to life here at the funeral home suddenly decided to come back to life just before he was going to be embalmed. In other words, we had reached a point where you were there in the funeral home and they were going to embalm you. This is passing a lot of hurdles of he's dead. And a fellow named, Russell Muffley, owner of Muffley Funeral Home in Clovis, New Mexico, said he noticed Felipe Dila breathing when the man was pronounced dead, after he was pronounced dead at a hospital, as he was being transferred to his facility on Wednesday. He was rushed back to the same hospital immediately, of course. In fact, you'd think they'd be rushing back the fellow at the funeral home, right? As well as this fellow, but he didn't recover. He was declared dead a second time. And I guess they waited probably the maximum amount of time before embalming him and then went on with business. But yeah, that would give you the shock of your life, wouldn't it? Well, all right. Let us do some open lines and see what's on your mind out there, shall we? Anything you want to talk about at this hour is absolute fair game. In the next hour, we will speak with Dr. Richard Boylan, who will talk, among other things, about something that, well, I guess some talk show hosts can discuss this matter of star children. That is to say, perhaps children on the planet now that are seeds of alien-human combinations. I mean, this man is a PhD, and that's what he's here to talk about tonight. But to me, the whole concept of star children, while appealing in fantasy, it's a kind of a reach, right? A little bit of a reach for me, but maybe, you never know, maybe they're here now. Who am I to know? Of the billions on this planet, I know darn few of them personally. So, could be. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Is that me?
That's you.
All right. About 50 years ago, I invented a high pneumatic drive.
A what?
A high pneumatic drive.
A high pneumatic drive.
Yes, and it's a machine that runs on its own energy.
Oh.
And it uses between 1 to 5% of its power to run it. And I never did nothing with it because oil was so cheap.
Meaning, sir, hold it. Meaning that you get it started with 1 to 5%, or you have to continuously use 1 to 5%.
I have to continually use 1 to 5% of its energy.
All righty, to keep it in perpetual motion.
Now you made a challenge.
Oh yes.
And now, if I make this thing up, what kind of security do you have?
Me?
That won't be stolen.
Oh, that it wouldn't be stolen. Well, let's see. I've said I would like to have somebody send me so much as even a free energy toy, and you're offering a free energy drill, pneumatic thing.
Yeah, it's a high pneumatic drive. It's a machine.
Well, I don't have any security. I've got personal security and that kind of thing, but I'm not sure I'd die for your drill.
Well, it's a machine that runs a generator, in other words.
No.
I just wonder what kind of security.
Well, all right. Have you already built this, or do you?
I built a small one a long time ago. I'm going to build a smaller one now.
Even a smaller one.
Yes.
Usually people build bigger ones.
A big one. Now, see, the big one would use 1 to 5%. The smaller one would take around about 45 to 50%. Right, because it's so small. It's going to be about 6 feet high by about.
Oh, no, wait. I'm thinking of something. If you use 45, 50% of the power to run it,
yeah.
then eventually it's going to run down.
No.
Never, huh?
No. It could continue using its own energy.
It does not deplete at that rate. It just...
No.
Okay. Well, all right. You contact me by email. I have indeed issued this challenge. So if you got the goods, I'll figure out a way to have security and have the time to examine it. All right?
Yeah.
All right? So contact me by email. I'm artbell@mindspring.com or artbell@aol.com. That is general information for all of you. If you'd like to email me, artbell, ARTBELL, all lowercase, at mindspring.com or artbell@aol.com. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hello.
How-
Mark, this is Chris up in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Hey, Chris.
It's actually pretty warm up here, warmer than New York.
How warm?
It's one above.
All of one above zero.
Well, yeah, that's a tropical heat wave for us.
Actually, for Fairbanks, it is, you know.
Yeah. I'll listen to you on Kayak FM, or AM up here.
Yes, sir.
And you had mentioned yesterday about the Mars rocks, about how the picture's just, your mind is pretty much just making it look like whatever you want.
Well...
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think that's the natural human tendency, you know, to try and make order out of chaos, of course.
Well, I came up with this idea, and there was one other thing I wanted to discuss after this, but the idea was this. You had mentioned that if you could go out to Death Valley, you could take a picture out there that would look just like the Mars rocks. What we ought to do is have people go out to different desert locations like that.
And do exactly that.
Do exactly that. Change the background
or
for
maybe,
the sky.
or maybe, you know, Sedona would be good, because Sedona, for example, is pretty much red.
Okay.
There's an area just to the west side of Las Vegas called Red Rock. That would be good. Or the Death Valley flora would be ideal. And my contention is that if you took a picture of selected areas in those places, and then you were to turn it over to someone, here's the latest strip from Mars, you know, they'd find something.
Mm-hmm.
They'd find a shoe, an old implement, something.
And, of course, you remember Wayne Green about his moondoggle.
Oh, yeah,
Come
of
back and
course.
say that Mars is the same thing, though. So.
Right.
But the other thing I wanted to mention was the collective consciousness you talked about.
Yes.
It reminded me of something I read in the Bible once, in Genesis 11, verse 6. I'm not going to quote it to you, I'll just tell you the gist of it.
Paraphrase it.
Yeah, it basically said the people were one, they had one language, and because they were one and had one language, nothing would be restrained from them that they imagined to do. So I got to thinking about when you
that
said
fits. That definitely fits, doesn't it?
well, let's do that with Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
Take a good night when there's a lot of listeners on. It's pretty much we're all hearing in one language now anyways, English. And we can all concentrate on Osama bin Laden being found.
Being found.
Yeah, why not?
Well, I guess that wouldn't be so bad. I thought you were going to have him have a coronary or something.
Well, no.
I mean, inevitably, the Prime Minister of Canada would then fall down dead and we'd get blamed. You see, those are the kinds of things that I'm worrying about with all of this, and it's why I don't experiment in these areas. I'm not even sure about what you just said, because...
Well, if we find them, people will realize, hey, this is something real. You know, of course, the government would probably want to investigate into it and be upset with you, but what you said, they're already upset with
something
you.
awful would happen. They'd get him cornered in a cave, and we'd have a bunch of troops there, and he'd light off the only nuclear weapon he'd laid his hands on so far. Something, it's just tampering with things that we don't know about.
Oh, and one other quick thing.
Yes?
What is this free energy device challenge you have? Because I have a device I built, and I don't know if you call it free energy.
Well, look, all I've ever said, it's not really a challenge. I've just said, look, for God's sakes, if there's really such a thing out there as a free energy advice, bring me one. You know, a toy. I don't care. Anything that demonstrates over unity, I'd jump all over it. Nobody's ever sent one.
Well, this thing uses a special gas I developed called a build, and then you put that through this, you know,
Well, sir,
on this
you better get to me before the oil companies get to you. Gotta go. We're at a break point here. More ways than one. I'm Art Bell.
6255. International callers may recharge by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Well, how y'all doing? It's the weekend, albeit the end of the weekend, but still the weekend. Not well, I suppose in some time zones it's already tipped into Monday, hasn't it? I'll tell you a little interesting story that occurred, actually the day before. It was Friday. It would have been Friday. It was a very interesting day. My network calls up on Friday, and we always check out my uplink, you know, the thing that sends my signal from here to there to the satellite and then onward across our great nation. So I cranked it up as usual, and whoa and behold, it wasn't working. Something was wrong. You could type, and you could hear a little tink as you type. You know, it makes a little sound, but nothing I typed brought any response. It was a blank screen with only a blinking cursor. Well, you know, the keyboard plugged into the bottom of the monitor, and then from the monitor it came. So I didn't think anything about it, and I thought, well, we're dead. This time, we're really dead. This is a true story. And I had worked on it, you know, hassled with it, worked on it all day long, trying to get something, any little thing from it, and I couldn't. And I finally wrote it off, and I said, oh, well, you know, we'll do the program on ISDN, which is a different way to carry the program. You know, sort of a backup thing. Anyway, I went to bed. It was about 5:30 in the morning, and I was almost asleep, right on the very edge of sleep. And I was thinking about this, and I thought, you know, the keyboard plugs into the bottom of the monitor, which is unusual. What do you think? How does the rest of it go? Well, the rest of it goes out of the back of the monitor, comes a cable which goes to a modem, where there's a switch, and then back down to the DTV 100, which is a digital thingy at the bottom, transmitter, converter, and I thought, you know what? And I was just about to sleep. I mean, right on the very edge of sleep. And somehow, in my head, I saw that connector as being off. Buck naked, I ran across the house, pulled the uplink rack out of the closet where we keep it, and looked down, and I'll be damned, there was that cable pulled out. I reached down, put it in firmly once again, and success! And it's the reason I told that story is because there's one of those things that the mind works on all day long. It was bugging the you-know-what out of me, and I worked on it all day long, and then just that instant before full sleep, it hit me like a rock. I could see it. I ran across the house naked, pulled it out. What a sight, huh? And there was that connector, not connected, plugged it in, and all was well. And we plunge back into the unknown. First-time caller line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art.
Hi.
Yeah, I'm actually a many-time caller. I'm sorry.
You are?
Yeah.
Well, then you can't be on this line. You have violated the rules. You have violated severely the rules, and moreover, you have admitted you have violated the rules, which means that you must call another line. You can't call up on that line and have the first sentence out of your mouth be, I'm a many-time caller, Art. You know that's reserved for first-timers only. Wildcard line, you are on the air. Hello.
Hi.
That would be you.
Hi, Art. I've enjoyed listening to your show for, since about 95 or so.
Quite a while.
Oh, yeah. One of the things I've been wondering about with these Mars missions, with the landers on there, do you know if they have in the plans of also including a microphone system on the landers so we could, like,
you know, that's
hear the winds or...
That's a really good point. A really good point, because a microphone and audio, as compared to the video that they send back, would take very little bandwidth. And wouldn't that be cool, to be able to hear Mars? There's enough atmosphere, I believe, to hear, isn't there?
I would think so.
Yes. That'd be
enough,
cool.
there's enough atmosphere that they have to use parachutes, so.
The sound of Mars. Yeah, I think people go berserk to be able to hear Mars. I would.
And pass that along to Hoagland. Maybe he's got some connections and they can do something about it.
Well, imagine what we'd go through then. Every little buzz and click would be a Martian.
Well, but anyway, I think it would be pretty interesting.
It sure would, thank you. Now, there's a guy with a good idea. Now, why has NASA not provided for an audio feed of some sort from Mars? There would be, I believe, enough atmosphere, right? And it would be tantalizing. Well, maybe they just don't believe there's any sound on Mars. Save the wind. That's it. They have big storms, windstorms on Mars. Some almost perpetual, actually. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Hello? Yes?
Hey, Art.
Yes.
Hi, this is Dustin from South Dakota.
Dustin. Yes, Dustin.
I was calling in regards to that call you got about the guy doing some digging in the Rockies there.
Oh, yeah, of course, the guy who got cut off, who, did the digging, and very suspicious. Has there been a follow-up to that yet? No. Have I received an email from him? No. Have I received another call? No. Or any attempt at communication? Zip, nothing. So, either the guy was messing with us, or they got him.
Yeah. Can you run that on the air again?
The call?
That call?
Well, of course, we can do anything. But it was...
My friend, it's kind of hard for me to explain that to other people, trying to explain that call to them without them hearing it. There's so many people I wanted to have hear that call.
That was a very strange call, I admit. I'll see what I can do. I'll put in a request.
I appreciate that.
All right, take care. Sure, why not? West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. I just looked at my calendar to see whether we still had, whether the full moon was now, but it was actually a week. It was.
That's right. That's right.
Earlier. But this is one of those zingy nights, it seems. Anyway, well, I called about to say something about the Star Children, but also to say that Al Sharpton's remark was really unfair because there are essentially no blacks or Hispanics in Vermont, and that was...
Well, that's a little hard to believe.
Pardon?
That's a little hard to believe.
Well, I heard there's something like 1/10 of 1% population that are white.
Yeah, I know. It would be by percentage, certainly a small.
Well, I mean, right. I mean, maybe he should have thought of this. Who knows when he started thinking about becoming president?
Well, Al Sharpton is, his name fits, right?
Yeah.
He's a real sharp.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, and then the other thing is that, oh God, I just lost
The Star Children. You were going
Yeah, no, there was something else too, but I just lost it.
Well, go back to the Star Children.
Yeah, okay.
Now, what do you think
Years
about that
ago.
whole concept? Do you think there are half and halves here, or?
Well, I don't know, but I ran into this first back in the 80s, and I once went to a UFO abductees conference in Boston because I was curious, and John Mack, whom I had heard lectured, during the nuclear freeze era when he was, working towards that goal.
Yes.
Was going to be there, and I found him very interesting, and of course he was so good looking. Anyway, so I went to this conference.
Tell me something. Does that affect the believability of the speaker? If they're really
No, I don't think
good-looking?
so. That was just a plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And Bud Hopkins was there, and I found the people to be very nice and very open, and I feel comfortable when I'm amongst people who are outside the circle, who are eccentric like me.
But remember the spider and the fly.
Oh, really? What do you mean?
Well, I mean, and then there's some saying about catching more flies with honey.
Oh, I see.
than
Yeah.
vinegar.
Well, there were some women who had arranged a conference who really irritated me, and I felt guilty about it ever since because they were so amorphous. They had no hard edges at all. You couldn't get any pieces of information from them. And they sent out a flyer before the conference that there was going to be some project having to do with children who found that they could read their teacher's mind and that they were going, and this was going to discuss how to help these children cope with ordinary life like school.
Cope.
Yeah.
If I, as a child, I would have given nearly anything to be able to have read my teacher's mind. All I did was annoy most of my teachers. I really did. I was, as you might imagine, I was a smart aleck in school. I was a joker in school. Not always, but, well, yeah, more than not, actually. I was a wiseacre, so it would have been really cool. If you could have read a teacher, I can imagine if you could read the teacher's mind. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hello. Holy mackerel, what is that? That's some weird sound. Listen to that. There may be a person there.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, this is Greg.
Greg, what the hell was that noise?
Oh, I'm in an 18-wheeler, sir.
Oh, so you had me down on the seat rumbling.
No, that's just the noise from the engine
Yeah,
through the line.
All right. What's up?
Oh, yeah, last night I heard a friend of yours you were talking on the radio with, going through Mojave. I never found out if you ever got an answer to that.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. There is some cutoff, according to people, that goes around.
Yeah, there's a bypass.
Yes, we did get that. Thank you very, very much for taking the time and trouble to call. But yes, we are very well aware of that. Very interesting answer to the whole thing. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
How are you doing tonight, Art?
All right. How are you?
I'm doing well. Listen, this is a little bit out of the realm for Coast to Coast, but I did want your expert opinion on who do you think is going to be in the Super Bowl this year?
New England.
New England and?
I don't know. You're really pushing me here. Maybe. Did you see Indianapolis play today?
No, but I did watch Donovan McNabb.
Oh man, I tell you what, they didn't make any mistakes, and every time you gave that team the ball, they went down the field and scored a touchdown. I mean, it was just a classic class in pro football. I mean, they were perfect. So I guess I'd have to say, I'd have to say Indianapolis.
Indianapolis is going to be the champion?
Right this second, that would be my call. I mean, if they continue to play like that, they're not stoppable.
I agree with you. They've had a very productive season. And listen, I'm going to hang up and listen to the rest of the show. You have a good night.
All right, thank you. You see, I really have nothing hard-edged against Kansas City, my remarks. I know I'll get a lot of emails, but over the years, Kansas City has done me harm. I mean, we're allowed to bet. It's legal. You can bet here in Nevada. And there are many years where we bet recreationally on pro football here. And I'll tell you, there is no team in the NFL that has zapped me more times, particularly making hard bets like on San Diego or the Raiders or whatever, than Kansas City. So was I hoping for their best today? No, I was not. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
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 Mr. Bell.
That would be me.
Oh, good to hear your voice again.
And you, sir.
I've missed you over the last, I tuned back into you a couple months ago.
Yep.
This is Gino up in New York.
Yes, sir.
And I was wondering, whatever happened to one of your two favorite guests? How's he doing, Gordon Michael Scanlon?
Gordon is fine. I get to communicate with Gordon fairly regularly. And, because we're both ham operators, and he's a very special person. He's fine.
So we could be looking forward to him coming back on sometime to be
Always, yes.
Because I know in light of what he said about the solar flare-ups and that we have had not long ago, the largest ever recorded.
Now, I think you may be referring to Ed Dames.
I think maybe about 3 New Years ago.
Oh.
He was on and talking about when it gets up to around 500 with the poles reversing possibly.
Yes.
And at that time, I think it went up to around 350 or something, explosions that had happened, and it never went above 200 in the 400 years they're looking.
So just wondering how that was measuring out with his recent insights and how he's doing and all that.
Well, I don't know, but I am watching the current solar conditions, and I got a little fast blast a while ago about somebody having sighted an asteroid or something or another headed toward the sun, and there is one particular sunspot pointed just about virtually right at Earth right now, and there would be, if it should go off and produce a big flare, a possibility of Earth getting pretty well zapped with our magnetic south pole looking, with the polarity looking south right now. Earth would be fairly vulnerable. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art, how you doing?
I'm doing well.
Montana with the KGBO.
Yes, sir.
That's a pretty good idea that guy had earlier about putting a microphone on a spacecraft.
Wouldn't that be cool?
That would be really cool to be able to listen to what Mars sounds like.
No good on the moon because there's no atmosphere, but yeah, on Mars, I mean, why not? What would the sound of Mars be? Probably just...
Steve Squires might be kicking himself right now thinking, oh, I should have thought of that. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, Colin, I just wonder, why do people have such a hard time believing that we went to the moon?
I too wonder about that, and I think the answer may be that even today, in this new century, we actually still have a hard time believing that we could do such a thing. I mean, even today, a lot of people they look at the moon, they just don't believe we did it. I don't know, but we did. I'm sure we did.
It's like so much proof, you know. There's so many things that say there's absolutely no way that we could have faked that. I mean, you look at the movies that are made, like...
You see, I'm not so sure about that.
Really?
Now, suppose, just for the sake of argument, suppose we had actually wanted to fake it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe we could have actually. I mean, you know, it could have been done on a sound stage, just the way the movie showed it happened and all the rest of that. So, yeah, I mean, it probably, I mean, if we could go to the moon, then we could certainly fake going to the moon.
Well, you're an amateur radio
operator, yes, but I do think we went.
There's something I heard that when they said that amateur radio operators actually listened to the astronauts that they got near the moon.
That I can't confirm. It would make sense, certainly, that amateurs then were listening on the frequencies.
But now if they did that, wouldn't they be able to, isn't there like a Doppler effect that can be measured?
There would be a Doppler while the craft was moving, and then there, of course, would be, if they actually could receive from the moon, there would be a specific enough delay.
Right.
Of course, how would you calibrate that delay when you're just going inside? So now, you know, actually the thing I believe could have been faked. Actually could have been faked. We could have pulled that off, but my argument is, and my belief, that we didn't. I believe we really went.
I think we did too.
Oh, you do?
I think we did too. To say otherwise seems to be insulting towards the thousands of people who are involved in the project.
Absolutely.
The astronauts themselves, you know?
No, absolutely. No,
anyway,
we went to the moon. And we're about to go back. The big news, of course, is the president's going to concentrate on the moon, folks. That's going to be, maybe, look for that speech, perhaps Wednesday. Our president will say, we're going to go to the moon, we're going to establish a base, and then someday from there.
The Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
I certainly am a creature of the night, no question about that. How y'all doing? Coming up, a very interesting discussion. It's hard enough for me to believe in the concept of star children, whether they be completely alien or half alien, half human, whatever they might be. It's a difficult concept for me to grasp, but here to help us is Dr. Richard J. Boylan. And folks, he's a PhD, a behavioral scientist, anthropologist, University Associate Professor Emeritus, certified clinical hypnotherapist, consultant, and researcher. Dr. Boylan is a consultant to star kids and star seeds seeking to understand their origin, identity, and mission so as to attain optimal awareness and clarity of identity, inner growth, spiritual development, and future path. His career has spanned 4 decades of service as a psychologist, social worker, hypnotherapist, clergyman, retired educator, space anthropologist. Wow. Dr. Boylan has served as a lecturer at California State University, Sacramento University of California, Davis, and several other universities. Since 1989, Dr. Boylan has conducted research into human encounters with the star visitors. This has led to his current focus, creation of the Star Kids Project Limited, and working with these hybrid children, there's your answer, with advanced abilities and their families. He has presented papers on his research, among other conferences, the 1992 MIT Abduction Study Conference, the 95 Cosmic Cultures International Conference at Washington, D.C., is author of 3 books, Close Extraterrestrial Encounters, Labored Journey to the Stars, and Project Epiphany. Dr. Boylan is president of the Star Kids Project Limited, a non-profit educational and training program for young and mature star seeds. He is also president of the Academy of Clinical Close Encounter Therapists, Inc., a nonprofit educational and research organization, has conducted numerous workshops for mental health professionals on the specialized counseling for experiencers of star visitor contact. Those are serious credentials about something that a lot of people have trouble taking seriously, the whole concept of star children among us now. Well, it's a big resume, no question about it. Here is, well, I certainly will say this, and I know you're well aware, a very large percentage of abductees, very large, has had some sort of, when you really dig, has had some kind of sexual story to relate with regard to their abduction. I mean, it's been very, very, very reproductively oriented.
Not only benign, but I would say necessary. The way the human race has been going in its track record and has made many thoughtful people get appalled. We're on a track, speaking globally, where the human race may either blow itself up or poison itself, either by weapons of mass destruction or by destruction of the environment.
Oh, I quite agree.
You know, and this track cannot go forward. I would say, if we may borrow a phrase from the United Negro College Fund, the star visitors take the point of view that a planet is a terrible thing to waste, and they hate to see the human race go down that path. And they're here as a kind of mass Peace Corps. I don't think you would say a team of Peace Corps going into countries in invasion.
No, like a galactic Peace Corps. We're at the bottom of the hour.
Free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may recharge by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
That would be me. With me this evening, Dr. Richard Boylan, and we're talking about star children. And we're talking about why they're here. We're going to talk about what the motive is of those who are putting them here might be. And that motive, as the doctor suggested, might be right in front of our eyes. If you objectively look around you, and you look at the North Pole and the South Pole melting, the North Pole is virtually 2/3 melted, the South Pole is calving. I mean, it's just incredible what's going on. It's actually frightening. And then you get things like this from the journal Nature, the story that just broke over the weekend about climate change extinction, talking about within 50 years, 25% of all animals and plants being gone from the planet. Then yes, we're not, when you look at the timeline, that moment is going to be real quick. Doctor, we're at the top of the hour, so take a break and we'll pick it up right there.
This year was all about drama. Numerologist Glynis McCants explained.
To talk with Art Bell, call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is. You know, I can get computer messages, as you all know, while we go along in the night. And Bob in Havelock, North Carolina, hey, Bob, he says, all communism, all the time. You environmental freakoids make me sick. And that's probably not the past blast of a star child, I would guess. You know, I don't know, Bob. You really ought to think about it a little bit. Communism, just to notice what's going on around you, to notice that 25% of all the plants and animals and people, or at least animals and plants, could be gone in your lifetime, Bob. That's worth noticing. To notice that the North Pole is melting, well, you know, that's worth noticing. These things, Bob, like our rapid climate change, they're all worth noticing, Bob. I don't know that it's communism to notice them. I suppose to you it is. Yeah, Bob, definitely not a star child. Once again, Dr. Boylan.
The reason I say that is because after I finished going there and did a loop around the southwest, I came back to northwest of Lancaster, California, up against the Tehachapi Mountain Range, where I had been told Northrop has a secret plant in the side of the mountain, and staked out and saw the self-same craft rise above a pad there at 3 in the morning above the Northrop plant and go on a test flight of a very similar character.
I too have seen it. All right, Doctor, hold tight. We'll be right back.
On the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is, and a very deeply credentialed Dr. Richard Boylan. He'll be back in a moment. He believes we have star children basically here to pull it out just in time. Right around the end of the Mayan calendar would be good, I guess. Anyway, stay right where you are. We've got a lot more territory to cover. The phone line.
we didn't have the disinformation of the destruction boys. The natural cream would rise to the top, and people could take their cues from such folks, and it would be, well, not perfect, a better world.
All right, Doctor, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. When we come back, we'll try and go to the phones, get some phone calls, very frantic. You know the numbers, so that's where we're headed. Get on board. I'm Art Bell.
There's still time to get some Bell and Father Mallet.
To a very well-credentialed Dr. Richard Boylan. Baby, we are on a ride right now. The ride's well underway. All you gotta do is look very carefully, and it's really all around us. Just before we proceed with a little item, and then phone lines, phone calls, all of you. Epiphany. Now, Doctor, which is your latest? Project Epiphany?
Well, as a whole book out, Project Epiphany is the latest, but I have updated Labor Journey to the Stars to a 2003 edition, so with the update, the material in there is a little fresher than Project Epiphany.
Well, if somebody listening for the first time tonight is fascinated, and many are, by what you've been saying, and they want to do more reading, where would you suggest they start?
Well, I think Labor Journey to the Stars is the comprehensive briefing book that will get you from 0 to 65 miles an hour in the world of UFO reality.
Labor Journey to the Stars. That would be available on Amazon and...
Well, that one is self-published, so I am the principal source for that one. The other two are commercially published.
Put in how? On your website, I guess.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. You can go to the website, it'll say, one of the links there to Dr. Boylan's books, just go there and it'll tell you just how to order.
Do you have any operators standing by at this hour, frothing at the mouth, waiting to take a look?
No, I think an email would be the best, or a call in the morning would be the best way to get the order going.
Speaking of journeys to the stars, our president, coming up, probably on Wednesday, is said by the Associated Press and everybody else, to be about to make a proposal. It sounds like he's going to propose a manned base on the moon. That's no small undertaking. And then an eventual trip to Mars and beyond, even to the asteroids, they say, from the moon, where it would be easier. And that is said to be what the president is going to say. We don't know that for sure, but it sure looks that way. What do you make of that?
Well, in my never-ending search to push the envelope a little bit, I would say that is A, true, and B, a cover story. And the reason I say it's a cover story is that I've been informed by Dr. Wolf and others, Bob Deans alluded to it too, that we already have a tiny station on the moon and a very minuscule forward observation post on Mars. And people say, what do you mean? Apollo 17 was the last thing we sent up to the moon. No, it is not. We have not only anti-gravity discs that hover above Area 51 and other places, but we have larger anti-gravity craft in our secret military fleet that are spacefaring, have gone out. And
but gee, Doctor, that would make the public space program a sham. It would mean that we've killed astronauts with no cause other than
well, the cause is it's an elaborate cover program too. Cape Canaveral, Cape Kennedy is a cover program. Those rockets that blast off with extremely explosive chemicals pushing them is 1945 technology. You would think it's a bit curious that we haven't moved ahead in the last 55 years from that. Well, officially at Cape Canaveral, we haven't moved ahead. but unofficially behind the scenes at Area 51 in King Mountain, Utah, and some other places, we have a fleet of a variety of size anti-gravity craft, some of which have gone out to the moon and Mars, and also service an undeclared space station up in space that has nothing to do with the current one being built. It's been up there for 3 decades. There's a whole program of secret military astronauts trained at a facility next to, but not part of, the Air Force Academy at Colorado Springs, and I've detected where that is there, done a little recon.
Oh.
And they staff flights that have gone out of Vandenberg Air Force Base and Beale Air Force Base in Northern California. Now they tend to generate out of the King Mountain facility in Utah and go up into space. Not all of them go to space. Some of them do work on Earth out in high altitude flights, recon, and occasionally military interdiction stuff.
Well, Doctor, there are many who feel I was a child when man stepped on the moon. I remember watching it on TV.
As did I.
And we haven't gone back. Man hasn't gone back to the moon or Mars or anywhere else. We have not gone anywhere since. And to many, including me, that is really suspicious.
Yes. You know, all we're allowed to do is go up to the edge of orbit in the atmosphere and float around up there and then come down. You know, it reminds me of a kid that's been told to stay in his room after he wandered too far down the block.
Exactly. And you believe that's, in essence, what we have been told?
Yes. That the star visitors are extremely unhappy with the prospect of some of the military wanting to take nukes into space. And this whole John Wayne gunslinger mentality of space is the next frontier and launch out there with our militarized craft and prepared to fire at anything that gets in our way. That is not the etiquette of space, and they've made it quite clear that until we develop our etiquette, we're not welcome out there.
So then we're being treated by the star visitors much as the Chinese treat SARS.
Elaborate that a bit, if you would.
In other words, we're quarantined.
Yes. Yes, there's a famous astronomer and ufologist to a degree. His name is starting to slip my mind here. He's an Oregon atmospheric science professor, James, last name escaping me at the moment, Dr. James X, let's say, who had a published paper in an astronomical peer-reviewed journal making that very point, that it appears from all signs that we are under space quarantine until we clean up our act and fly right. And I totally agree with that. Furthermore, a number of the star visitors have told the humans that they've had encounters with that. It's not so much the cop stuff. If you can't get them out there, they're good. It's more in terms of, gee, we wish you would change your attitudes. We'd love to have you come out there as a peaceable, open-minded people and engage with us, but not with this shoot first and ask questions later attitude we seem to see in your military at this point.
Well, you would have to view us currently, I guess objectively, you know, if you were standing back, America that is, when I say us, as very rather warlike people, actually.
Yes, I think, you know, when you get outside the U.S. press and read some of the world press about what they think of America's behavior, you don't have to go on planet to get that perspective.
No, it's true. People need to read foreign publications. It's easier to do with the internet. You need to listen to shortwave and shortwave news broadcasts and that kind of thing. And the picture of America is so different than the one projected internally And you really can't say that's Boulder Dash until you've tried it yourself, folks. So do a little international listening and see what you come up with. Doctor, we've got to go to phones. I've got a lot of people waiting.
Oh, yeah.
So let's see what we get. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Richard Boylan. Hello.
Is this me?
It is. Well, only you surely know that, but it sounds like you.
Okay. My name is Angelique from Utah, and I have a couple comments that I'd like to just spit at you guys and see how you guys feel about it.
Sure.
And then about star babies. And then, Mr. Bell, if you'd allow me, I have a comment about the moon or a question about the moon.
No, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I would like to kind of validate Mr. Bell's feelings that star people, some of them could be ready to harm us. There could be more than one alien race with different motives. Per se, the Pleiadians versus the Syrians. Also, I know you didn't really want to dig into the whole biblical aspect, but Genesis 2, the sons of God, breeding with the daughters of man, does give evidence of hybrid, or possible evidence, with the Nephilim. Also, this has to do with the secret societies.
Okay, slow up a second.
Oh, okay.
Dr. Boylan, she's got a good point. Many ufologists, even some well-credentialed ones, believe there are many different races, and I've heard many different numbers, as I'm sure you have as well, and that they may not all have the benign intentions that you attribute to them.
Well, there are a number of races in contact with Earth. My guesstimate would be perhaps 100.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
They all have the right agenda.
All with the same agenda, Doctor?
Well, first of all, I'll tell you what the National Security Council's information is, that there are 4 federations made up of all these different folks who kind of clustered each into federations, and there's 4 of those, and they're all working in concert with each other to coordinate this contact. Some are doing more scientific investigations, some are doing the people work, some are keeping an overview on our activity at the edge of space and so forth.
But mostly that's a yes. You're saying they are.
They're peaceable, and further, they are dedicated to making sure that the occasional rogue operator out there that tries to sneak in and pull their stuff off is stopped and interdicted. They don't have 100% success rate, but they have a pretty good success rate. And furthermore, we're talking occasional individuals, not whole invasion races.
But for the first time, I just heard you acknowledge occasional rogue operator.
Yeah, self-serving.
Okay.
And
all right.
But very few compared to the good guys.
Gotcha.
About the same percentage as my research with 400 experiencers and listening to what Dr. Sprinkle and Dr. Mack have done. I would estimate it's about the same percentage as in the human race, where we have about 1% sociopath in the population.
At least.
And I would say maybe 1% rogue operators out there.
Wouldn't you agree, Doctor, that a cosmic psychopath could be potentially harmful to a lot of people on Earth versus a human psychopath? And I'm not disagreeing with you that there's probably, very good aliens or angels, synonymous, that have humanity in their hearts for us. But I do believe what Dr. Bella is saying, that is the possibility of some of them being harmful or threatening to us, especially not even allowing us to know that we are possibly being engineered with star children. There's plenty of us, including myself, call me crazy, that would probably be willing to be part of the experiment. And I know we don't tell dogs we're taking them to the vet, but at the same time, I think that, some of us should be allowed to know. And I do have a couple more statements, if that's okay.
Well, we're getting close to the end here, but
okay.
Doctor, anything on that?
Well,
the sort of
the rogue operator could obviously be unhelpful, and with things like telepathic communication, a person might be caught off guard to having somebody jar them when they're not even sure where it's coming from. The trouble, the reason I hate to talk about this is first, there's such an infinitesimal, tiny sliver of a fraction of a percent of the whole phenomenon, and the disinformation boys run with this theme as though that was most of who's in play with her. And that is a total misrepresentation of what's going on.
Fair enough, and you've represented what I think you believe quite well. Young lady, anything else?
Yeah, just a few things. Some of the rumored aspects, I didn't really hear trace of the Star Children, and some of them that that I've been rumored to have heard are that they have extreme difference of body temperature, like holding at 96.5, which is rare. Larger eyes, light to gray, smaller mouth. Advanced motor skills as children, but late talkers. That we've had the highest incidence of diagnosis in history for autism, and then they end up being perfectly normal. Possibly hinting to telepathic talks between these children, or that they might assume that we can from birth, and then they, come into their earthly state of knowing.
All right, hold it there for a moment. Doctor, is that a fair description at all of some of the qualities of the Star Children?
Some of them, yes. There are a lot of them. I've enumerated 54 characteristics, and if some of our listeners would like to see all 54, since we're not going to have the time tonight to get to them, they can go to the Star Kid Identification Questionnaire on my website and look at all 54 characteristics. What I found is, yes, indeed, many of the star kids and adult star seeds have body temperature that's a degree or two lower than normal. Instead of the 98.6 on the thermometer, well, like I read at 96.8, and others read in the 97s and 96s.
I read even a little lower than you do.
Well, my friend, that tells me something about you. And by the way, I doused your photo. People know about these dowsing rods. Everybody throws a bioelectric field out, and what I found is the fields have flavor to them. In other words, the field of a bad guy is different than the field of a good guy. And Art, you come out on the good guy side of the equation.
Do I?
Yes, you do, my friend.
Well, that's kind of neat to know. You can get that from a photograph. In other words,
I've learned that recently. I've done it with live people, and I've watched the way the rods behave, and I've learned it works with photographs. And there's the good guy and the bad guy profile on what the rods do, people live in front of you and in the photographs as well.
So the implication is then that energy is able to be captured by the photographic process.
Yes. The shamans, the so-called primitive peoples, North American Indians, African tribes, so forth, the shamans know that you have to be careful with photographic images because they're so like the way the person looks.
That's true.
People say, well, that's just superstition.
American
natives. Put a
natives.
pin in a photograph, it shouldn't matter at all. Well, they say, no, there's something of the energy of the person there.
Oh, Native Americans thought that you were stealing their soul. We've got a break here at the bottom of the hour. Indeed. They would go berserk sometimes when you would take their photograph, and they would feel that you had actually captured their soul. So perhaps they know something that we're just finding out. What do you think? From the high desert in the middle of the night, which is just where we belong, this is Coast to Coast AM.
Art Bell. Call the wildcard line at area code 775-727-1295. The first-time caller line is area code 775-727-1222. To talk with Art Bell from east of the Rockies, call toll-free at 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, call Art at 800-618-8255. International callers may reach Art Bell by calling your in-country Sprint access number, pressing option 5, and dialing toll-free 800-893-0903. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
You know, I thought this was appropriate because when you talk to Native Americans, and oh, baby, I've had the Hopi elders on the show to the point where we had to have translations as we did the program. And if you listen carefully to what they say, and I should crank that program out sometime and at least replay part of it, because it tracks right down the line, earth-changing wise, and well, I don't know, with regard to our history and who's been here before, right down the line with what Dr. Boylan's saying. And I mean, baby, right down the line. We'll get that out, give you a chance to listen to the Hopi elders one of these days. Dr. Richard Boylan is my guest, and he'll be right back. Dr. Boylan, there's a cyclone of talk going on in the paranormal community and some of the scientific community right now about Yellowstone. It's all over the community. What do you know, if anything, about Yellowstone and what might be going on?
Well, there is increasing geothermal activity underneath Yellowstone. You know, until recently, I didn't appreciate. You can get educated on the internet. The Yellowstone, besides being a very pretty national park, is a super volcano caldera, basically. The remnants of a volcano that is kind of eroded down so it's not obvious. You don't go in there and see a typical cone-shaped volcanic mound. It erupted in the past and kind of blew off the top. The reason there's so many hot springs there is that basically the magma, the hot rock melted under the Earth's crust, is very close to the surface, as you might expect in a
That's right.
historical volcano. And when water percolates down through the rock and hits that, up comes these geysers that are all over the place there. Recent indications are that the magma is on the move back towards the surface. When magma hits the surface, we know that as lava and eruptions. The waters have gotten warmer in some of the bodies of water in the park. The geysers are getting irregular. Sometimes the ground itself is hot enough that it's uncomfortable to walk on. There are a number of indicators that it is getting, the magma is getting close to the surface, and this is typically the sign that a breakthrough is in the offing.
It would be catastrophic. People, I don't think generally do understand how catastrophic it potentially could be. Now, have Native American shaman told you that this is foretold?
Well, the scenario of a lot of volcanoes going off is certainly foretold, and my chief contact, Standing Elk, now known as Golden Eagle, the Dakota Sioux Star Altar Keeper, got some information that some volcanic activity would be happening in the very near future. And we have to understand that Yellowstone is not just your garden variety volcano, it's one of these super volcanoes. In other words, when it torques off, it's going to make Mount St. Helens look like a hiccup. It is truly catastrophic in scale. When these super volcanoes go off, they throw so much material into the atmosphere that you get a super cooling effect. So much sunlight gets blocked out, and this stuff carries downwind and to a lesser degree around the globe. it has been estimated that when Yellowstone cooks off, it will change the climate in that part of the United States. It will make certain areas uninhabitable. There'll be so much ash that farming and other activities won't be able to be done in downwind of there. And we're not talking yards, we're talking apparently several states.
Yes.
And maybe a larger swath than that. There could be at least temporary climate change. And
so you're talking about changes of the magnitude that we were discussing earlier that would begin to bring about this acceleration of change to catch up.
We would have change on the order that FEMA could not handle it. And the beginning of breakdown of regular, expectable society in that part of the American West would not happen. You would have things like economic collapse, farming and ranching in that area not able to go forward any longer, massive loss of probably some power generating facilities in that area. The ash could bring down airliners and certainly make it difficult to fly in that general area, etc. We're talking about major disruption and likely to go on for years, not just weeks.
And they say soon.
Yeah.
Do they give you any sense of the magnitude? You said they indicated there would be volcanic activity there soon. Was it of the kind of magnitude you just described, or?
Well, they're talking in general about volcanism in the world, and particularly in North America, which is where Native people live, that will be distinctly noticeable. You know, different tribes get different indications about different mountain volcanic regions.
Right, but what I'm getting to is not necessarily the big one, but activity.
Yeah, but enough, on a scale enough that it will disrupt ordinary life in that region, not just be an inconvenience for a week or some village having to dodge lava. We're talking about regional level scale disruption, and for a long time.
Any idea what it would be like, say, where I'm located?
Well, I don't know the volcanism story around Pahrump.
Well, I wasn't thinking so much of immediate lava, but I mean the fallout, we're not that far.
But you tend to be upwind, I think, of Yellowstone in general.
There you go. That sounds positive. All right.
I think the thing you've got to worry about more, and so do I, is the tectonic plate activity where the Pacific and North American plates meet. When the big ones happen along the California, Oregon, Washington coastline or inland a little bit, you'll probably feel it over at Pahrump, even though the epicenter may be closer to the San Andreas Fault or some of the other coastal faults.
All right. Sounds like I might make it.
Oh, I think you'll make it, but I would keep your surfboard handy.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Richard Boylan. Hello.
That's where you're scaring me. I'm in Vancouver, Washington.
Yeah.
Doctor, I'm curious to know how we communicate with the average alien, and is that telepathically, or of course when these star children come here, they've got to learn English, don't they?
Well, the star kids are here already. I mean, they're born to a perfectly normal-looking mom and dad, and they look passably human too. Sometimes they have slightly larger heads, and they have some of these ESP abilities and a few other characteristics like lower body temperature, and they put out those orange sodium vapor street lights when they go down the street sometimes. Their field interferes with that light bulb field. But they pass for, just to eyeball them, they pass for normal in the classroom and on the street. Where the kids get to know that they're different is their extreme intelligence, their disinterest in the kind of stuff some kids are into, fights and competitiveness. They're socially concerned for the environment. They're globally aware. They care very much what's happening halfway around the world, whereas the average kid's worried about when he's going to get his new video game. They're thinking big. They're thinking more like adults than kids. They just are in a different frame than the average kid, and the average kid picks up on it and says they're weird, they're odd. You know, they find it more. The star kids find it more difficult to fit in and look conventional. Some of them have told me they work very hard at trying to play cool and play like the average human, so that people won't know their differences. Deep down inside, they know they just are put together different and think and feel differently.
There is that class. I mean, I know who you're talking about, Doctor. I really do. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Richard Boylan. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. My question is when you were talking about the Sumerians and the gold and how it's a lot of artistic privilege. It made me really curious if you've read any of Lawrence Gardner's work on the monatomical gold.
On the monatomical.
Well, the monatomical elements of the platinum group, specifically the gold that was used for, the cancer cures and, et cetera, et cetera.
You're talking about Ark of the Covenant, that far back
pretty
kind
much.
of stuff?
Yeah, David Hudson rediscovered it down in Arizona.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, and there's some indication they think that's the manna of the Old Testament times, and some of the material that was used for some of the miracles in biblical ancient times.
Right. So
yeah, I'm aware of that.
Getting that for them.
I respectfully listen to that information, Hudson's and Gardner's. I'm always, as a scientist, looking for the evidence. I of course, read the Bible many times, and it could be that monatomic platinum class metals were the element that had strange and curative properties that were used to do some of these miraculous things. But I always look for the evidence, and how do we cinch it that was indeed what manna was, or what was used by some of the ancient biblical folks to work the wonders that were worked.
And there's not enough evidence of that yet?
It's not cinched in my book. I don't throw it out, but in this field you have to have a large gray basket. There's the white basket, absolute truth, and the black basket, absolute falsehood. But the largest basket's gray. Like, well, let me think about that, and I'll get back to you when there's a little more evidence.
All right, Stanton's gray box. There you go.
Okay, can I ask you one more fast question?
Yes.
Are the grays, the gray beings?
Yes.
They call the grays. Are they the same as the rest, or are they different?
All right, good. What are the grays, and what's the function of the grays, Doctor?
Well, grays is a loose term. The folks from the Zeta Reticuli system, Dr. Wolf talks about the fourth and fifth planets having some races. It is very clear that the large-headed, almond-eyed, large dark-eyed folks with the slanted eyes and so forth are a number of races. They come in a variety of colors. Gray, of course, white, almost off-white, brown, blue, green, orange. Some have 3 fingers, some have 4 fingers. Clearly, we're not talking about a single race, so we're talking about a whole cluster of folks first.
There certainly is a fairly typical description of a gray, though.
Yeah. But we're talking about lots and lots of varieties, and, skin colors may not be the end of the world. We have a variety of those on Earth.
Well, many believe that the grays are perhaps a service class, that they may be even designed beings, and their place in the hierarchy is not all that high, and they sort of just do jobs.
No. There are some, what we might call bioengineered robots that several of the races use to do some of the heavy lifting and the scud work. But the grays are a very high, the various Zeta Reticulan groups are highly evolved, intelligent, spiritual, metaphysically sophisticated folks that are part of the Peace Corps here trying to raise human objectives and functioning. And they do some of the, a lot of the bioengineering effort to get our genome elevated to a higher ticking level, the Star Kid, Starseed thing.
Well, that sure is what we've been talking about tonight, and so that's sort of full circle. It's been great to have you here. One more time, what's generally available on your website?
A huge amount of information about the star visitors, including a number of intriguing pictures about them that are real, not those monsters you see in the movie or in some lurid magazines, but this is the real deal.
Okay.
When you go there, you can see that, descriptions of the various races, what the Native American and other indigenous shamans have to say about the star nations among us, what some of the church people have to say, lots of UFO information, some of my research about bases that aren't supposed to exist but do in the Southwest using ET technology, and just a ton of stuff that anybody who goes there and says they're bored, I would have to feel their pulse.
So in other words, those who've been intrigued tonight, obviously many by the phones, really, to follow up, do that. Go to Dr. Boylan's website, which is drboylan, drboylan.com. And from there, you can proceed to perhaps Labored Journey to the Stars, his book, and certainly you can begin to dive in, if you're intrigued enough, and find out more. Fair description, Doctor?
Yeah, and one more thing I would invite people to, down at the very bottom of the website, you'll see a couple of my electronic newsletters you can get on board. One is just my reports, and one is my reports plus chat among various experiences of star people and others about this whole phenomenon. So if people want to get on there for free and get this information in their mailbox as new things break, they can sign up for either Dr. Rich Boylan reports or my UFO facts list.
All this has to cost an awful lot of money. How do you finance all this?
Out of my own pocket.
Out of your own pocket?
Yeah, I don't have some hidden philanthropist pouring money at me. This is bootstrapping.
My
In our
friend,
Star Kids project and the workshops there, bootstrapping, we self-finance from one thing to the next and try and keep it very low cost so that people have access.
Gotcha. Doctor, we're out of time. It's been a pleasure.
Very nice talking to you again. Keep up the good work, Art.
Good night, my friend.
You too, my friend.
And for all of you out there, until next weekend, from the high desert, in the middle of the night, I'm Art Bell. Good night.
In the desert, shooting stars across the sky. This magical journey will take us on a ride, filled with belonging, searching for the truth. Will we make it to tomorrow? Will the sun shine on you? Good night in the desert.
Technology. If you were at war with a nation, how would you use it against another nation?
You could produce a nanobot that would destroy a very specific type of material. Perhaps it would look for explosives and break them down into inert components so that someone's guns wouldn't fire.
Oh.
So you could do something as targeted as that, as simple as that. And so when you think about a smart bomb, this is in fact the ultimate sort of tininess of a smart bomb, in that it can go in and defuse a bomb. Or you could take another type of nanobot and have it replicate so that it produced an explosive out of an inert material. You could perhaps transform a clay surface into an explosive surface.
What if you wanted to kill only Iraqi people?
Then you probably have to look at something that was very specifically targeted at the genome of a particular class of people. That sounds to me like it would be a little bit more difficult to do. Or conceivably you could distribute a widespread weapon, but only distribute the antidote to your own side. But there were a lot of dangers in it.
You mean to the one doing the dispersing?
Yes. Because there's anytime you release something into the environment, there's obviously the chance that it could mutate.
Mm. But I mean, the military is going to be in love with this technology.
They already are. They're funding it.
Huh. They are, huh?
Oh, yes. Yes, the funding is coming from the DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the same agency that gave us the internet 30 years ago, and from the federal government and also from universities. So you have places like MIT, University of Michigan, University of California, Los Angeles, places like this that are really becoming hotbeds of nanotechnology research and that are really going to be the focal centers for the nanotechnology revolution.
If you were a scientist working in that area, when the U.S. military came to you, you can imagine what their interests would be. Would you accept that funding to keep doing what you want to do?
I personally would not. I personally would want to focus on the positive applications of nanotechnology. That nanotechnology would quickly be capable of wiping out any disease or any sort of malnutrition. That you could take garbage materials, literally throw some nanites or bugs onto the top of this and then convert it into edible food.
Yes, or conversely, wiping out the human race.
Exactly. And so I would want to, as far as I could, work on the positive aspects of it. And I think that's one reason why the ethical dimension of this technology needs to be examined closely, because it promises so much and threatens so much. They're really, in a sense, a perfectly equal balance.
So then, Senator Bell again asks, what precise regulation would you recommend to this committee?
Well, I think that nanotechnology research needs to be conducted on the same kinds of safeguards that we would do very sort of dangerous biological research, that we need to develop the kinds of facilities that can prevent things from getting into the environment accidentally, or otherwise you're going to have an Andromeda strain scenario where something is created that can't be contained or controlled and will destroy any population in its town.
So then the equivalent of the CDC should be formed.
Yes, or it may in fact be a branch of the CDC, because again, when you get down to this level, the differences between biology and nanotechnology start to become very indistinct. They start to blur.
One would imagine many countries about the world would be hard at work at this right now. The Japanese, for example, they're really good in these sorts of areas. They would be, I would think, involved, are they?
The Japanese just produced a single single atom transistor.
Well, there you are.
So the Japanese are right alongside with the Americans and the Britons. The British are also right alongside with the Americans in this field, and we're really the three powers, with America by far being in the lead with the most researchers working on this. Now, one of the most interesting things that's being done long-term, one of the longest projects that's been going on, has been NASA's project to use nanotechnology for space exploration. The reason being that right now, spacecraft are very large, and when they're very large, it means it costs a lot of money to put them into orbit to send them to another planet.
Sure does.
And when you only have one of them, if it happens to crash, you're out of luck.
That's true.
So instead, why don't you produce 50 or 100 million small craft, deliver them in a small missile, release them, say, onto the surface of Mars, let them gather their data and send it back. And so this is now a very efficient way of doing it. Because even if you lose half the spacecraft, you still have 50 million spacecraft.
Well then, wait a minute here, Mark. If you're talking about Mars and releasing something on Mars, then why not release some form of the gray goo scenario on Mars, and why, before you know it, you'll have yourself a habitable planet, hello there, with an atmosphere and water and growing stuff, and maybe even little furry things running around.
It's been talked about. We don't know how to do something like that yet, but clearly as we grow into a fully realized nanotechnology, something like that will become more and more within the realm of possibility, and perhaps in another generation or two, there will be the moral equivalent of an Apollo project to green Mars.
Wow. This is amazing. All right, let's come back to reality, today's reality for a moment. Video games. Sony's new PlayStation 2.
Yeah.
and I guess Microsoft Xbox?
Yes, that's what it's called. It's going to release in October.
They have made such a jump. Do they begin to blur the line between reality and simulation?
Well, back when people were first working in virtual reality, so in the late 80s, early 90s, it was believed that you could create realistic images if you could create about 80 million little units that your eyes can see per second. If you could create these 80 million units, they figured it would be pretty much indistinguishable from the real thing. Well, with the PlayStation 2 and with the Xbox, we've gotten to that point, and if you've seen some of the things that have come out, some of the NFL games, some of the racing games, quite often when you look at them, you have to do a double take. Because you can't quite tell if it's a video image or if that's a computer-generated image. So we're now starting to enter this area of blurriness, whether we can tell if it's a computer-generated image or if it's in fact a live image of some sort.
So what are we liable to have by the time we get to Sony PlayStation 10 or 20? It's another way of asking, where is that going?
Well, right now, computer graphics and the kind that we use to say home video games are increasing not as fast as Moore's Law. They're not getting twice as good every 18 months. They're getting 8 times as good.
Really?
Every 18 months. It's Moore's Law cubed. So between 1995 and 2000, computer graphics got 1,000 times better. Between 2000 and 2005, everyone expects that they will get 1,000 times better again. So you don't have to wait for the PlayStation 10. You have to wait for PlayStation 3, which Sony has already announced will be 1,000 times faster than the PlayStation 2.
Really? Oh my.
At that point,
yes,
there really won't be any strict difference between live video and a computer-generated image, at least none that your eye can easily see. I've seen a prototype for the PlayStation 3, something called the GS Cube, which is still itself only about a 16th as powerful as the PlayStation 3 will be. And it was just absolutely stunning. The images were so clear, so beautiful, so crisp, and so realistic that you can clearly see that by the time 2005 comes around, we will be there. We will be at this blurring between real imagery and computer-generated imagery.
Well, how far of a leap is it from PlayStation 3 or 4 to the holodeck on Star Trek?
The holodeck is really just a matter of how do we project it. Right now, that's been a big problem. We have television sets, we have monitors, we have panel displays, but we don't have an environment we can stand up and walk around in.
Yes.
Yet, we had the head-mounted display, which everyone was looking at 10 years ago as being the way we get into a holodeck. Well, it turns out the head-mounted display is really bad for your eyes, which is why we're not all wearing them now. And so...
Yeah, I've seen them advertised, and I've been tempted, and I don't know why I haven't gone for one, but it's not so good for your eyes, huh?
It'll give you, at the minimum, it'll give you a headache. It'll give you eye strain. In the worst case, it'll cause something called binocular dysphoria. What happens is when you put the head mount on, your eyes are seeing the world in a different way than you see it in the real world. And your brain learns that way, so that when you take the head mount off again, your brain is still thinking in the way it was when you were in the head-mounted display. And this is not such a big problem for adults. Adults will come back anywhere between 20 minutes and 24 hours. But for children, and these video game companies were going to release these and sell them to children, that actually cause perhaps permanent changes in brain function.
In other words, their little brains, which are just in the formative stages, would or could perhaps take that as the reality, and then the real world would be the non-reality for them.
Exactly, and they would have trouble moving through the real world because their brains had adapted to something that wasn't real. In the mid-1990s, I participated in a project with Sega, the video game company.
Yes.
Developing a head-mounted display, and we got it all the way through the design process and ready for production, and they sent it out for testing.
Right.
And when they sent it out for testing, the testing company came back and said, you cannot give these devices to children. Well, Sega said, thank you very much. We're going to take the results. We're going to take the project. We're going to bury it. The company that actually did the testing, SRI, went and retested on their own dime so they could release the results to the public because the results were important enough that they needed to be widely known. So head-mounted display use is fine for, say, 20 minutes or less. It won't really hurt you, although I wouldn't give it to a child for that length of time. But in terms of this holodeck world where we'd be sitting inside of a head-mounted display and the world would be projected around us,
Right.
that doesn't seem to be a good way to do it. Now, there's just some breaking technology of people who are starting to do holographic projection inside of 3D globes.
Excuse me? Inside 3D globes?
So you can think of a clear glass globe.
Yes.
They can project a 3D environment inside of it. You look into it almost as if you're looking into a crystal ball. And you can see a world inside of that. That technology has just entered the prototype stage. They've just gotten it working. But that may be one way of having a holodeck. Now, clearly, you're not inside that environment, but you can see into it, and it's fully 3D. You don't need to wear any fancy glasses. It's just there in front of you, and that may be one direction it's going in.
Suppose we made it all the way to holodeck, where you create a complete new reality all about you. You don't have the glasses on. It's all about you in 3D.
Right.
That presumably will be possible one day, right?
I would suggest that a better way to do that, rather than using a projection technology,
Yes.
is to use nanotechnology. Remember what I said earlier
You
about
mean to actually create that world?
create the objects themselves out of material.
Aye.
I think that's going to be the cheaper, safer, more satisfying route for people, is to have a holodeck that it doesn't use objects made out of light.
Well, but the problem with that is you are then literally creating an alternate reality, because it is a reality. And so, we're almost up to the Matrix here in a way.
Absolutely. I think there's going to be a point 20 years from now or so,
Yes.
when the difference between the synthetic world and the physical world is going to have blurred completely. Now, for the kids who are growing up with these kinds of video games, they're not going to have an issue with it. They've been used to it all of their lives. For us, it's going to be a little bit more disorienting, because we're never going to know what really real is. It's going to make a difference to us.
But wouldn't that be fatally dangerous for mankind, in the sense that people would be able to create their own realities, and in every sense of the word, reality, an alternate reality, and to hell with this world in every way, just why not live in this idyllic, created reality?
It would be a fatal flaw if it cut us off from other human beings. Otherwise, it wouldn't be qualitatively different than the worlds we see showing up in cyberspace, the chat environments, the websites, the webs of connectivity by which humans create their own mental spaces and gather and congregate. It would simply be a physical manifestation of it.
I know, but I mean, people would be creating Britney Spears land, right?
Indeed they would.
Well, how do you stop a human being from preferring that over the real world? Hold that answer. Hold that answer. We'll be right back. Weird stuff. I'm Mark Bell.
Well, call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
I mean, why not? If it's nanotechnology, and we'll ask about this in a moment, why not? Shouldn't that alternate reality contain your dream lover? And then, is that your real mate, or is that your fantasy mate? Well, Kevin in Yarmouth, Maine, we have in Maine, says it a little more bluntly than I would have. He says, will nanotech be the future drug abuse? I want, Raquel Welch, nano doll. You think internet porno is bad now, just wait till nano porno comes along. Mark, is there any reason to believe that an alternate reality that you could eventually create with nanotechnology couldn't contain your mate?
Well, there's no fundamental reason to believe that. No, I think you're absolutely right. I think one of the promises, if you could call it that, of nanotechnology is that it's going to blur the line for most people between the fantasy world and the real world, that line isn't going to be as firm, as fixed, as neatly constructed as we are familiar with in the early 21st century.
So we may really look back on these as the good old days.
Or as the real old days.
The real old days, yeah, that's right. Oh, man. It's hard to imagine the kind of world you're talking about, and yet you're not the only expert, Mark, who said the things you're saying. You're articulating them, I think, a little more clearly and directly for me. Thank you for that, by the way. But there have been many experts who have said the same things you're saying, and I don't know. I don't know if it's the kind of world that I could accept. How about you?
Well, I think it's going to be for us, for the folks who grew up in the static world, the old world almost.
The old world. There you go.
It's going to be a little bit disorienting for us. It's almost as if you think about how people adopt technology. Younger people always use an ATM. Older people tend to go to see the teller. So it's almost like that. We may want this corner of our lives to have the kinds of benefits of nanotechnology. For example, life extension technologies will clearly be taking full advantage of that sort of thing.
Yeah, but what about his comment from May about the equivalent of drug abuse?
Well, I think that there's a more direct equivalent of drug abuse, which is that we could probably engineer nanotypes that would directly stimulate centers of the brain. So you're not even talking about formulating a Raquel Welch doll. You're talking about generating what you would think of as probably a super heroine, and be able to tie someone into that, and so there's a potential for abuse there. That's also enormous. And the question is whether these technologies will exist only in the pharmacological laboratories or whether they'll be relatively widespread. Every indication is that nanotechnology doesn't really require an expensive, huge environment to create. The basic tools of nanotechnology are relatively inexpensive. Less expensive than, say, a gene splicing laboratory. And as the techniques are discovered, those are going to be the things that will allow someone to do nanotechnology, say, in their den.
Do you think that the present state of social evolution in the world would support that technology being available right now, or would it, in essence, destroy the human race? If we had all that ability right now, we'd probably do ourselves in, wouldn't we?
I think we'd have to be very careful. I think we'd get wise very quick.
Well, or get gone.
Or get gone very quick.
So in other words, I guess I want to ask this. Is social development, in your opinion, moving in parallel with nanotechnological development?
I think for our children it definitely is. Our children are used to all of this blurriness, all of this in-betweenness between animate and inanimate, between static and active, between real and virtual. These are a matter of course for them. They really won't have the same sort of philosophical issues that we as grown-ups have. Now, whether that's going to be the thing that guides them safely into a nanotechnological era is anyone's guess. I think the most important thing we can do with our children is to educate them about the responsibilities that are inherent in any technology. Think about the trouble we have with guns today.
Yes. Do you think, for example, that a child of the future, say the next generation, because you're talking about 20 or 30 years or 40 years, not that long.
Not that long.
That child will be able to easily make a decision about whether to turn little conscious Freddy off, and that it's not killing, and that the child will have come to grips with the fact that even though this is a conscious entity capable of emotions and feeling and learning and all those things, that child will be able to just flip the switch, understanding that it's somehow different.
Well, it's interesting because the Furby itself does not have an off switch. One of the most interesting things about a Furby, one of the things that tends to drive adults crazy about it, is that there is no switch. You can take the batteries out if you want, but otherwise the Furby itself has to go to sleep on its own. You basically have to give it a timeout, and then it will snore and go to sleep. So in that sense, these kids are already being prepared philosophically, psychologically, for objects that have their own intent, that you wouldn't turn Billy off. You might stop playing with Billy. He might whine about it a little bit, and then he'll go to sleep.
But if you didn't want Billy anymore at all?
Then you're talking about a different kind of problem. You're absolutely right. You're talking about what a child does when he doesn't want a pet anymore. It's that kind of same ethical, emotional issue.
You can already see what happens in some cases when children decide they don't want their schoolmates anymore.
Right, exactly.
I mean, things are changing, and pretty fast, too.
Exactly. I mean, we have to take a look at our society's reaction to violence and the kinds of tools we use to create violence, whether they're guns or anything else. We have to say, okay, if we know that a child can walk in with a gun and, God forbid, kill several people, well, what can they do if they can cook something up in their living room and wipe out his city? That's the world of the mid-21st century.
That's going to be some world, isn't it, Mark? And it's so close.
It's close, and it's a beautiful place because of the powers that we gain. They're almost godlike powers that we gain.
Godlike, yes, I was going to say that. Godlike, creation.
Creation, almost. But at the same time, we have the same destructive powers that you would associate with a very sort of Old Testament God. And unless we can temper that with our humanity, with our desire to continue, not just individually, but as a species, you're absolutely right. We can't make it through a transition like that.
This discovery could then be more potentially dangerous to humankind than the splitting of the atom was.
Oh, it's been my firm belief that this is absolutely the case. The thing about the atom bomb is that it's very difficult to gather the materials necessary to make one.
And in the case of nanotechnology?
Everything's lying around. It's just a matter of putting it into the correct organization. And that's what we're learning.
Well, how many different centers and places right now around the U.S., around the world, are in serious development in these areas? I mean, how widespread is the technological research?
In America, certainly any major material science program at a major American university has some unit that's looking into nanotechnology. So you think about the major research centers, Harvard, MIT, University of California, University of Michigan, University of North Carolina. All of these centers have programs that are looking into these issues right now. But in addition, you also see the high-tech firms, IBM, for example. One of the things that IBM did back in 1981 was create something called the scanning tunneling microscope. The scanning tunneling microscope is very simple. It's really nothing more than a very, very sharp pin with a weak electrical charge on it. But it turns out that with that pin, you can move individual atoms around. Now, the fellows who invented this in 81 won the Nobel Prize just 5 years later for their work because their work was so significant. Because it allowed us to start pushing atoms around, and it's now become, in a sense, the basic building block for all nanotechnology applications, because we now have a finger that we can poke into the atomic world. And so you have research centers like IBM, like Hewlett-Packard, like Intel, and they need nanotechnology in order to stay ahead of the curve, in order to be able to provide us the next level of chips that we're going to need for the computers that we're going to need to do the things we're going to need in the world.
Well, your website is called Faithful World. Obviously, you're an optimist about the technology for the most part.
Well, I believe that the most important thing is to make people aware and to educate them about the possibilities, both the upsides and the downsides. I'm very straightforward about talking about gray goo. Most of the nanotechnology community tries to downplay that scenario.
Do they talk about these research?
If we have the capacity to create gray goo, then we have the capacity to create something that could stop gray goo. They go together. They really do.
And how long did you say it would take gray goo to do its thing if released?
It's believed to be about 72 hours. If
72 hours.
Sufficiently small enough that can be caught up in the air currents and travel the earth.
Well, I don't know if 72 hours is fast enough for Norton or not.
It's the Norton anti-nanotechnology utilities.
So, if you were to actually see the release of this gray goo, what would the eye see? If you could see the release, and it were released, I don't know, 5 or 10 miles from you, and you had a pair of binoculars, what would you see?
You'd probably see things melt. It would just look like things were melting.
and there would be probably an energy release. It would probably be hot.
You mean kind of like somebody was taking a big paintbrush the size of Earth and just beginning to move it across the surface of the Earth, and as it went, everything that was turned gray.
Or rather almost that the buildings themselves would start to cave in. The biological beings, ourselves, the animals, would simply fall down and slowly sort of decompose into this gray goo. I'm not sure how fast, how rapid that would be, because part of the sort of break on a gray goo scenario is that there's an enormous amount of energy release when you break all those chemical bonds. And so there's a fine balance between the number of times you can break a chemical bond and the amount of heat that can be sustained. So it would be slow and hot.
And then finally fast and hot, right?
Finally, as it covered the entire Earth's surface, it would just be hot. It would still have the same relative rate of progression everywhere you looked, but there would be more and more spots where it would be proceeding. So it might start out in one location. And frankly, people who have thought about this think that if there's ever a breakout in a location like that, and there's time to contain it, the only way to contain it is to drop a nuclear weapon on the site immediately.
A nuclear weapon?
Because it's the only way you could actually destroy nanites before they spread irreversibly into the environment.
And a nuclear weapon would be what? Hot enough?
Oh yes, it would break the chemical bonds. It would just vaporize any nanites in the environment. And you have to hope, when you do that and cross your fingers and pray, that you did it in time.
It's almost unimaginable. Unimaginable.
And yet it's almost here.
When will we see the first examples of, I have a lot of people talk about free energy all the time, and I say, give me a toy. At least just a little toy proves to me you've got an over-unity device. A little toy will do. And I never get one. When might we see the first little nanotechnological toy?
Probably within about 5 to 7 years, you're going to see artificial blood. Artificial blood is a small sphere that's made out of diamond. One of the things that we'll get as sort of low-hanging fruit from nanotechnology is very inexpensive sheets of diamond, because it's simply a regular lattice of carbon atoms. You can make that into a sphere filled with very high-pressure oxygen, and then have a small motor on it that sucks out the oxygen at a regular level, and you can use that as artificial blood.
Wow.
Now that there's already a design for, so now it's a matter of the fabrication process involved in the design. There is a startup in Texas called Zybex. There's a link to it on the Playful World site, and they're a nanotechnology startup. And so they are working now on the applications of nanotechnology. I think the real threshold isn't going to be these sorts of devices, but what is called the nanocomputer. So a computer built out of atomic level elements. This computer that would be a million times faster than any computer we have today, and 1,000 times smaller than a human cell. The experts in the field, people like Ralph Merkel, who's one of the fathers of nanotechnology, expect that by around 2011 or 2012, the elements will be in place to create a nanocomputer.
That's really soon.
It's really soon.
2012, that's really soon. So again, I'll ask you one more time. Do you think that socially we're going to be able to keep up with the technological advances? Because socially we're going to have to, or it definitely will do us in. We've got to make some pretty dramatic social advances. And as you look around the planet right now, do you see those occurring at a rate that pleases you when you look at what's happening with nanotechnology?
I don't think it's nearly as fast as I would like it. Whether it's fast enough, I can't say. I think that we need to be able to think almost as if it were magically. That we need to be able to think about the fact that actions, the consequences of our actions can have a nearly magical effect, that we could almost cast a spell with atoms and either wipe out the earth or cure someone of cancer. And we have to understand that there's an individual responsibility there and a social responsibility.
Well, on a scale of 10, how are we doing in the area of individual responsibility right now? Is that your answer?
Yeah, who wants to be a nanotech millionaire? I think that as a culture, we're coming to an understanding of the problem of violence. I think that's one reason why we find violence as horrend as we do, is because there is a
cultural understanding of the nature of violence, of the problem of violence, of what happens when you take an instrument of destruction, a gun, and put it in someone's hand. And I think that that's the first step, this broader understanding of what this complete violence of nanotechnology could release. So I'm optimistic.
That was a good answer. I mean, that was a safe answer. I wish I believed as you do. While we may understand, or I don't even know that we understand more about violence. Well, I guess we've been good. We haven't had a big world war in a while. But the micro scale, not macro, but micro scale on Earth right now isn't too good. There's a lot of killing going on out there. A lot of violence. And in this nanotechnological world you're talking about, it wouldn't take but a few bad apples
to ruin a whole bunch.
Right?
Yes, but I think that at the same time, we will be working, and there will be a vast number of people who will be working on how to defeat that problem, how to bring it to a stalemate. So I think that at the same time that you see Great Goo, you will see 100,000 solutions to that problem.
All right. We're going to break here, and when we come back, I want to turn you over to the audience. This I can't wait for, all right?
All right.
Can you stay?
Absolutely.
Good. Stay right there, then. Y'all are next.
Conrad Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach out at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903.
Now, that certainly is an understatement, isn't it? Remember, what we're talking about right now isn't that far in the future. It's not science fiction. It's what your children are about to encounter. We're about to go to phones. Joe in Alameda, California says, "Hey, Art, how come I find myself not laughing along?" I know, Joe. I understand exactly how you feel, Joe. I've been sort of chuckling along because you've got to keep us some sort of sense of humor about these kinds of things, but I'm with you all the way. And then I think Jim in Denver asks the question of Mark that we have to tackle first, and then we'll go to phones. It's simple, and it's blunt, Mark. He says, Mark, I'm an African-American. Does this gentleman truly believe this technology will not be abused?
Will not be what?
Abused. Understand why an African-American might ask that?
I understand why I think anyone would ask that. Anyone who's seen the history of the 20th century should really ask, will this technology be abused? I think that we have to consider very rationally the possibility that it will be abused and prepare for it on that basis. If we don't go in with our eyes wide open, I can paint a very pretty picture with the possibilities, but I can also paint a very ugly one, the downside. And I think that we need to keep both of those points of view in our sights at all times as we move into the 21st century. If we don't, then yes, the potential for abuse will overcome our ability, will overcome our sense of what to do about it.
Most Americans, Mark, think of what we're talking about right now as they think of a science fiction movie, something that, well, we might imagine, but, isn't really ever going to happen. The problem with this is it's not science fiction, and it's happening already, right?
You could have said the same thing about cloning just 2 years ago.
Yes, I know. Well, we did.
We did. And now it's likely that a human being is being cloned somewhere.
Indeed.
And so we now are faced with all of the ethical issues that come from that. And we have a little bit more lead time. We have at least a good 5 years probably a good 10 years before we really have to be able to say, this is how we're going to approach this problem.
Yeah, but in terms of observed human social evolution, 5 or 10 years, well, I just don't know, Mark. Anyway, listen, we've got a lot of phone calls, and so let us begin. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hi.
Hey, Art, this is Rob, listening to you in Minneapolis on KSBP 1500.
That's the way to do it, thank you.
The wavelength. And I have a brief comment before I ask Mark a question.
Yeah, sure.
The seasons are reversed in Minnesota, in central Minnesota here. It's supposed to be spring, but it's pretty much fall here.
Yeah, we know what's happening all over the nation, not just there.
Just a note on the weather changes, we're feeling it up here.
Yeah, it's obvious everywhere. Anyway, do you have a question?
My question was, in terms of like nanotechnology and, I don't know, Mark talked about the crystal ball, using that to have, whatever the experience, like video game type experiences, and you talked about the hologram room using nanotechnology. How much energy would a hologram room like that use?
Well, that's a really, really, really good question. The energy
would it be similar to like Los Angeles, or would it be more like Nintendo, or what?
Yeah, how much power consumption would you imagine being used in something to create eventually a holodeck, let's say?
Well, one of the advantages of nanotechnology is that it works on such a micro level that you can effectively sort of optimize all of the energy usage. And in fact, in nanotechnology, it's important to do that. One of the technical stumbling blocks that people are working through now is how you can create something that's working very quickly at such a small level and doesn't burn itself up in the process. But if you take a look at biology, human beings are very flexible. We move relatively quickly, and all sorts of things from bacteria up to elephants do so. And so there's probably a lot of lessons we'll learn from nature about how to effectively use energy in a conservative way. Now, a human being uses about as much energy as a 120-watt light bulb at any given point in time. So if you're thinking about building an environment, you can probably use that as a convenient multiple.
We're equivalent to 120-watt
light bulb in terms of the amount of energy we use.
Well, at least we're fairly bright. Yeah, I have to laugh sometimes. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hello.
Hi, Art. This is Kathy from Woodbridge, New Jersey.
Hello, Kathy.
And, I wonder if there's a long-lasting light bulbs with the old Philips. Yeah, right. Listen, I'm going into the not-so-distant future, and I'm going to ask you something about the future of computers, as if they could be the mother and father of children born either here because we screwed up, sowing the seeds of life on a new planet, being the guardians on a new planet. You get my drift? In the future, we may mess up so bad down here that we have to program a computer to literally plant the seeds of life and then nurture them and watch them. And I'll end it with this. Guys, once in a while, just catch the PBS and watch the Teletubbies and tell me why these four little things are watched by a computer and never have any parents around them.
All right. That's a lot to tackle. Mark?
If we were going to do some sort of Genesis project, I suppose is the best name for it, of replanting a Garden of Eden somewhere else, and if there were a computer that we were responsible for bringing human beings into maturity, you would have to be sure that this computer had been raised itself by human beings, because there's a human transmission of values that would be necessary from the humans to the computer to the children. And if you break that continuity, essentially what you're doing is you're breaking what makes us human. And so in that sense, you'd have to make a decision if you were embarking on a project like this, whether you wanted those children to be the offspring, the philosophical offspring, the psychological offspring of a purely rational intellect, or whether you really wanted it to be a much broader, more human intellect.
Wouldn't a purely rational intellect be frightening for humans? Dangerous for humans?
I think it would. I think that it would be given to making decisions that we would not normally be given to make ethically, morally. I think that this is the issue that...
It would have its own set of ethics and morals. It would have ethics and morals, but it's its own.
It would be its own, and they would be alien to us because they wouldn't be influenced by the concerns that we would normally think of as being human concerns.
So it might make decisions that we couldn't possibly understand. Like, for example, if it were running the justice system right now, it might, the very first time a child is brought in who's been fooling around with marijuana, it might decide to euthanize that child on the spot.
Right, it would be capable of justice but no mercy. And human beings tend to temper all of their justice and all of their actions
With mercy.
with mercy.
But perhaps not most effectively so.
Well, it's a question of what you're considering effective. If you're considering effective in a purely sort of rational frame, then perhaps you're right. But human beings, again, don't think in a purely rational frame. We think in a much broader frame.
Well, then we better be careful what we create. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Mark Pesci. Hello.
Yes, this is Jim in LA 640 KFI area.
That's the way I love people doing promos for their radio stations. Everybody do it. All right, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. Oh, good to have you back. Mark, I was wondering, I was at Disneyland with my wife, just back in the early 70s, and at their, I guess they call it the Haunted Castle, where they have these holograms or whatever you can call them.
Yes.
And on the exit, they had one that was in a bell jar, maybe 20 inches or 2 foot high, with a woman in it, and she was in 3D, actual 3D. I mean, her arms moving and all this stuff. Somehow they projected it in there, and I was just wondering, how the heck did they do that anyway?
That's actually almost like a magician. It's all done with mirrors. That's a parabolic mirror, so it's a curved mirror, and the image is projected onto the mirror, but because of the way the light reflects back from the mirror, it resolves into an image that's in front of the mirror, so it looks as though the image is solid.
Wow. I'll be darned. But I was just curious if they, like, if they have to have glasses, I guess, for 3D on television. If they came out with something like that, with the games, holy mackerel.
Yes, there's a good question. What would the movie? I think I already know the answer. But what would the movies or the television of tomorrow be in a nanotechnological world? I think I know the answer.
Well, I think that what you're talking about is not typing a program in, but typing a reality in.
Yeah.
So you're literally, out of the cable is coming the instructions to redesign the environment that you're in the midst of around whatever drama is going to take place there, and whether that's a drama that you sit and watch as a member of the audience or you participate in.
Mark, even with turn off your TV week underway right now, word is that we watch, on average, about 4 or 5 hours of television. The old two-dimensional, yes, nice color, but two-dimensional TV. Now, we watch 5 hours, Mark. In that future that you're describing, not all that far distant, how are you going to ever, once they've been to Paris and all that, how are you ever going to get them back?
Well, let me give you another example. I don't know if you've heard of a new game that's coming out called Majestic.
It's interesting that you would mention the new game Majestic, because I understand that they have woven my name into it somehow.
Majestic was described by the president of Electronic Arts, who is creating a game as a cross between CNN and the X-Files.
Yes.
When you sign up for the game, you go onto the web, and you give it all your contact points. You give it your phone, your fax, your email, your cell phone, and you give it the hours it can call you and annoy you.
And annoy you?
And involve you in the game and call you and tell you that there's a character that's in jeopardy and you have to go do this thing right now. You have to solve this mystery. You have to find the pieces of the vast conspiracy that is swirling around you. So already, without the projection technology, we're finding that the next generation of games, this isn't really even a PlayStation game. This is almost a game that starts to confuse the real world with the world of the game. So this is now coming trend. It's expected that this game is going to be wildly popular because it really involves you in a world that's right next door and yet completely in your living room.
Isn't this like the next logical step to fantasy football or baseball or whatever it is that people get so involved in?
Absolutely, and it will appeal to the people who really love the X-Files or Millennium or shows like this, or people who listen to Art Bell.
Yeah, my audience. I heard from people who were constructing this, whatever you call it, game, Majestic, and they are using my name somewhere in it, and I guess I was honored. I guess I'm honored.
I think you should be. I think it's going to be very interesting, and this is, again, the future of entertainment. It's not just something that you sit and watch passively, although I think that'll still exist. People will still make movies as we think of them, or TV as we think of it, where you sit and watch a drama or a performance or a comedy. Yeah. But there will also be these other more subtle forms of games where you are literally taken in, and you use the best virtual reality machine we have, which is between your ears.
But how are people going to break away from this? How will this not be an irresistible narcotic that will make television look like kid stuff?
500 years ago, Art, all across Europe, theologians, priests, preachers decried a new narcotic that had come out and was destroying the best minds in Europe. Do you know what it was? Mm-hmm. The novel.
The novel?
The novel. I mean, you take a look at Don Quixote. Don Quixote, the plot of Don Quixote is that Don Quixote has read so many romance novels, he's gone mad. And he starts to act out on all of these novels that he's read, and it was a popular theory in the day that reading all of these books was going to drive you crazy. So I think that we see over and over that these new ways of telling stories come into our lives, and we make room for them. The same way we don't think twice when someone says, oh, I was up all night because I was reading a really good book. Yet at the same time, you'd have to say, wow, that person is addicted to reading this book. That's what this book was. It was a narcotic. And I think that's how we'll think about Majestic.
But taking leaps ahead, not to Majestic, but further ahead, why wouldn't a government which is concerned with productivity, and I'm convinced that's one of the main reasons that we have drug laws right now, Mark, that we do, and the drug war and all the rest of it, is because they consider drugs to be a war on productivity. So, or a threat to productivity, and so that we have the war on drugs. Why wouldn't we have the war on nanotechnological entertainment for exactly the same reason, placid, a dangerous narcotic?
Well, I think that nanotechnology is going to upend the whole argument about productivity, because when you can literally fabricate anything that you need on demand, about the only activity of civilization will be the design of those things that can be fabricated on demand.
Yeah, all right, but then what about Zager and Evans 2525, our arms hanging useless by our side, right?
I don't know that our arms will be hanging useless by our side. I don't think that's the case. I just think that the emphasis on what constitutes productivity in the material world is going to move more, I think, into a design sense. That what's going to be important are the things that we can design and play with rather than things that we actually fabricate.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hello.
Yeah, I got a couple questions for Mark.
Go ahead.
One is, what would be some good effects of this new nanotechnology?
Right.
And my other is, what kind of benefits will we get for our human society?
Well, I think one of the things that nanotechnology can promise us is freedom from want. That you can, in fact, go to a place where the population is starving, throw nanites out on the ground, and have them produce food just from raw soil. And it wouldn't matter whether there's a drought or whether there's a flood or anything like that, that you can actually remove human need at a fundamental level by using these machines. I think the second benefit is going to be in medical technology, that we will be able to both observe the human body in incredible detail.
Mark?
Yes.
Quick question. Unless we can make it real expensive, then what would that do to our economy? And I mean the world economy, not just ours.
And that's exactly the point. I think that we're going to see this transition away from the value of the material world. Right now, money and value are based on scarcity.
We have wars over this.
Because they're wars.
We have wars over this. What do you think we went to war with? Almost went to war with Russia over, and may yet go to war with China over. it's materialism versus the greater common good. That's what we go to war about, right?
Absolutely, but if we've removed the sort of focus of materialism, if we've taken that out of play, then it becomes, in a sense, a war of creativity. And to bring us back to the gray goo versus the anti-gray goo, the virus versus antivirus scenario, that's a war of creativity, of design, not a war of material.
But that would require an entire shift from an economy based on consumption or materialism.
On materialism, not on consumption, because we will still be consuming things, but we'll be consuming designs rather than actual products.
We'll be consuming designs. That's an interesting concept. So then everything we know about, money and the way everything is transacted, all of that is going to change, isn't it?
I believe so, yes.
That's no minor change. All right. Bottom of the hour, I'm going to try much harder to be good and get to the phones. Oh, there goes the international line. Don't forget the international line, 800-893-0903.
The ride? Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at area code 775-727-1222. Or call the wild card line at 775-727-1295. To talk with Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
Well, our trip into the world of nanotechnology is not a voluntary ride. So perhaps we should rephrase the opening there. This is a ride you're on, like it or not. As promised, now back to Mark Beshe. And Mark, anytime I ever bring a guest on here, I always want to give them an opportunity to plug a book or plug whatever they've got going. In your case, I know you've got a website. Anything else?
Well, the book, The Playful World, which has been out for 6 months, it's in cover.
And is it generally available in bookstores?
It should be available in most bookstores nationwide. It's carried by all the major chains. Then you can buy it on Amazon or BarnesandNoble.com if you want to get it online.
Where you get deep discounts.
You do.
People with computers already have advantages, disproportionate advantages to people without them, don't they?
In general, we're starting to see, I guess, what people are calling a knowledge gap. The people who have computers, if you think about a child.
But it's a money gap, too. I mean, I can go buy your book for cheap on Amazon, but if I don't have a computer, I've got to go to a bookstore.
Yes, yeah, and you've got to pay the full list price.
Same deal with airplane fares. You can go get very cheap airplane fares on the web. I mean, really cheap compared to what you'll pay at a travel agency.
Although more of this information is starting to migrate now to voice systems on the telephone. So the web and the telephone over the next years will start to become more and more indistinguishable, so that anyone who has access to a telephone will have access to the same kind of rich information.
Isn't it rather likely with broadband that when that arrives for most Americans, let's say, that your telephone won't even be going over a phone line anymore?
That's absolutely right. More and more the phone network is looking like the internet.
Yeah, it sure is. All right, here we go. On the international line, you're on the air with Mark Pesce. Where are you, please?
I'm from Australia, in Melbourne.
Melbourne, Australia. All right. Well, welcome to the show. You have a question?
Yeah, well, as you were saying a minute ago, computer people do, in a way, we do have advantages, but we already have problems with bots in IRC kicking us and all sorts of dramas going on left, right, and centre with those mobs. So what I was wanting to know also...
Can we stop for just a second? With bots in IRC. All right, IRC is Internet Chat Relay, or Internet Relay Chat, or whatever it is. Anyway, it's a place where people gather on the Internet, and they have what are called bots. And these bots keep control of things when humans aren't around. You know about those, right, Mark?
Yes.
Okay, well, I didn't know whether a lot of the audience, not computer savvy, wouldn't have known, but the bots are already there on these groups. Go ahead, caller.
Oh, yeah, well, they're basically ruling us in the Art Bell IRC chat room already.
Yeah, I've heard that, yes.
It can happen, What I would like to know is about if there's software for these, this nanotechnology, you know, if we're going to have a problem such as a Microsoft software and bug beta testing and all sorts of drama with it, or if it's chemical, or how it works.
Well, right now they're thinking to design nanocomputers not along the lines of computers as we think of them with electrons flowing across silicon surfaces, but in fact they're taking a page out of the very first computers, which were built out of mechanical parts. If you think about an old mechanical adding machine, perhaps people remember these from the 1950s and the 1960s, there were wheels and gears.
Yes.
And in fact, it seems that the right way to make a nanocomputer is to build it out of these very small components in wheels and gears, wheels of carbon and other elements that would work together in the same way. So in a sense, although they're much faster than the computers we see today, they are mechanical. Now, as to software testing, we're going to have exactly the same issues with buggy software that we do in the world with our computers today, and that perhaps is the biggest problem, because even if we manage to effectively prevent someone from producing something that's toxic with nanotechnology, it doesn't mean that a computer with bad software can't do it.
So then the blue screen of death in the year 2050 might be gray goo.
The gray goo of death.
Oh, jeez. All right, on the international line, you're on the air. Where are you calling from, please?
Hello, I'm calling from Australia again, just like the last caller there.
Yes, sir?
In Darwin.
Oh, Darwin, all right.
Yes. My name's Aaron, by the way, and I've got a question relating to nanotechnology.
All right.
Basically, isn't a part of life the struggles we face in order to reach our wants and needs? So isn't creating this instantaneous gratification removing a part of our existence?
A social question. In other words, without the wants and needs that we struggle for today, if these wants and needs are all delivered to us so easily in the future, then what happens to human struggle? A good question.
Aaron's making a very good point, Art. There's no question that the way we visualize or philosophize about what human ends are, what our purpose is in the world, is going to be radically redefined by a pervasive nanotechnology. That you're essentially saying that part of what constitutes human need is just there. It's there like the air that you breathe. We also think that if you take a look at the pyramid of needs as was constructed by Maslow back in the 1930s, breathing is at the very bottom. We don't really normally worry about breathing. And so in the same way, the other material needs for housing, for food, are going to be, in a sense, subsumed down to that level. And so we will focus on the higher end of that, which is creativity, expression, the more artistic pursuits.
Doesn't sound like a big world for the blue-collar worker.
Well, if you take a look at the whole sort of progression of American culture over the last 50 years has progressively reduced the role of the blue-collar worker.
I know, but that would eliminate it.
There's no question that within a generation of a widespread nanotechnology, people would not be fabricating things per se.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hello.
Hello. My name is Michael. I'm calling from Norfolk, Virginia.
Yes, Michael.
In your conversation tonight, Mark, with Art, you've done two rather significant things. You've made the case for one world government in a more powerful way than it has ever been made on this program and on almost any other program in the United States. And that, of course, is something that frightens a lot of religious people who believe in the Bible, particularly religious conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
But the case that you've made is, it can't be argued. This is something that is inevitable. It
can be argued and fought over. I mean, that's the reason right there for a war, and you know it.
Yeah, but
let's ask him about that. You really have, as the caller points out, made the case for a one-world government, the necessity for it, before tackling any kind of technology like this, yes?
I really actually disagree. I have the same, I think, very natural qualms about centralization of authority in this kind of system. I don't think that's the answer, because I don't think that any centralized state can be so omniscient as to prevent something from happening. I think what you need is as much decentralization as possible.
Well, let me just make my point about it. People have been thinking about this, serious thinkers have been thinking about it for well over 50 years and actually working towards that because they find it as an unavoidable thing. The problem is we can't talk about one world government as such, so we talk about free trade. But realists in the world today know that we must go in this direction for the dangers that you have pointed out here tonight. And your own arguments argue against you. I won't attempt to do it in this short space of time. But I would like to make another point. Your discussion of technology has also made another very significant point. You have made the case for the 3,500-year-old Genesis account of Moses and the Tower of Babel. And because you have made this so effectively by saying that, yes, what mankind is doing is actually recreating Genesis in his own time. And because you have done this, you have given people who are religious conservatives out there and all kinds of religious people who are normally very paranoid about this thing an opportunity to enter into the discussion, to think more rationally about it, not be knee-jerk in their reaction to the whole idea of one world government. And actually we can begin now talking about a one world radio program on the lines of Coast to Coast AM, which will begin introducing the entire world simultaneously to the ideas, opportunities, and problems that we're talking about right now.
I've even got the new name, sir. From coast to coast to coast to coast to coast to coast to coast.
Well, I think instead of looking at 20 million people in the Art Bell audience, we ought to start seriously and realistically talking about a 2 billion person audience.
Well, I'll tell you, my network is working on it, sir. I can't reveal any more than that right now, but trust me when I tell you, from coast to coast to coast to coast is closer than you might imagine. His first point was an interesting point. And how would you make the case, Mark, that the kind of technology you're talking about wouldn't necessitate a single control and a very strong control at that?
There's a lovely line. It's my favorite line in the entire Star Wars trilogy when Princess Leia turns to General Tarkin and says, the more you tighten your grip, the more star systems slip through your fingers.
Yeah.
When you impose order, escalate chaos, and that's probably the worst of all possible situations.
Yeah, but chaos,
You would, I would think, want to have as many different centers working on different problems as possible. They may want to be coordinated. We can see with the internet the kinds of loose coordination, or even in the nanotechnology community, the kinds of loose coordination where researchers are aware of each other's work. They're trying to engender public discussion, public awareness, public debate. I think the idea of having a radio program where people can be educated about these issues is incredibly beneficial. It's a thing that should happen.
I agree. But I mean, you're such a social optimist, I can't believe it. I mean, somehow you see things that just aren't happening today, aren't even trending today, and you're applying them to, this incredible new technology. And I don't know. I guess the glass is just always half full for you, huh, Mark?
You can't say that, Art. I definitely have my nightmares. I've lived with the ideas of this. Part of the reason I'm well-versed in nanotechnology is because I was around when the key people involved in inventing it were actually inventing it. This was back at MIT in the very early 1980s.
But, Mark, as long as we have separate nation states and rogue nation states, and that difference and that separation, this kind of technology, I mean, begin to apply the probabilities, go crunch the numbers on, somebody like Gaddafi getting hold of something like this. And as long as the nation states are all separate, you've got to imagine that as a possibility, then your chaos numbers are really going to get you.
But in a sense, you haven't even gone far enough. It's not rogue nations that we necessarily need to worry about, but as you pointed out earlier, the rogue human beings, even
one world government.
Rogue Harry down the street.
Exactly. Is that one world government going to be so powerful and so omniscient that it could keep the chains on every single person? I mean, I don't think, A, that anyone wants that, and B, I don't think that's actually possible. And so I think we're confronted with the fact that we are what we are.
Okay, well then that in itself is a social comment. we're absolutely stubborn individuals who would never allow anything like that to happen, even though it was on the way. And so we'll be then the same stubborn individuals who'll be toying with this new technology.
Who will be toying with all aspects of it, though. We'll be toying with the upsides and the downsides. And I think that if you can encourage as much breadth, if you have children who understand it.
Yeah, but how many bad days with gray goo do you need?
Well, it's a question. How many bad days does your body have with bacteria? A lot of them. And yet your body manages to survive. And I think that if we look toward the natural world, we can see that we can sustain certain types of injuries. There might be some that would be a knockout punch, but most of them our body is prepared for. Even for the ones we aren't prepared for, our body learns, adapts, and attacks. I think that's the metaphor. I think that's the reason why I have this optimism.
All right.
Because we can look to the natural world.
All right, I'm not doing this enough. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hi.
Good evening, Art. This is Chris from Los Angeles.
Yes, sir.
Listening to you at 640 KFI AM radio.
That's the way to do it.
Okay, let's, you guys have touched the subject that I'd like to get into. It's a little bit more on the wild side of this. This gray goo matter is pretty terrifying, but let's look at something else. What if we could take the nanotechnology, release it into a human body, it goes into our fat cells or sperm cells, whatever, learns the T cells, and becomes a cell management system that we can control. So as we're aging and if there's any heart defects, the nanotechnology reports it, say, to a wristband that we wear, and it alerts us, and it automatically gets, we give it a signal and approval to go ahead and do the repairs. Now we take it a step further. Say we want to have available to us programs that we can insert. For example, we want to become a cat for an hour. We want to play with our cat. And we put in the program, and the nanos go on, and for an hour we become an animal of our choice. Or say we want to become a football player. We can increase our size and our mass through the nanotechnology. Okay? Now, to take it a little bit further, say this device we wear becomes an interface to computers or to communicating with other people.
Certainly is going to destroy the steroid market.
But, you know, what about these people who've frozen themselves and they're waiting for the technology to cure their diseases? And this would probably be the only thing that could be capable of doing, reviving them. Or a dead person, you know, what if, it would be pretty scary if we could inject it into Einstein's remains and rebuild his body, all of a sudden he comes to life, you know, and what kind of out-of-body experience would he talk about?
It's funny that you should mention this. The first major book on nanotechnology, called The Engines of Creation, was published in 1986. I read a very early draft of it in 1983, and there was an entire chapter which talked about exactly this. It was basically debating how much of the remains of someone did you need before you could reanimate them. And I mean, I read that chapter, I was frightened by it, and yet at the same time you can see that when the technology is sufficiently advanced, those kinds of applications become very easy.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you've got my wheels spinning. I don't know about you guys, but who needs holograms? You can just become something.
So then, in other words, if you had enough of a person's just basic DNA, which could come from blood, or hair, or skin scrapings, or whatever, that might be enough information to rebuild a duplicate of that person, a real duplicate, not a clone, but a duplicate, right?
Well, clearly, if you're talking about the person is a combination of the body. It's not just the genes. If you're talking about Einstein, and I think they have Einstein's brain in a jar somewhere.
They do.
And so it's conceivable that you could reanimate someone with sufficient remains. Again, we think that most of the qualities of the person are kept inside the brain, although there's some argument about where it all is, so it wouldn't necessarily be completely faithful. but it would be a reasonable factor.
You have a way of describing nanotechnology, which is both at the same time frightening and very understandable for the average person. I've had other experts on, and they engage in language that the average person simply cannot understand. So you articulate this very well. Did you do that in your book?
Yes, that was really one of the main theses of my book, was to take these ideas that have been, in a sense, lost in the ivory towers and put them in terms that everyone can understand, because I look at children's toys and I show how children's toys like Legos can be used as a metaphor for understanding what nanotechnology is.
Legos, huh?
Legos.
All right, listen, Mark, we're at a junction point where I always ask my guests, and you know, I can't even, where are you?
Los Angeles.
You're in L.A.?
I am.
All right. I always ask my guests right here whether they want to do the final hour or they've done too much and they're ready to rest. You don't sound ready to rest.
No, you've got my wheels turning.
And they turn pretty quickly at that. All right, then hold it right there. We'll come back and do another hour. I'm Art Bell. Indeed, only in America. Actually, that may not be true. Wonder what the Chinese are doing right now in this area. Fortunately for us, they're very socially advanced over there in communist China now, and we don't really need to worry about what they're doing with this kind of stuff, right?
Wanna take a ride? Well, call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies at 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach out at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to reach out on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell on the Premier Radio Network.
Certainly, as I was listening during the news to a guy, that very nice guy who sells the Oric vacuum cleaners that we need today, you've got to wonder, in the future, you've got dirt around your house. But I don't think you're going to need a great big vacuum cleaner in the nanotechnological world. You're going to just need this little thing, and you release it, and it goes and it eats all the dirt. And I mean all the dirt. All right, once again, for all my friends overseas, give it a try. Take the plunge, whether you're in Europe or Asia or North or South America, wherever you are. Say here in the U.S. and Canada. Try this. Call 800-893-0903. Worldwide will pay the bill. Doesn't matter where you are. China, I don't care. We'll pay the bill. Worst case, get hold of the AT&T operator and have her dial 800-893-0903. All right, back now to my guest, Mark Pesce. Mark?
Yes.
Okay, still hanging in there, huh?
Oh, yes.
Very good. All right, well, lots of people want to talk to you, so here we go. West of the Rockies, you're on there with Mark Pesce. Good morning.
Hi, my name is Ray. I'm calling from Ogden, Utah. Listening to you on 570 KNRS out of Salt Lake.
Good for you.
Okay, now here's the big problem I'm having with all this. I can mentally picture it, but there are so many things that bother me about it. Okay, I'm a martial arts enthusiast. I'm an amateur musician. And I'm a student of Zen Buddhism or Chan Buddhism, whichever you want to call it. And to me, without the human element of striving, struggling, and aspiring, and I could just say to myself, bang, I'm a master swordsman, or bang, I'm an enlightened Buddhist, or
yes, saying I'm a really good musician, it would all be hollow and empty.
It's a lot like another question we had, really. Very much like it. It's not an easy answer, is it, Mark?
No, I think that it's going to displace some of the things that we think of as being worth striving for and replace them with others. I think that it's in the human nature to strive, to improve, to get better. And the question is, when certain things become easy, for instance, I live in Los Angeles, it's a huge city, but it's very easy for me to get across. The transportation is not an issue, unless I happen to be going around at rush hour. And so it's changed what I consider a challenge appropriately to my level of ability. So every time our abilities extend, what becomes important, what becomes challenging also changes. Now, I don't believe that you'll be able to flick a switch and become the Buddha, because I think that's a spiritual change. We're talking about material manifestations of the world.
Okay.
We're not talking about the nature of spiritual changes, but I think that one of the things that this could foment, that the nanotechnology revolution could foment, is an examination of what truly is important. Once you've satisfied your basic material needs, what then is important?
And another thing I did want to mention is that it sounds to me a lot that what we're talking about tonight, it has been more or less predicted in James Redfield's books, the 10th Insight and the Celestine Prophecy. He mentioned something in one of those books about the possibility of there being such a synergy between humans and machines.
I think that this is a real, I think that's a core part of it. The entire passage of human history, from the invention of fire to the present day, has been an increasing human ability to work with the material world, to get finer and finer levels of control over it. And we're now just in that last half mile, that last sprint before complete control of the material world, which brings with it a whole host of problems and a whole host of opportunities.
Indeed.
All right, I appreciate the call, sir. I guess I would like to ask about Mr. Oryx, a very nice fellow who sells his Oryx vacuum cleaner that still goes after 25 years. I was listening to his little commercial during the news. Not everybody might have caught it, but they know what I mean. You know, how's Mr. Oryx going to be doing there in another 50 years?
Well, there's already been proposed what we would call household nanites, which will eat the dust off the floor, and in fact, use the dust off the floor as the thing that keeps them powered.
How about cat fart?
They'd be able to do it off of any sort of organic substance. It would be a general purpose device that would be looking for things that don't belong in the environment. And so they'd probably be talking to some device that has a rough idea of how the environment should be. Now, you don't want it to eat your books.
No, but I mean a hairball-filled cat fart. I'm sick of cleaning those up.
That you can probably actually do something with. You might actually, maybe what you'll have is a magic wand in your hand, and you'll point it at the device, and that will then tell the nanites in the room to run over and eat the cat bar.
No, cat fart, no. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Bell.
Yes.
Great show this evening, or this morning, I should say.
Yes, it is morning.
A few questions. One, for you, have you ever considered a weekly television show, say like on Sci-Fi Channel or something?
I've been offered that by the Sci-Fi Channel and about a million others, and I've turned every one of them down. I'm not going to do TV.
Okay. Well, good answer.
Honest answer.
Well, honest answer. As far as your guest goes, Mark, I have a question for you. The reason I'm asking this is because I'm finishing college and hopefully I'm going to be going into the military. But I saw a program about nanotechnology on the History Channel, and one concept that they put out was the use of nanotechnology for a skin covering, something that I guess you would inject into your skin or put on you, something that could change colors, like if you were a Navy SEAL, or something that could provide a barrier for protection against the environment. Is something like that practical? How far away are we from that sort of technology, and would it be safe?
It certainly would be practical. It's depending on the qualities of that kind of covering. It's relatively easy to do because it's a polymer, and so really what you want is some sort of active polymer that can be controlled. Is it safe? they would probably design it to be at least as safe as a wetsuit. So you'd have to do something like that. Now, if it binds directly to your skin, you're going to have another level of problems because you're going to deal with perspiration and all sorts of issues like that. But I think you could definitely see those kinds of things. Those will happen, I would say, 5 to 10 years out, because those are almost the benefits of material science. And then the question is, how active are those materials? So you take a look at the enormous leaps that are being made in display technology now, where we have what they're calling bioluminescent LEDs and things like this. These are all sorts of parts of the same revolution that's going on with using materials for surfaces that have particular qualities.
So I guess like something like, for instance, if your skin, you know, in the future, if you're in a bad accident and you get burned all over, I guess the idea of some sort of skin covering that would basically mimic your own skin, I guess, you know, the potential for that is also there.
Yes, the potential for that's also there, although I think that by the time we do that, you'd probably also then be able to take your genome into high gear and regrow new skin.
Well, one quick question. As far as like car technology, do you know if anybody's working on something to where you would be able to, like, maybe, you know, you buy a car in just plain white, by, you know, changing something, spraying something, whatever, it would instantly change the color of your car?
That is one of the things that people are working on. This is, again, a lot of work that's going on in material science. There's a big push toward what we call digital ink right now, which is another type of material which allows you to have, say, a book, but the book's pages are actually active. They're not printed so much as they are electronic, and they portray something, and yet the surface is very flexible and very thin like a book. And so you can see that as being a very easy extension from a book cover to a car cover.
You know, I was just thinking as you were talking about the car. I used to be a thief dispatcher. Boy, it would complicate that job. You're looking for a green Chevy, right? Then you're looking for a blue Chevy, and a yellow Chevy, and an orange Chevy. And pretty soon you're not even looking for a Chevy anymore. You're looking for a Ford, because it just morphed into a Ford.
No, but probably what the police officer would do would be to fire a dart of nanites at it, which would tag the car, and then make it possible to capture no matter what the car looked like.
Well said. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hi.
This is Nick, another 640 man in L.A.
Yes, sir.
This blockbuster program is one of the 3 best I've ever heard in
Glad you're enjoying it.
several years. That last caller really leads into my double question, because the 2 questions are related, about productivity and about violence for hire. But that's going to be great when your closet's going to start looking like a broom closet. You have a jar for every article of clothing you want to wear. You just spray and poof your dress and whatever you need to protect yourself. The 2 questions, this is on the other extreme, rather than register your body. In the whole world, you're going to have sheep herders in Mongolia, you're going to have jitney drivers in Brazil, millions of workers suddenly going to telework centers to support the new technology. That's great. Productivity is wonderful, but there's one downside, is that everything they do will have absolutely nothing to do with their immediate environment, which will mean whole cultures will be just completely absorbed, maybe call it a kind of a cultural gray goo type of concept. And that leads to my main question, which is, you're going to have boxing matches, bare knuckles matches, really brutal games that, you know, some rogue countries will be willing to supply, real blood being shed, real people being killed, like in the movie Gladiator, and even far more repulsive practices in which the participants are either drugged or coerced into participating, even.
All for entertainment.
Yeah, even torture for entertainment, and you can't stop it because it will go through the underground, through hundreds of servers or email. There'll be 3 basic means of transmission: direct server networks, email, which is store and forward, which the computers don't always have to be on, or just removable media like CDs and VHS and the like. I'll get off the air while you address the second problem, because it's concerned me for a long time as I've studied the internet and what the next step will be.
Mark?
Well, I mean, you can see the parallels already with the sort of very far into the pornography industry. This is something that really is already in existence, that some people will always be looking for, with certain types of things that will thrill them. I think that the thing that matters in a situation like this is that there are people out there who are monitoring, who are actively working to monitor this. When you look at the issue of productivity, of where people are going to go in a culture like this, I think people will find the issues that concern them. We talk about striving for goals, what goals are important. And it may be that the goals of production will be left behind in favor of the goals for sort of humankind, for the kind of greatest benefit, so that if you find something like this that's going on at a subterranean level, perhaps someone who's been freed from a blue-collar job actually would take an interest in finding and solving these kinds of problems. So that the social displacements that happen may be made up for.
Gosh, you're an optimist. All right, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mark Pesci, the optimist. Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Your turn. Where are you, sir?
Bluefield, West Virginia.
Okay.
They don't carry your last hour, so I'm going to have to ask, if you don't mind, after I ask my second question, if you can keep them on. It'll be a short answer, I'm sure. The first one, both of you can give me your opinion on. Have you read The Cat's Cradle by Kurt von Vonnegut?
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, you know the premise of some kind of foreign agent being created and getting out of the lab and destroying the world's not new.
No.
So, I don't think with that history, and I'm sure it goes back further, I haven't read one that's older than that, that's still going to be kept on men's minds. So I think there's always going to be somebody that's going to be looking and watching out for that kind of stuff. Although, you know, there's no guarantees.
You're an optimist too, aren't you?
An optimistic realist.
I'm not sure that works, but all right.
The second question for Mark is, can those nanoprobes be turned against the internet?
Well, the internet is coming through so many different media these days. It's either over a wire, or it's over the air, or it's over fiber optic link, or it's over a laser link, or it's over microwave. And so it's not clear that you could take out the whole internet in a situation like that. You could certainly, say, produce a nanite bomb that would take out the physical wiring somewhere. Or perhaps produce a microwave storm so that people couldn't get their calls through. So in a limited sense, it could do it. Whether it could do it in a global sense, that's not clear. I mean, certainly if you produced something that was just the gray goo, then that would take the internet out because it would take everything else out with it.
But as you see the internet now, or even in its immediate future, its broadband future, nanotechnology would not directly apply to destroying it.
You could take out sections, but I don't think you could take out the whole thing. Yeah, right.
Exactly. All right. Good. At least there's some limit there. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Good morning.
Hello, gentlemen. This is Lee out of Seattle in Como.
How you doing?
Art, I agree with you in 100,000 spades that this man is a cockeyed optimist. Let me say I'm not a Luddite. I read a tremendous amount of science fiction. I've read about this, but it just scares the hell out of me. Combination of this, especially with our breakthroughs in genetic technology, is just astoundingly scary. But to me, it'd be like, in our present form of society, I believe it'd be like giving a group of cannibal headhunters an armed atomic bomb and just letting them play around with it. I'm going to address the military question in a minute, but let me make a couple other observations. I came across a very interesting thing that applies to this. As a quote from someone, it says, "Experience is the hard teacher. It gives the best. The test first and the lesson afterwards." And when we start dealing with these super technologies like we're getting into now, we're only going to have, one chance for a world-changing mistake. I think particularly the thing that scares me with this technology is its application to tyranny. And as you said, Art, let's look at the examples we've got. Like Mr. Fuller pointed out 50 years ago, we could feed all the world and we could manage all our energy needs. We've got everything we need under our current technology, but we're not doing so.
Right.
We're still killing the world with, out-of-date petroleum pollution.
That's right.
And that's because people are making money and they're controlling power with it. This is just going to be that ramped up 100 times. What if a dictator, for instance, wanted to, secretly assassinate someone? He could key one of these things into their genome, have it so it would only strike one person, it would hunt them out, it would go into their brain, pop a blood vessel, and then they would destroy themselves. It looked like he had a stroke and no one would ever know. Let me cite an example from The Outer Limits. I know some people you had on just recently. They did a show about this. Incredibly interesting and frightening. This is going to take, a tremendous amount of programming to make these work. They're incredibly specialized, but yet they're very stupid because they're so small. This guy was a medical application, and they injected these things inside of a body for experimental first-generation nanites. And they told him to protect and repair his
immune system. So they went in there and they repaired him all right. Then they discovered he wasn't good enough, and so they started changing his skin, adding ribs. Pretty soon his head started itching in the back, and he discovered he had a second pair of eyes in the back of his head. They made him better than he was, and that was because the programming wasn't done properly.
Oh, but look, programming is always done properly. I mean, does Windows 98 ever crash?
Exactly. I would never want to inject anything like this in my body, not if I can help it. But the problem is, it could be spread around the world and you wouldn't know it's there. So how does the guest address the tyrannical aspects of this? I think that the thing we're going to need to develop is a very powerful defense. There's no question about that. I think that we're going to need to take a look at the human body and use that as the model to really inflate the idea of the human body and its elaborate defenses against penetration. And say, okay, we need to replicate that in a nanotechnology world. We need to bring those defenses not only inside the body, but outside the body.
But how about this could be targeted against specific people and you wouldn't even know it was in your environment until it killed you?
But you would, because you'll have nanites in your blood that are checking for foreign invaders.
The people that have the power right now can control us. They can do that kind of programming, but the common people won't be able to buy that.
They'll have it first, and the people with the money will have the bots, and everybody else will have, well, they'll be in the pots. The have and the have-nots, bot-wise, nanotechnologically speaking. I'm Art Bell. Good morning.
Call Art Bell from west of the Rockies at 1-800-618-8255. East of the Rockies, 1-800-825-5033. First-time callers may reach Art at 1-775-727-1222. The wild card line is open at 1-775-727-1295. And to call Art on the toll-free international line, call your AT&T operator and have them dial 800-893-0903. This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell from the Kingdom of Nod.
Now, come on, get off your worldwide dust and give me a call internationally. Figure it out. Call the operator, the AT&T operator. Beg her. She'll help you. 800-893-0903. That's 800-893-0903. It's actually free from anywhere in the world. Oh, look what Ben in Calgary, Alberta says. He says, hey, Art, if you think Microsoft on your computer is unpleasant, can you imagine it in your body? Once again, the Prince of Micro... I forgot to say that. Mark, welcome back.
Thank you.
Would it be possible, do you think, this is just an offhand question, to design a nanotechnological something or another that would literally go around the world and destroy every single cell phone? Is that a yes?
I don't know. I think once we get GPS in all of them, it'll certainly be easy to track them down.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hello.
Oh, good evening, Mark. John from Kauai, KQNG 570, listening to you out here. Thanks again for making us all stop and think. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning.
My question is twofold. Number one, could nanites be made to, be dispersed and then sit dormant, maybe recharging on solar power until they were globally awakened?
Yes, absolutely. The question with that is, what signal do you use to awaken them?
Right. Secondly, if I had a nanite and I took it in for inspection, could it be detected under a normal laboratory microscope at, say, 250 to 500 power?
It would depend on the scale of the nanite. Most nanites, we think, will be between the size of a bacterium and a virus. It would depend on the complexity of them. And so you can't really see a virus with a 500 times microscope. You can see a bacterium.
And my last question to you, Art, is would you ask him if it could be sprayed in an aerosol form from an aerial tanker?
Sure. And for you, caller?
Yes, sir.
Regarding the signal? We all know what it is. It's...
Clap on.
Clap on. All right, thank you, and later. I don't think you would have to go to the extreme of spraying this stuff from anything, would you? Or would there be instances where you would?
Well, I guess it would depend on what your needs were. I mean, if there's an immediate problem and you wanted an immediate application, it's the same thing we use normal materials for. You use a spray when you want to apply something directly over a particular area.
Mm-hmm.
And then you know it's there, rather than waiting for it to find whatever its target is.
Gotcha. Grey goo? Grey goo. Wild card line, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hi.
Yeah, this is Franco calling from LA, KFI.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Mark, would it be possible to use nanotechnology to help us, like with the supernatural sector, the area as far as helping detect, all these, shadow people, the ghosts and the spirits, listen up here. Thank you.
Very interesting. In other words, to learn something about what we now consider to be the metaphysical.
Well, it would depend on whether there's anything measurable by a nanite in that area. Now, clearly, the one thing that a nanite can do is it can make very, very precise and fine measurements to a detail and to a degree that normal scientific instruments aren't normally able. So if there is something that is physically present in a phenomenon, a nanite might be able to detect it.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hi.
Hello.
Yes, hello. Where are you?
Okay, this is Mark from Grafton, Wisconsin.
All right.
Okay, when you mentioned the gray goo in the beginning, it was really fascinating, and it kind of reminded me of, I don't know, the Big Bang, or at least the theory of the Big Bang.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Big Bang in a way.
It's an expansion. I had a few comments on this. It's kind of a not-so-down-to-earth comment, but, like the ultimate nanites, I guess, if you can look at it, it's the Big Bang released stuff. Maybe the ultimate nanites are nuclear material itself. I mean, because what we build, everything with in science, it's from stuff that already exists. Nuclear, atoms, molecules.
Mm-hmm.
And from the Hindu and Buddhist perspective, we live in an interactive universe. So these alternate nanites that I call nuclear material, I mean, we're interacting with them all the time. The way the Buddhist and Hindu philosophy goes is that there's, for everything there's a cause. It's just an endless chain of cause and effect. So we know we're interacting with something. My point is we're interacting with these ultimate nanites, I call, the stuff of the universe. So,
well, you're getting metaphysical on this.
Well, it's metaphysical. My point is with this, again, is even everything that we create, like even, I remember when they create computers, you know, like Cray?
Yes, of course.
Cray computer systems.
Yes.
Their computers were approaching even the human form because they started using artificial blood plasma to cool the computer systems. So the point is,
well, I guess you could think of it as artificial blood plasma, but I don't.
What my point is, Mark, is what does with respect to scale or how far we can go with nanotechnology? That's why I bring up this kind of metaphysical point. What's his view on scale? I mean, how far can we take it?
Well, it's going to be a complete transformation of the material world. Now, because we live in the material world, because we interact with and are engaged in a chain of causality in the material world, if we completely transform the material world, there is no choice but to completely transform what we are. Humanity on the other side of the nanotechnology revolution does not look like the humanity of the early 21st century. As Art points out repeatedly, there may not be any humanity at all. We may have pressed the wrong button, or maybe there was a software glitch and Microsoft and our bodies decided to just melt us all down. That said, it is possible that this transformation will take us somewhere else.
I wonder what they call that operating system. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hi.
Hi, this is Quentin in Portland.
Hello, Quentin.
I have two comments, and the last caller kind of led up to it. The first one. My opinion is that technology is a way to reflect back to ourselves our own makeup. I mean, we learn about, like you were saying earlier, we create a mechanical, emotional human, and we learn about our own emotions. And I think that nanotechnology really gets down to the level of quantum physics and consciousness. And once we get into that level, we're in the arena of our consciousness affecting reality. We're using technology to do that, but I think that we already have that ability already within the human form. I mean, I'm thinking of someone like Jesus who manifested the loaves and fishes directly out of energy in the universe. And so I just see that nanotechnology is kind of a stepping stone to spiritual awakening, because, like you say, we're getting into a time when we'll be directly manipulating physical reality.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly correct.
If we have that kind of ability right now, a direct control over matter, it's latent. It's not something we normally imply. And yet technologies are the way we convince ourselves that we have control over the material world. And so nanotechnology is, in a sense, that last step of control, that last actualization in which we've managed to prove to ourselves that we really do have the degree of control over the material world that was always latent.
But at some point, nanotechnology, for example, would allow a virtual duplication of every miracle or pestilence that occurred from God or Jesus when he was on earth. All of these things could be manifested by nanotechnology.
In the twinkling of an eye.
So then how, in a twinkling of an eye, so then how do we separate ourselves from God at that point?
Well, you'd have to, I think, be careful about psychological ego inflation. That's probably going to be one of the major psychiatric disorders of a nanotechnology world.
I'm sure.
People believing that they are the entire universe. And so there's going to have to be a balance. And again, when you strike the sort of cautionary note, what we're saying is that we have to find that balance between our incredibly realized abilities as individuals and the fact that we need to keep existing as a species.
Is there any way for people to get in contact with you, Mark? Email addresses?
Email address is right there on the website, right on the front page of playfulworld.com. I encourage everyone. I got a couple of emails during the program.
Well, okay. What is it, just for grins?
Mark, with a K, at playfulworld.com.
That's easy. Okay, Mark at playfulworld.com. That's really easy. All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hi. Hello.
Hello?
Yes, you have home.
Yes, I'm a first-time caller.
Yes, sir.
I'm calling from El Paso, Texas.
All right.
On KTXM 690.
Right.
And my name is Gary.
Okay, Gary, fire away.
Yes, sir. Is this Art Bell?
It sure is.
Just one question, sir. Well, I have two questions. One, first of all, are we live across all 50 states of the United States of America?
Say that again, please.
Are we live across the whole world?
Yes, the entire world.
Yeah, okay. My name is Gary, and I'm calling from El Paso, Texas.
I got that already.
Okay. The reason I'm calling, sir, Mr. Bell, is because I would say that from my understanding of physics and the universe and astronomy, one time I posed a question to a man that was a planetarium director.
All right, you're going to have to get on subject here. We're going to have to move on. Oh, I've got a guess. Do you have a question for us?
Yes.
What is
it's about the nano world, right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to ask you one question. What is the definition
of nanotechnology?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's probably something we should have really defined at the beginning of the program. What is your definition of nanotechnology?
Nanotechnology is the human ability to build devices out of individual atoms. So we take a look at the natural world, we take a look at a piece of wood, it's carbon atoms and oxygen atoms and hydrogen atoms that have been grown by nature's nanotechnology, a tree, biology. And so nanotechnology is our ability to take individual atoms and assemble them in any way we want to create anything we need.
International line, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hi.
Hi.
Where are you?
Hi.
Where are you, sir?
I'm in Canberra.
England?
Canberra, Australia.
Australia.
And basically, I just a comment, something that I think is pretty good. First, I want to say hi to Master in IRC. My comment is, you're talking before about the possible deployments of nanotubes. Maybe, if you think about it, some chemtrails are just that. Deployment of nanotubes.
Well, it could be. And there might be some applications where it would be sprayed. there are a lot of people who believe that we are being sprayed with one thing or another, Mark. That's what they mean by chemtrails. Would that be an effective way to disperse some early forms of nanotechnology?
If you're looking to disperse things into the environment that would be protective,
yes.
So things that would protect against gray goo, you'd probably want first to test them very carefully in the laboratory to make sure that they are not dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that, release them first at controlled levels and then very widespread levels into the environment. And this way, we will end up constructing an immune system that will help us defend against gray goo.
Kind of a gray goo SDI.
Yes, a gray goo antivirus.
Gotcha. Wild card line, you're on there with Mark Pesci. Hi.
Yeah, greetings, Art. Greetings, Mr. Pesci. I think one thing that hasn't been properly really touched on, a few people have addressed it, but putting this in the context of a national security state and the exponential erosion of privacy that we've had in this country through surveillance technology and what was originally military technology applied to civilian law enforcement. Basically, I think maybe we should introduce Mr. Pesci to Nick Begich, Art. I think Mr. Begich, if you put it in the context of that, of electronic mind control technologies of which there are patents, the CIA's history of mind control experiments, and again, of this growing, it's a cliche, but this growing police state. The means of mass control of individuals is never ending. You could determine each individual's reality, not only their perception, but the response to it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been listening to this just absolutely glued. It's like listening to Michio Kaku in the sense of how theoretically fascinating it is. In practical application, I'm afraid that the end result of this is going to be nanological change.
All right. Well, Mark, in other words, there we are again, the one world government, the iron fist upon all of us. He somehow sees that completely tied into the development of this technology. I mean, in some ways, I see why he fears that, because we're kind of moving in that direction now.
Yeah.
I mean, what if they have the tools to really make it so?
The question here is there a they in this situation? Nanotechnologies will be both probably very easy to make, which is the great benefit and danger, and very easy to distribute. And so in the sense that we don't really have to worry about a centralized state trying to control nanotechnology, there probably won't be a single point of focus for control. That also means that if there are control nanites in the environment, someone clever will develop anti-control nanites in the environment. At least we have to want to work for that kind of thing. I mean, again, perhaps the biggest, most important issue in nanotechnology is the issue of defense against nanotechnology.
Mm-hmm.
That really is almost a bigger part of the problem than anything of the benefits that we get.
All right. Not a lot of time. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Mark Pesci. Hi.
Hi, this is Justin listening in Minneapolis, AM 1500.
Yes, sir. KSTP.
Yep. I have a question about how could you possibly power all these trillions of little nanites in a sustainable way?
It's a very good question. There are a lot of proposals on the table right now. Some of them involve using microwaves, ultraviolet light, sunlight, and infrared light. You can use the photoelectric effect on these devices. Now, if you have a nanite that's floating around inside your body, it might be metabolizing sugars that are in your body. You might be beaming microwaves at a very low level into your body and activate. Now, one of the upsides of this sort of thing is it provides a way to turn them off. Because if you deprive them of whatever their power source is, you've effectively deprived them of their ability to function. But it's one of the issues that researchers are looking into right now when they're studying how to make these devices work.
And also, if they're electronically based, what would happen if you aimed extremely high-powered EMPs at them, or high-powered microwaves, or what if they got hit by a solar flare? Would that knock them out?
It would probably knock them out in the same way that our computer chips these days can be knocked out by solar flares.
All right.
All right, thank you very much. I never even considered that aspect of it. In other words, there might be things in the environment that would kill a nanotechnological project of some sort, dead and adorning.
Absolutely. The smaller you get, the easier it is for them to break.
All right. Once again, your book is called Playful World, and your book is available all around the Playful World right now, right?
Absolutely.
Bookstores and on Amazon.com and website and all the rest of it. We've got a link to your website up there right now. And your email address is mark@playful.com.
Playful World.
.com.
.com.
So easy. Well, you're going to get a lot of emails. Are you able to answer them?
I'll try.
Would you say you're looking forward to the development of this technology, or you are wary of the development of this technology, or both?
I would say I'm guardedly optimistic. I believe the basic principle of chaos theory is sensitive dependence on initial conditions. And I think that we need to make the best possible world for nanotechnology. We need to make the best possible awareness for the public, for the government, for the researchers. If we do that, we stand the best possible chance of navigating this incredible transition.
Well, it sure has been a pleasure having you on the program, and if you're up to it, we will definitely do it again, because we've hardly scratched the nanotechnological surface here, and so will you come back?
Absolutely. I've had a great time. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Good night, Mark. All right, tomorrow night, Linda Moulton Howe will be here in the first hour. She was displaced, and she volunteered to be displaced. And she's got a lot of very important information. But as you know, Richard Hoagland had also some incredibly current, important information in tonight's first hour. So she will be here tomorrow night in the first hour. I'm Art Bell from the high desert, where finally the devil winds have let up a little bit. High pressure is settling in. A great big, or is it a little tiny, nanotechnological tauntaun. And the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in all the world's time zones. And both of them are pretty dark that we talk to at this time of night. How you doing? I'm Art Bell, and this is the weekend version of Coast to Coast AM. As a little follow-up to last night's program, we're going to be very busy tonight, but Trenton, New Jersey, Associated Press. Alina Slow, documented as the world's oldest woman, died today at the nursing home where her daughter died 3 days earlier. She was 114 or 15, depending on which source you believe. Her daughter had died at the same nursing home a few days earlier. Her daughter was 90 years old. Now, try and imagine being old enough to watch your 90-year-old daughter die. Being old enough to watch your 90-year-old daughter die. Holy mackerel. Anyway, so much for longevity. Tonight we will examine the story of the claw. Actually, we're going to do many things, but the claw is going to be first. Dr. Roger Lear is here. Dr. Roger Lear, author of his book is Aliens and the Scalpel. Intriguing title, isn't it? And it's said to be one of the world's most important leaders that we're about to interview in physical evidence research involving the field of ufology. He and his surgical team have performed 9 surgeries on alleged alien abductees.
This has resulted in the removal of 10 separate and distinct objects suspected of being alien implants. These objects have been scientifically investigated by some of the most prestigious laboratories in the world. Their findings have been baffling. Some comparisons have been made to meteorite samples. Dr. Lear anticipates performing yet more surgeries in the future and will investigate the physiological and biological aspects of the abduction phenomenon. He has also formed a non-profit organization for this specific purpose called A&S Research Inc. In a moment, Dr. Lear will relate for you the story of the claw.